It's 7 o'clock, the polls have closed, your votes are being counted. Good evening, I'm Mark Sainsbury. Welcome to election 2011, where tonight we find out who is likely to form the next government. We'll also be watching the count of referendum votes on the future of MMP. We're in for a big night with a lot happening and a lot to talk about. In our Auckland studio, we have our panel of experts, and on the other side of the screen behind me are party strategists and commentators just itching to get out of here and share their insights and opinions. Around the country, our cameras and reporters are right where the stories are happening. They're live at all the main party headquarters. Jessica Much is at John Key headquarters in Auckland City. Michael Parkin is at Phil Goff headquarters in Mount Roskill. Rawdon Christie is with Axe Don Brash in Parnell. Heather Duplessis-Allen is with the Greens Party co-leaders on Koranga Happy Road. Donna Marie Lever is with Māori Party co-leader Peter Sharples in Manurewa. And Daniel Faitawa is with United Futures Peter Dunn in Wellington. We also have cameras with Mana Party leader Hone Harawira and New Zealand First leader Winston Peters. Here at the Television Centre, I won't be doing all the talking. Simon Dallow is here to take charge of results as they come in.
Thank you, Mark. That's right. Yes, I'll be keeping you up to date with the official count. I'll have both referendum and general election results. And I'll be calling on a couple of experts to help you make sense of them. Political editor Guyon Espiner first. What are you looking for tonight in particular? Well,
it's do or die time for three parties tonight. ACT, United Future and New Zealand First. ACT and United Future are relying on electorate seats to get them home, but probably what I'm looking for most is, will New Zealand First make it back to Parliament? Will they get over that 5% threshold? If they do, it's going to make it a lot more tricky for John Key to form a government. Probably not enough to shift things in the end, but it'll make Parliament a much more interesting place, I think.
Indeed. With me also is political analyst John Johansson. John, what's on the top of your list?
Well, I'm with Guyon in the sense that Winston is the pivot for all that follows tonight, whether he gets over the hurdle or not. But in terms of putting it into historical context, I mean, there's basically been two analogies flowing. One is that this is a flip side of 2002, where we've got one party, one of the major parties, facing possible collapse of its vote. And, of course, Labor is fighting hard to prevent that from happening. So anything with a 3 on it for Labor tonight is good, like 30% plus. For me, I've always seen this election as more akin to 1987, where the crisis context means that the incumbent government is going to be rewarded, essentially, for seeming to have done a competent job. And so that's sort of, I'm looking at those two analogies.
Plenty of big issues, and we'll be drilling down into some of the smaller ones as well, Mark.
That's right, Simon. And, of course, as the vote count gathers speed, we'll also be looking for expert analysis from Corin Dan and Richard Arnold. Richard's our numbers analyst. Now, what are you going to be looking for, Richard?
Well, I'll be watching the party votes as they come in to see which of the major parties gets the most share of the vote. And as it's likely to be national, I'll be looking to see whether they get more than half, which indicates that they may be able to govern alone. I'll also be looking at the minor parties to see which of them get over 5%, and, of course, whether or not New Zealand First, in particular, makes it.
And, of course, Corin, you're working in a different time zone tonight. I hope you're ready for the late one.
Mark, I wouldn't miss it for the world. I think I've got one of the good bits tonight, one of the good jobs, because I will take that party vote, both the actual vote as it comes in and the projections from Richard as well. And then we'll look to see how many seats that translates to in the House, of course. Can one party form a government? Could it be national? On polling, that's what it shows. Could a centre-left bloc come through? We'll look at all those scenarios and, of course, delve down into who the coalition partners could be, who might be able to form that government. We should be having a lot of fun.
OK, now that's what the experts are looking for. What about the voters? Petra Baggist is hosting a party upstairs. Petra.
All right, well, here I am up on TVNZ's rooftop, where we will be talking to a selection of voters. We've got an excellent group of people who have voted across the board. We want to know why and when and how they made up their minds. So it should be a lot of fun up here on the roof.
Yeah, you drew the good straw, I think, Petra. I'll have my own share of guests throughout the night. We'll have politicians and commentators to share their insights and impressions. First up, Mike Williams, former president of the Labor Party, and former National MP and Minister Roger Sowry. For a start, any idea of the turnout today? What are you hearing from your party people?
I had a good cruise around, and there are two sort of extremes. One is 2005, where there was a very heavy turnout, and the other was 2008, where it was very light. I went to the places which are crucial for Labor, which are South Auckland and West Auckland, and I'd say that the turnout seems to be somewhere in between those two extremes. So I don't think you're getting the heavy rush that occurred in 2005, neither do I think you're getting the heavy stay-at-home that occurred in 2008.
Roger, what sort of feel are you getting about today?
Well, two things. One is there was a substantial increase in early votes, so you've got a huge number of people who voted early, and I think that it'll be interesting to see when those come through, because when those votes come through, if New Zealand First can't get over 5% in the early vote, then it's not going to get it on the day, because obviously a lot of those people are elderly, a lot of rest home votes taken early, so I think that's something to watch. What I'm hearing from the National Party is that in the strong blue seats there's been a very good turnout, and the people there are very happy with the turnout that they've been getting.
Mike, historically, do early voters favour one side or the other?
It's not as good a guide as you ask. I've actually got these written down. Early votes overstated National by 3% last time and understated Labor by 3%. New Zealand First, it actually overstated New Zealand First by 0.5%. So it's not a good guide, but it's a rough guide. OK, before we move on, no, it's early, there are no results in, so nothing to help you. What are you picking, Mike Williams? Well, I've said on Paul Holmes's program that there are two possible outcomes to this election. One, National wins it, or two, polls are proved to be incorrect. So that's my expectation. I'd like to see Labor push up over the 30. Given a certain oddities, that could result in a very interesting result. But that's the excitement of elections. I'm glad I'm not involved anymore, but I'm glad I'm here. Roger?
Well, I think, National got 45% of the vote last time. I think they'll go over that. Whether they go over 50, who knows? So I think I think Labor will be under 30. I'm also interested in a couple of seats. I think National will pick up Rimutaka, could well pick up Palmerston North, and I'll throw in a roughie. New Lynn. Our work out in New Lynn is saying that there's some really interesting, there's been some really interesting mood out there over the last couple of weeks as well.
All right, we'll see how accurate you are as the night progresses.
We will indeed. OK, the first referendum results are coming in, so let's take a look at these. You had two referendum decisions to make today. The first was whether to keep MMP or change to a different voting system. Some 1/3 of a million votes were cast early. They were began counting those at 2 p.m. this afternoon. We expect to have the conclusion of all the advance votes to give us an indication on the referendum by about 8:30. So with just under 43,000 votes counted thus far. The Keep MMP vote is sitting at just over 51%, change at just over 45, 3.7% of the vote informal. Fairly close, but we will keep a close eye on this throughout the next hour and a half in particular. The second question was, which alternative system would you choose? And the early count here shows, well, first past the post doing very, very strongly on the left-hand side there. Preferential voting at 7.7, single transferable vote 10.5 and supplementary member at 14.4. But look at the number of informal votes there, 33%. First past the post, though, carefully, clearly, I would imagine, chosen by those voting for change. OK, we're going to take a break now. When we come back, more on the referendum and the first results from the general election.
It's been a short, sharp campaign, and now the country will decide. This week, Sunday breaks down the winners and losers from election 2011. See how they came out on top, their plans to shape our country's future, and just how much influence the minor parties had.
Every small party that has gone into government or gone close to being in government has taken a hammering at the next election.
The Sunday election special, 7:30 this week, TV1.
That's better. Got a cheese one? It's nice to take the weight off your feet.
Right now at Specsavers, you can get a free progressive lens upgrade. Should have gone to Specsavers.
What sort of cheese was that?
Get Christmas wrapped up with loads of extras like this extra special Xbox 360 bundle. Who does it for just $549?
Vic does. Ho, ho, ho.
With ASB, you can experience being a customer before you become one. So go to experienceasb.co.nz to see ways to save money, make money, and grow money. It might change your life, or at least change your bank.
Warehouse Stationery has Christmas gift ideas for everyone on your list. This notebook with 6 gigs of RAM is under $1,000. This smartphone is free on a 24-month plan, and this Cuttlebug deal perfect for creative types just $119. Christmas gifts are easy at Warehouse Stationery.
Christmas costs less when you shop at Bunnings.
10-metre rope light, $34.95. Christmas bud lights, $14.98. And if you happen to find a cheaper price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
A flirtatious, cheeky little bouquet. A full-bodied symphony of flavours. Lovely.
Try the 4 divine new latte flavours from Greggs.
Whether you're having friends and family to your place or getting away to relax this Christmas, you'll feel right at home with Briscoe's. And with 60% off electrical super deals, plus at least 25% off everything else, including 60% off all Breville microwaves. Must end Sunday.
Log on to fieldfreshtoyou.com and you can enjoy amazing daily deals with up to 50% off your everyday needs. Delivered direct from quality growers to your door. Fieldfreshtoyou.com. Daily needs. Discounted prices delivered to your door.
Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer. For one day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
Go! I have arrived! Woo!
TV1 Tuesday. Untouchable in New Zealand. World famous in Tajikistan.
I messed up. He knows me. How cool is that?
Linda Top takes on the deserted.
It's a pretty lonely place. I'd even have a cup of tea with Rodney Hyde right now.
And the deadly.
35 people were killed. What a nightmare.
On an adventure that could push her over the edge.
I'm over it. I just want to get home.
Intrepid Journeys. 7:30 Tuesday. TV1.
Welcome back to Election 2011. Here is the latest on the referendum. The numbers are flooding in. Over 100,000 votes already counted of the third of a million that were cast in advance. And on the vote for an alternative to MMP, as you can see, the early leader is keep. In other words, the vote is in favour of keeping MMP as the electoral system. John, we have a margin here of almost 10%. It is increasing since we've first monitored it just a few minutes ago. What are you reading into this?
Well, first thing is that the Keep MMP is actually mirroring very much what the result was for MMP back in 1993. The change is down from the equivalent in 93, basically because some people are obviously spoiling their ballots, and that's what that informal says there on the graphic. Is people are either not filling in...
Let's bring that graphic up again. Look, on the Keep, on Keep versus Change, we've only got 3.6%, but if we can see the selections that are made in the second question, if we can bring those up right now, for those who voted either way, you had the option to choose 4 others, and First Past the Post is leading quite clearly in terms of the 4 options that were available, but 34.4% of the vote from those 107,000 counted thus far, over a third of them informal. Why is that, Guyon?
Well, because there's been no real momentum behind any alternative system. I mean, apart from First Past the Post, which older New Zealanders will understand because they voted in many elections on it, there just simply hasn't been the resonance, or I don't think even the understanding or the interest in those other systems. So extraordinary there to see those informal votes or people spoiling their ballot paper rather than opting for one of those systems they didn't like or didn't understand.
And can I just add to that too, that that is, given that advance vote has a bit of a conservative bias, just at least in terms of the electorate thing, that is a commanding lead.
You would expect it to be in favour of change at the moment?
Well, I would have thought it, to be honest, I would have thought that was closer. That is a commanding lead to kick off the night for those that prefer to keep MMP.
Let's have another look at those figures. As you can see right now, 107,000 votes counted, 54.1% in favour of keeping MMP, 42% voting for change. We're going to keep you up to date by showing the results on a ticker at the bottom of the screen throughout. The ticker will show the results on both questions and update automatically as new totals come in. Mark, you've got a couple of guests on this.
That's right. We're going to be talking very shortly, of course, to people who have vested interest in what happens with the MMP vote. Before that, though, we're going to see how the vote is being basically being counted tonight. It's managed by the Chief Electoral Officer in Wellington. Simon Bradwell joins us now from outside Parliament. Now, Simon, we're already seeing referendum results. How are they actually being counted?
Well, even in this day and age, it's still a manual process, surprisingly. Basically, the votes are placed into piles. We're only talking about the advance votes here, but officials have been busy counting those since 2 o'clock this afternoon.
And they only count the advance votes?
Yeah, that's right. It's a statutory requirement, that, actually. And the reasoning behind it is quite simple. Obviously, the general election is the main event of the night. So what they do is they just count the advance votes for the referendum, count the rest of them later on, so they can get on with the main business of getting the general election result.
Now, what about those general election votes? Do we have any sense at the moment of how many people voted?
No, the Electoral Commission's a wee bit cagey about that. They don't like to be held to a prediction, but the last couple of elections we've had about an 80% electorate turnout, and with pretty good weather around the country, there's no reason to think it'll be any different this time.
And it's the same system? I mean, they're counted by hand?
It is, same system. In terms of when the results are expected, we should have all the advance votes counted by about 8:30. Half the total number of general election votes counted by 10. And we should have everything done and dusted by 11:30, although, as I suspect, as you already know, the outcome of the election should be well known before then.
Simon Bradwell at Parliament, thanks very much.
Well, yes, those referendum results are ticking over, as you can see. Let's have a look now at the general election results coming in. We're aiming to give you the best possible indication of who might form the next government, and to do that, of course, we'll focus on the party vote. Remembering today that when you voted, you had 2 votes, one for your electorate MP and one for the party you prefer, and it is, of course, the party vote that determines how many seats a party gets in Parliament. So on the ticker at the bottom of your screen right now, we're going to change that one over, we'll take off the referendum count, show you the party vote. And here it is, the share of the vote. With only 2% counted, let's emphasise, the party vote count for the main 8 parties, showing National at 50% of that vote thus far, Labour at 26%. Early votes do tend to favour National, as we've heard. These are the numbers coming directly from the Electoral Office, and they'll update automatically. As you can see, they lead from the left to the right-hand side of the screen. 50% for National, down to United Future polling at 0.6, Mana at 0.8, ACT at 1.2, the Māori Party also at 1.2. And New Zealand First, interestingly, early on at 6.7 versus the Greens 9.9. And right at the bottom, you can keep track of what's happening in the electorate races, as I've just said. Guyon and John, those early votes, where are they from? And tell us a bit more about how they favour.
Well, what I would say is that that is not a long way from where the rolling average of polls has had the parties. It is true that the advance votes favour National, but I wonder whether this time, where we've got a record number of advance votes, I think 330,000, it was up, what, 25%, was it, on last time? I'm wondering, it'll be fascinating, whether this is a little bit more representative than normal. Look, absolutely, it's a tiny fraction counted, but I'm just wondering whether such a large sample of advance votes, it's maybe a little more representative
As
than
you said, it is very representative, 2.6% counted thus far, but New Zealand First at 6.7.
Well, they're where they need to be right off the kick-off, because, you know, we've seen in previous elections their vote tends to degrade, and as Mike Williams said earlier, you know, they tend to be overrepresented in that advance vote, which really comprises of people who are out of the electorate on the day, so they vote in the 17 days before the general election, as well as hospitals, maternity wards, and such like.
All right, later on, when those numbers have settled down a bit, we'll add in how those party votes translate into seats in Parliament as well.
It'll be several hours before we know the final outcome, but Richard Arnold, our numbers guy, is watching these early results and aiming to make a prediction. There are no boundary changes this time, but the Christchurch earthquakes have forced a lot of people to relocate. Will that make the result harder to predict, Richard?
Well, the Christchurch earthquake may redraw the electoral map of Christchurch, but it's not going to affect the overall nationwide party vote. So, no, I'm not too worried about that. But what I am worried about is this early bias to National you've heard several people talk about already. Let's see how 2008 unfolded to see how this really works. Here's the National Party vote as it went through the evening from 7 until midnight, starting up at almost 50% of the vote. But if we take this early bias out, we could see, in fact, that they were about 45%, and they stayed there all the way through. Labour, grazing 30% at the beginning, they were, in fact, 3 or 4% higher by the end of the night. So we can expect to see something of the same this time. But who's ahead Well, just like in an opinion poll, when you've got a smaller sample, you can put a margin of error on your results. And if we do that here, this shaded area shows us our uncertainty about the prediction. These margins of error don't overlap, so we can see National is clearly ahead of Labour. And, of course, they had the greatest share on the night last time. We can do the same thing for the minor parties. Here they all are. And this dotted line here that you'll see, that's the 5% threshold they're all trying to get above. The Green parties sat above that level all the way through the night last time. But let's have a look just at New Zealand First. Last time, they were just below, right from early on, right to the end. We put their margin of error on, and at about 9 o'clock, or 9:30 in the evening last time, we could call that New Zealand First were not going to make it into Parliament. So we'll try to do the same thing for you tonight.
OK, thanks, Richard. Look, just before we move on, the referendum, obviously you can't predict the result, but as a statistician, looking at tonight's advance votes, will it be a big enough sample to at least give us an indication of the final outcome?
Well, if this was a random sample, if there was an opinion poll, the margin of error there would be 0.2%, so that would be a fantastically close margin of error. That would be a very accurate result. But the problem is we don't really know who these advance voters are and how they differ from everyone else in New Zealand. So I'm not really willing to put my head on that particular block and make a prediction.
Thanks, Richard. Looking now at our live results, though, in the referendum itself, let's have a look. And we can see the referendum results, I think we've got coming up. Here they come. 159,000 votes. We're almost at the halfway stage of the advance votes. 53.2 keep, 43.1 change. That margin is slightly increasing. And if we add in the preferences for the change, they will come up as, let's have a look. Yeah, first past the post, still sitting around 32, and the informal vote's still over a third. You did not have to answer both questions, therefore, so a number of votes may have been left blank or in some way spoiled. Let's have a look at the ticker itself. Over to what's happening with the ticker. With 7% of booths counted, National at 50% of the vote, 2% counted, sorry, should I say there. We've got in the lower level of the ticker, of course, is the various seats. You can see Grant Robertson leading Wellington Central with only 1% of the booths counted, and the same similar sort of situation, Chris Oakenfold, West Coast Tasman. Very, very low numbers there. But in terms of the overall count, 3.1% of the national vote counted, nationwide vote counted. National still sitting on 50%, Labour on 26%. Those numbers not having changed a lot when we add the seat count into it. That translates into the number of seats. National would have 64, Labour 33. etc. New Zealand First on 8 seats. So that's how the party vote translates into seats in Parliament. Now, parties have to get 5% of the vote.
That's right, unless they win an electorate seat. So that's the out clause, really, and that's how Peter Dunn has survived in Ohio. That's why we'll be looking at that, and that's why we're looking at Epsom, and that's why the famous cup of tea happened, because that's the only way, really, ACT is going to be able to get back, because they're not going to breach the 5% threshold. New Zealand First, probably the only other party other than the Greens who are going to get close. Yeah, and the other thing I'd add to that too is that that's where Winston is such a pivot in the election result. Because if he doesn't get over the 5%, there is going to be a much higher wasted vote from last election, and that's really going to drive down the number, like 47% or something like that, that National will need to govern alone. If he gets over, the hurdle for the National Party is, significantly higher and will be closer to 49, 50%.
6.5% of votes wasted last time. If Winston Peters gets back with New Zealand First,
it's more likely to be
less.
8.
All right, and we'll leave the ticker to cycle between the party vote and the seat count during the course of the night. Mark.
OK, now, it is one thing to win seats in the House, but it's only the start of forming a government. Corin Dan can tell us about that.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Of course, so much is going to hinge tonight on whether, of course, it looks at this stage like maybe National can get across the line or they can't. So it's going to be about coalitions, who can do deals, how they can form that government. Let's have a little recap, if you like, of 2008. So here we had the party vote, the nationwide party vote. National came in at 44.9, Labour well back at 34, Greens the only other party across that 5% threshold. Let's see how that translated into votes in the House back in 2008. You'll see National at 58, still wasn't able to govern alone. They needed 62 seats, of course, because we had this overhang. 2 extra seats in Parliament could well happen again tonight, given the Māori Party may well win more electorate seats than they are entitled to as per their share of the party vote. And so we had the Greens on 9, ACT on 5, Māori Party 5. So let's have a look at how that coalition ended up washing up after the 2008 election. You'll see here, National with 58, they did the deal with ACT that would have put them across the line, but they also did a deal with the Māori Party and United Future, gave them a little bit of buffer either way, if you like. And it's quite possible, even if National do make it across the line tonight, that they will still look for some sort of coalition deals with those parties should they be returned.
OK, we're going to have a look at the first of the results coming in. Bear in mind, this is early days. This is after about 4% of the vote. The first seat we're going to have a look at is Epsom. And we see the candidate who didn't want to win, Paul Goldsmith, is leading at the moment, not by much from John Banks and David Parker, Labour's candidate, way behind. As I say, this is only 4% of the count so far. Oharu next. This is where Peter Dunn needs to hold on if he is going to stay in Parliament. At this stage, once again, 5% counted there. He is leading Charles Chauvel only by a couple of hundred votes. And Katrina Shanks, the national candidate there, nearly 800. Titai Tokerau, Kelvin Davis, Labour, is at this stage, once again, only 2% of the vote counted, but at this stage, on 2%, Kelvin Davis, the Labour candidate, is ahead of Hone Harawira and Wasi Shortland. Auckland Central now, the battle between Nikki Kaye and Jacinda Ardern, and we see, once again, very tight, only 4% counted, but we see a lead to Nikki Kaye, a couple of hundred votes there at this stage. Any surprises there, Guyan?
Oh, I think National will be watching that Epsom seat. I mean, they invested so much into it, didn't they? It caused them such a headache, and you'd have to ask, was it worth it? At the moment, no.
And of course, look, the thing is, John, isn't it? I mean, it is early.
Oh, yeah. But there is, like in Auckland Central, you saw a snapshot of a potential pitfall for Jacinda Ardern, which is the difference between her and Nikki Kaye is comprised of Denise Roach votes for the Green Party. So they haven't quite organised themselves, but early, right?
Now, speaking of the Green Party, we're going to cross now to Heather Duplessis-Allen, who is at the Green Party where the co-leaders are. No, we're not. We're going upstairs to Petra on the roof.
I love Heather Duplessis-Allen, but you are, in fact, with me. I'm with Steph and Bill, who are second-time voters, because last election we actually talked to first-time voters, and we found that they generally were influenced by their parents. So as a second-time voter, Steph, can I start with you? Were you influenced by your parents the first time you voted?
I don't think I was. I was kind of just went with what I thought was right the first time round, and I did it again this time, so.
Did you vote differently first time to second time?
Only in the electorate seat. The party vote was still the same.
So you were a Labour voter first time and this time. Why did you change your electorate seat?
I was in the Epsom electorate, so it was kind of the lesser of two evils trying to keep ACT out. So it's a strategic vote, I'm afraid.
So who did you vote for in the electorate?
I voted for Paul Goldsmith, the National.
We saw those results there and you got a big grin on your face. Are you kind of happy about the fact that he's in the lead at the moment?
Yeah, provided it all kind of goes well by the end, I think it'll be good, yeah.
And what about you? Who did you vote for first time you voted?
First time I voted was Labour.
And this time?
This time the Greens.
And why did you change your vote? Were you influenced by your parents the first time you voted?
No, not so much. I sort of, did my own sort of research and came up with my own conclusions. I guess the reason I voted Greens this time was just I'm passionate about the environment, and I think they're really turning into a legitimate political party now, not just an activist sort of organisation.
You were also in Epsom. Who got your candidate vote?
Paul Goldsmith.
So again, is that a protest vote?
Yep, it's keeping the ACT party up.
All right, well, let's see how you go on that. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Petra. Now, joining me now, two people paying close attention to that referendum results. Sandra Gray, of the pro-MMP faction. Jordan Williams, of course, who wanted to see change. Doesn't look like change is going to happen on these results. Jordan?
Well, it will be really interesting. John, you mentioned that the advance votes normally favour the right or the Conservative side. What was interesting, though, in that second to last week, of course, Winston Peters, suddenly his profile raised, and we found in our polling that the support for MMP quickly reduced. Indeed, in the last week of the campaign, there was the first poll where the support for MMP was below 50%. So it is going to be really interesting, the difference between the final count and, of course, the advance votes we get tonight.
Do you buy into the Winston Peters factor on this one, Sandra?
No, I think what we have seen with the polling is consistently over the last 3 or 4 weeks a reflection of what we're now seeing with these early votes. But it is, it's very early. And this is encouraging to see, but I wouldn't say that this is the result that we're going to see in the end. Perhaps the only part of of the result I think we are seeing is we are seeing a lot of people who wanted to keep MMP actually doing an informal vote in the second half. They're choosing to vote for no other system. And I think that's what's reflected there, not confusion. Actually, it's supporters of MMP making their mark on the ballot paper.
And it shows, doesn't it, that there was no momentum at all around any alternative system.
Well, I mean, it was an undercooked debate, there's no doubt about that. I mean, it wasn't until right at the end where Key mentioned supplementary member. Indeed, the reason I became involved in this campaign was to ensure there was a genuine debate with some of those middle options. And you'd think if MMP polls the highest tonight, you'd think that supplementary member or single transferable vote, a system much closer to MMP than first past the post, would be leading in those alternatives. Unfortunately, because we haven't had that proper debate, because the Key and our senior politicians didn't lead an intelligent debate, we're probably going to see first past the post win the second question.
Simplicity versus complexity.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've gone from one extreme voting system to the other. It's a shame that we didn't have the proper debate and have the real engagement about supplementary member or STV.
Sandra, you're shaking your head there.
Well, we did have a proper debate. For 2 years now, groups have been out promoting MMP. The point is that actually what we've seen is no real will for change. When we had the last referendum on our electoral system, it was driven by voters from the start. This has been driven the other way. It was driven by a promise at the last election. It's a very different process. And I do think this, you know, don't be mistaken, some people do genuinely like first past the post. They like it for a whole lot of reasons around one single party government. And it is a valid choice for them. However, as we see, lots of New Zealanders like multi-party government.
OK, now look, this is 80% of those early votes counted in the referendum. We see 53.7 for keeping, 42.8 for change. And as I say, this is 80% of the votes that we're going to get tonight. Pretty strong.
Like I say, it is very encouraging at this stage, and certainly, you know, we are seeing this in the polls. We're also seeing that support for first past the post in the polls being at the 30% level as well.
Can I just add here too? I think what's going to hold you back as well, Jordan, is that and you've got the choice of keeping MMP or change, and at that 42 point whatever, it seems that some New Zealanders are simply, with that whole ballot paper, 3.5 of them in that sample, are just either spoiling it or leaving it, or not even taking it, which is sending a message as well, which actually corresponds with what a lot of us thought. There's never been a clamour for change.
No, I disagree with that. I think
you would, mate.
That's what I'm here for. I think there certainly had been a lot of discussion that there wasn't enough information out there, and that when I come back to, I know that you disagree, that you think that Key should have stayed out of the debate. We were saddened that for that reason it's been overshadowed. Obviously we had the World Cup, and then in the last week of the campaign it was very difficult for the respective campaigns to
I suspect we share different ideas about the dignity of the office.
Well, I tell you who is very keen, of course, on MMP are the Greens. Heather Duplessis Allen is with the co-leaders in Karanga Happy Road. How's the mood there, Heather?
Hi, I'm with the retiring Green MP Keith Locke, who of course was one of the first Green MPs to go into Parliament in 1999. So Keith has seen a number of elections. Now, Keith, you have seen a number of elections where obviously you guys have polled very well, and then the poll has slumped on the night and you've been slightly disappointed by the results. Do you think that is likely to happen this evening?
Well, I think the poll is much higher. We've got more momentum this time than we ever have. It's our best poll ever by a long way. It is true that we poll strongest in the opinion poll in the younger demographic, and they sometimes don't vote as much as the older people, so sometimes our vote slips a bit. But I think we're on course for a really good result, by far the best result for Greens in New Zealand, and we're really becoming a medium-sized party, not just a small party, and it's a stepping stone to greater things. It's part of what's happening around the world, in Australia, in Canada, in Europe. The Greens are on the rise. That's what's happening here tonight.
The Greens have been polling very high throughout this campaign. There's been some surprise at that. What do you put that down to?
Well, I think people are getting more tuned into Green politics. We've gone through 12 years in Parliament, and gradually people are seeing we're consistent. They're getting the connection we make between the environment and the economy, a strong social justice message. It's all falling together in people's minds, and they're thinking, well, I've got to vote for Green. That's what's happening. It's a transformation that's taking place in New Zealand and around the world, in consciousness, people's consciousness.
So you're an MP for, another what, 4.5, 5 hours? Is that a sad moment?
Yes, it is. I'm turning into a pumpkin at midnight, I think. But, yeah, it's been a great 12 years, and I'm handing over the baton to a wonderful new team, a lot of new young faces. The future is very bright for the Green Party, and we've run a great campaign. You know, I think that's generally recognised, reflecting our true values. Some people say, oh, we're getting more moderate or mainstream or something. None of our policies have changed. Just people are understanding them, so they're being mainstreamed in that particular way.
Keith, thank you very much for having a chat to us. Mark, I'll take it back to you.
OK, let's just have a recap on that referendum result so far. This, of course, is only with those who had voted in advance. So after 234,000 votes counted, the Keeps, nearly 54%, 42.6 for Change. And out of their choices, first past the post by far the most popular alternative. 32% of those who elected to choose an option that they changed to gone for first past the post. Now, we're going to go to a short break now. We'll be back with election 2011 in just a few minutes.
They are bad. He grew up in prison. Both of them are to blame. They must be sent away. Now he's fighting for a second chance. How do you feel? It's like I'm having a dream. TV1 Sunday.
You're never going to offer to take me out for a drink?
A drink?
Yeah.
Just because you're out.
Do you think you're rehabilitated?
Doesn't mean you're free. Sunday Theatre presents Boy A, 8:30 Sunday, TV1.
Now you can apply sunblock to your kids' wet skin. New Neutrogena Wet Skin Kiss. Ordinary sunblock drips and whitens. Neutrogena Wet Skin cuts through water. Forms a broad spectrum barrier for full strength sun protection. Wet Skin. Neutrogena.
Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer. For 1 day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
I'd like a skateboard and a stunt bike, like a puppy, and lots of puppy food.
Time's up.
So, my turn.
All right, now I want one of these heavy-duty air compressors. See these ones here? These look fantastic. And also need a toolbox, big toolbox, you know, the big ones on wheels. Work with me, Santa. Come on, you know them.
Everything he really wants for Christmas is at Super Cheap Auto.
Easy, big guy. What's your turn? It's Christmas, Santa. Help me, Santa. What are you doing?
Everything on much more. Subi Joe, the world's premier coloratura soprano, is here in New Zealand for a one-off grand concert. Come see a magical operatic experience from this critically acclaimed, once-in-a-generation Grammy Award-winning artist. Subi Joe, live at the Auckland Town Hall, Wednesday, December 7. Book your tickets at The Edge, 0800 Buy Tickets.
Things getting crowded at your place? Let Storage King give you back some space. It's our birthday, so we'll give you your first month free. Give us a call, 0800 220 210. Storage King for simple storage solutions.
At Walker & Hall, it's time to shine this Christmas with this diamond pendant just $7.90 or the Sequoia Pearl Strand only $2.95. And don't miss out on your free gift with purchases over $150. Walker & Hall, making Christmas shine since 1899.
Yay, the famous Santa Parade is coming.
Yes, it's coming to Auckland City on Sunday, 27th of November at 2 p.m.
There'll be heaps of cool things to say.
Like amazing floats, giant inflatables and magical costumes. And then the fun will continue at Santa's party in Aotea Square after the parade. The Farmers Santa Parade, in association with the New Zealand Herald, Sunday, November 27th at 2 p.m. in the Big Little City.
See you there.
It's all going down on Ellen.
This is my big announcement here on Ellen.
She's bringing sexy back.
Could I just say... What? That never gets old.
With the juiciest gossip.
No, I'm so jealous of her.
From the hottest stars.
He's a good guy that he stays with you.
4:55 weekdays.
The fact that you're worried about peeing on yourself makes me nervous for you.
Get it straight.
Can I bring up that you... Well, I'm going to. This may not be your size.
On Ellen. 4:55 weekdays. TV1.
Welcome back to Election 2011 on One. Let's take a quick look at the referendum now. The advance votes for the referendum for change, and they're still heavily favouring the Keep MMP, now more than 10% margin over change. These are, of course, just advance votes counted tonight. Some 330,000 plus will be counted this evening. We expect final numbers on just the advance votes, around 11% of the total, we speculate, by about 8:30. Let's also looking at that, of course, first past the post. If change were to prevail, first past the post is leading quite heavily in terms of the 4 options available. But once again, we stress that around a third of votes in that part of the second part of the MMP question, or the electoral system question, around a third of votes have been informally cast, perhaps deliberately spoiled. Let's have a look at the nationwide party vote. And we do 4% counted, 4% of polling booths, around 8% of total votes, 49.7. National still sitting around that 50% mark. And with New Zealand First over 5% threshold, far fewer wasted votes would be in this time. Let's go to Greg Boyd now, who's live at Phil Goff's house, I believe. Greg.
G'day, Simon. Well, ironically enough, we're at arguably the second most important man in this whole election campaign's house, and it couldn't really be any further away from the hustle and bustle of a general election. If you tried an order of importance, 7 cars have gone past. The security guys came out and said hello, asked about phone reception, of which there's none, and the cows behind me moved from one end of the paddock to the other. We make our own thrills out here in the country, Simon. It's a fair old way from Auckland, though. It's about 40 minutes, 35 minutes drive to Mount Roskill. So when Phil Goff and his team do decide to head in, yeah, they've got a fair old haul to reflect on however the night turns out.
Greg, thanks for putting the whole thing into real context. We appreciate that. And I look forward to talking to you a little bit later in the evening. All right, let's go over to Mark. You've got some results in from New Lynn, which Roger Sowry was tipping change.
Yeah, that's right, Simon. He was tipping change. Let's have a look at the New Lynn results now. Now, it was held by David Cunn. I think he had a majority of about 4,000 last election. And he is ahead by 428 from Tim Grosser at this stage. It looks like it is going to be a tight fight in New Lynn. Does that result surprise you, Michelle Bogue?
No, I think David Cunliffe will get back in easily, very comfortable.
So you don't think it's going to be, Roger Sowry, was it a bit of wishful thinking that it was going to be close?
Yes, and I think he was, just being a little bit amusing there.
What are the seats that you are looking at that would worry you if they started to turn?
I'm looking at Auckland Central, because I think that's critical. Ohara Belmont and Epsom. Those are obviously the ones that make a big difference, especially on these numbers. It looks like National's not going to get 50%, so Epsom and Ohara Belmont become critical.
Epsom? How on earth is that going to go? That's going to keep us going all night, isn't it?
I think it is. Anecdotally, I think the last 24 hours have been better for John Banks, because I think what happened with Winston Peters made people rethink their attitude towards voting for Banks. I think they think, hey, maybe John Key does need him. The question is how many of those Labour voters held their nose and voted for Paul Goldsmith.
Well, look, let's have a look. We've got the graphic up now from Epsom. At this stage, John Banks is leading by 400-odd votes over Paul Goldsmith. But it's a two-way battle between the real National candidate and the de facto one, isn't it?
But Michelle's got a point there, because, like, I noticed there that Parker has received more, Labour Party has received more party votes than what Parker is receiving in the electorate, which does suggest some tactical voting going down there.
You always would have expected that, wouldn't you?
Yes, but New Zealand First vote isn't very high in Epsom.
OK, I want to, of course, bring in now, talking about the Greens here before, Andrew Campbell, the Communications Director for the Greens. Are you worried about your vote tonight? I mean, there were such big expectations that the Greens were going to poll so well this election.
I mean, I think it's interesting that it's the number of booths that have been counted, because we would expect to see a much better result in the larger city booths that are going to come in later. I think the bulk of the booths that are coming in now are the rural ones, where we tend to do a little bit worse. So I'm not too nervous at this stage. Anecdotally, what we've heard down on the ground is that there is a good support for us. There were reports of a lot of young people showing up to vote today, and that tends to be good for us too. So I think we'll see that number go up.
And tactical voting amongst your supporters?
There is. We asked for the party vote, and we know that a number of our voters are splitting their vote. I mean, a good example of that is the last poll I saw in Ohara Belmont. Gareth Hughes, our candidate, was well over 10% in terms of the Greens were well over 10% in terms of the party vote, but Gareth was only something like 1.4%. So that message had clearly got through in terms of people needing to split their votes.
And of course, the Greens don't have the same infrastructure, the same party machinery that we see, especially with National and Labour.
No, but we've done a lot better, and we've done a lot more things in this election in relation to that. We've a lot of get out the vote messages over the last week, better infrastructure around that today, phone calling. So some of the things that the Labour and National parties have done for years that the Greens have never done, we did start doing this election. So I think there are improvements.
It's a long way, though, isn't it, from the sort of peaks you had in the polls. Do you think, again, that you're going to fall short of those, 12 or 13% you were running at in those polls? Do you think it is going to be another case of not quite being able to get the vote out on the day?
We'll see. As I said, I think we've still got a little bit more vote to come in. I'd be interested to see that. It's not that far off the last TVNZ poll. We were on 10% in that. I would pick that we might end up somewhere between 10 and 11.
OK, in terms of the Green voters, Petra is upstairs on the roof. She's got a couple of those up there with her, Petra.
I do have a couple of Green voters. How can I tell? They're wearing the colours on the outside as well as the inside. Now, you've both voted 3 times before. Are you a committed Green voter?
Well, the first time I voted, I actually voted for Labour, and I considered going back to Labour this time, but when I came down to it, the Greens' policies were just more me.
And why did you consider going back to Labour?
Because I prefer a centre-left coalition, and I was sort of trying to think about the best way to do that.
So you're voting quite strategically, aren't you?
Definitely.
A candidate seat, you're in Mount Albert, you voted for David Sheriff, Labour?
I did. I think he's been a great elected MP for Mount Albert, so I really hope he gets it again.
Thanks, Laura. Hayden, you voted Green. Why and when did you decide?
I voted Green the last 3 times, so I decided long ago. But I feel quite lucky to live in Auckland Central because I get to vote for the Greens. I get to vote for Jacinda, who I want to see in Parliament and I think is a future Labour leader. And I got to vote for MMP as well. So yeah, all my votes. Yeah. I liked all my votes basically. I didn't have to do any dirty deals.
Yeah. Although you are voting tactically and choosing to vote Jacinda Labour, is that would you consider that a tactical vote?
I don't think so. I think it's just a reality of MMP. The Greens don't have any electorate MPs in Parliament. Well, they didn't last term, and that's just how their party is. They rely on the party vote, and I'd much rather see Jacinda Ardern be my local representative. Yeah.
At this stage of the night, which is earlier, I admit, they're on 9.5%, which would give them 12 seats. How do you feel about that prospect?
Well, given that no Green party anywhere in the world has cracked the 10% mark, I think if the Greens do manage to get to 10%, that will be an amazing achievement. So I'd personally be happy if they stayed above 9. I think that would be really good.
Awesome. Well, that's us. Back to you guys now.
Thank you very much, Petra. Now, a reminder that when it comes to the vote on our electoral system on whether to keep or to change MMP, tonight the only count is the advance votes. They make up approximately 11% of the total number of votes cast. And when we look at those now, there are around 83% of the advance votes have been counted, and it is clearly in favour. The margin now almost 12% between keeping and changing in favour of keeping MMP. As we've seen from the beginning, in terms of the alternatives, they have largely been cast for first past the post, and still over a third of votes for alternatives have been cast informally. It's in favour of keeping, over changing. John and Guyon, what we understand is the votes to come in are from the Māori seats. How are they likely to impact on this in terms of early indications?
I can't really see that result largely changing. I can't see a result which gives us a majority for change, personally. I can't see that moving. I never have thought that we were going to turf MMP out. Can't see it.
If the referendum sample is only going to now be added by the Māori electorates, then it's going to even get larger.
They want MMP.
Because they are overwhelmingly in favour of MMP. And I mean, Jordan actually might have contemplated a different strategy with Māori, because in many respects, their self-interest might have been better served by supplementary member. But clearly they don't think that way. They're very supportive of MMP.
They vote tactically, don't they? Often you get a lot of splitting votes. Often Māori will vote for a Māori party MP in their electorate and give their party vote to Labour. In fact, when you look at the numbers, it looks like Māori understand and use MMP better than most voters. So I would have thought I'd be with John that if they were going to swing it, it would be towards MMP.
All right, well, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have a look at the Māori seats and how they summarise at the moment, and also take a look at the early vote out of Te Tai Tokoro. Is Hone Harawera holding on?
He is about to say no split bills. Now they're thinking, how are we going to work this one out? Now they're really thinking, just sap some money to Andy using his mobile number, and he can take care of it. Simple.
ANZ's thinking the same way. ANZ Go Money puts your bank in your hand, in your pocket, anywhere.
Now they're thinking, wow, that was easy. So, same time next week.
Make a splash in an award-winning Mayfair pool. With thousands of pools throughout New Zealand, a New Zealand-made Mayfair pool is a wise investment for many years of fun for the entire family. Contact your local agent for an information pack and turn your dreams into reality.
In an open world, you don't have to stop your life to start a new one. So talk to us now about study that fits around you. Because everything's open.
Suffer any longer. 3B can actively help stop chafing and the discomfort of sweat rash from between the breasts, legs and buttocks. Ask for 3B at your local pharmacy. Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer. For one day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
Heartburn or acid reflux can be a real pain this time of year. Not being able to eat what you want and constantly having to take antacids. Well, you can take control with Losec Extra. Unlike antacids, Losec Extra regulates the amount of acid your stomach produces. Take one tablet for 24 hours relief or one tablet a day for 2 weeks and you could be symptom-free for up to 3 months. Take control of your heartburn with Losec Extra.
Tonight, we're looking at major depression. If you're being prescribed something for it, then you may be on Effex or XR, a fully funded treatment. By taking a dual-action approach, Effex or XR has helped millions worldwide. Now, if you use Effex or XR, you may be offered an alternate brand. Just remember, you can stay on Effex or XR if you want. You don't need to change if it's working for you. Effex or XR. Ask your doctor if it's right for you, and ask your pharmacist for Effex or XR by name.
Look out for the online giveaway.
The clues to a ruthless killer.
Just like the other two.
So, we're working with a copycat here?
Lie inside a very dark mind.
This is Agent
Emily? Prentice, I know all about you.
But even the darkest of minds...
Yours was one of the first cases I studied.
...have a charm...
I've been fascinated ever since.
...that can suck you all the way in. Criminal Minds. 8:30 Monday. Only on One.
Get a better view. When the news is breaking, One News takes you there wherever you are. It's up to the minute or whenever you get a minute. Get the big picture or take a closer look with high-quality news video. Get behind your team whenever they hit the park. Share opinions. Share the view. And when the weather's about to change, One News will be the first to let you know.
The TVNZ News app for iPad. It's free and the view just got better.
We're going to start with you.
Welcome back to election 2011. I think we're going to take a look at the nationwide party vote firstly. 4.4%. Is it 4% of the nationwide party vote counted? That's the number of polling booths. That's around 8% of the actual votes. National still's hovering around that 50% mark. And New Zealand First still solidly over 5%. Been sitting at 6.7 to 6.8 in these early stages. Right, let's translate that into seats in the House. I think we can at this point. No, we're going to have a look at the... yes, nationwide seats, there we go. Well, that would translate at this point into 62 seats for National, and with, at this early point, a projection of a 1-seat overhang, that would be enough to govern alone. Of course, remembering early votes tend to favour National. Mark.
Well, of course, watching, and this is at home beside you, is, of course, Phil Goff and John Key. Peter Williams is outside the John Key's Parnell home. Peter, any action?
Yes, hi, Mark. Not too much action here out on the street, apart from some local Parnell residents going to a party across the road to perhaps celebrate the return to office of their neighbour as Prime Minister later on tonight. John Key himself inside with members of his family and some party officials. He has one sister here from England. He has another sister here from Christchurch. His wife Brona, of course, is there, and son Max is around. Daughter Steffi away in France at the moment studying at language school. John Key has told me today he's had a very relaxed day. He started off with breakfast, ironically, at that now infamous Urban Cafe in Newmarket. I said, "Did you have a cup of tea, Prime Minister?" He said, "No, I had coffee today." Didn't want to make the same mistake twice. He then voted at Parnell School, the primary school just up the road from his house here. He said he voted for Paul Goldsmith, the National Party candidate in Epsom, and party vote, of course, to National, although deep down, I think it's fairly safe to say that John Key would prefer that John Banks is returned as the electorate MP representing the ACT Party here in Epsom. John Key has also been out to Helensville to thank his electorate, workers out there in his own electorate. He expects to win that electorate fairly convincingly again, although he hasn't been able to do too much campaigning inside Helensville because, of course, he's been on the road nationally. As far as other issues are concerned tonight, he says he'll be at home until it's clear that there is a result one way or the other, or until it's clear there will not be a result tonight. So he expects to be at home here in Parnell until around about 10:30 or 11 o'clock before he goes into National Party headquarters at Parnell. But for the moment, it's just pizza, a few friends, family, party officials, some of his staff, just watching the telly, watching the coverage and waiting to see how things transpire during the evening here.
Peter Williams there outside John Key's house. At least he's got cell phone coverage, probably a bit more company there than Greg Boyd does have in Cleveland. We're going to look at some of the Māori electorates now. Now, this is the result, with about between 3 to 4% counted. We see Labour leading in Hauraki Waikato, Ikaroa Rāwhiti. And we go now to, let's just have a closer look at Titai Tokerau, which is the seat that everyone is watching tonight. And Honi Harawira is now well ahead of Labour's Kelvin Davis. He's got with about only 2% of the vote counted there as well. Let's go now to Titai Tonga. And we see that's Labour leading as well. As I say, 2% counted in these seats, still early days. And, of course, someone watching this closely, of course, is Willie Jackson. You had high hopes for Mana coming into this election, didn't you?
You know, I'm very unbiased, Mark. You shouldn't be saying those types of things, but I support the Mana Party.
Well, that's why we brought you on with a comedian.
No, cut that out. So, as you know, I'm the only unbiased person here, not like Guy Nespinen, who wanted to get rid of Winston Peters, and yourself. Yeah. But in terms of the Māori Party, it's good to see Mana doing well, good to see the Māori Party doing well, although they'll be very worried in Te Tai Tonga because they've got an exceptional candidate down there in Rahui Kātanes. So, and I was always worried there could be some statistic, you know, between the Mana and Māori Party fight, and she may well be it. I hope not. She's been a tremendous candidate over the last few years.
Because if Hone does win, which the indications are that if he holds that seat, he could probably only bring one other MP in with him, couldn't he?
Well, it'd be great if he could, and he's not too far off at the moment. Clearly, it looks like he's going to win his seat, and I think they're tracking about 1.1, aren't they, Guy?
I think if they got 1.2% on the party vote, they would bring in Annette Sykes on those numbers. They'd need to get right up to about 2.3 or so to get a third MP, so that'd be pretty tough. But the one that's looking like running against the play in those Māori electorates is Rahui Kātanes behind.
Yes.
Do you think that she's...
Well, she's running... No, we've got to watch the seat closely because she's campaigned really well. And, you know, I'd always said initially that Tiri Kātanes was going to win, but Rahui had come back really well in the last week or two, and she might just come back. back. I mean, you know, you just don't know. It'll be sad if she goes, because as I said, she's been a tremendous candidate, made some great ground. If she loses, that's a big loss for the Māori Party. They're down to 3 seats.
I see, Willie, that Shane's keeping it close at the moment, but
Yeah.
how do you see that playing
Well,
out?
Jonesy's done really well for a bloke who hasn't done much in Auckland, you know. A guy didn't hardly, you know, I couldn't remember any campaign meetings he was holding, so maybe that's the way to win a seat, do nothing. I mean, he's going really close.
Paul Goldsmith.
Yeah, no, he's got quite close. He's getting quite close to Peter Sharples. He won't beat Peter Sharples, but if he gets within 5% or whatever, tremendous for Jonesy, and maybe he's still got a future.
Joining us, of course, as well, now this isn't Willie's sidekick, but Te Radar's there to bring a bit of levity.
I am applying
to present
the job.
Did the elections do anything for you? I mean, did you get excited by it?
My palms are moist with excitement, and particularly about the Mana Party. If you'd said 3 years ago that you would have a party that had Hon Harawira, Annex Sykes, John Minto and Sue Bradford, there would have been a spluttering of tea all over the countryside. And to have John Minto so close...
Very balanced bloke.
It's going to be...
Very
the vitriol
person.
directed against Keith Locke is going to be nothing if, compared to what John Minto would be like if he got in there.
But Anne's a very nice, sensible, quiet person too.
I just think it is great. And that is the result that I'm very much looking forward to seeing.
And, of course, but the other result, which I think we all agree on here, is the rise so far in the polls again of Winston Peters. You couldn't have scripted
it's
that,
like well, you could. It's called Twilight. Quite popular with a lot of young people. There he is. He sort of... You get the sense that nothing will put him down. And what I love about him is that it doesn't really matter what he says, you know. The great one was on the Monday when he was talking about the teapot tapes. Absolutely outrageous, reprehensible, it's illegal. By Friday, he was going, I can't tell you the source, but this is what was in them. Fantastic.
He's a brilliant man.
He is fantastic.
I mean, look, he's up against Guy and Espinal and Duncan Garner.
I'm not standing in
They're
this
all
election.
against him, and Winston's risen from the ashes. And you're going to have him on tomorrow. I bet you he won't come on with you and play hard to get.
Oh, he loves talking to me. He loves talking to me, yeah.
It's good to know that you're here, Willie, to provide balance.
It's disgraceful the way you guys have treated
Listen,
him.
I do have to say, though, Willie...
What have I done wrong?
Willie did predict. We had a conversation of some weeks ago. Now, he did predict that Winston was going to come back. Well, look, we still don't know. It is early days. And that's the worry, isn't it, John? We could see that New Zealand first, that high number so far, is going to...
Well, in the early vote too, and both the advance vote, rest homes is one of the locations for that. And one might expect Winston to do better there than amongst, say, the young.
Well, I mean, you can't deny the fact that he does have a huge constituency amongst the older voters.
No doubt about it. Look, I went to his launch. None of you guys were there because you all boycotted him. But I went to his launch along with Chris...
Some of us have jobs, Willie.
700 people there. Honestly,
John Rolls.
you can't.
I've had enough
John Rolls. I've seen...
You know, I mean,
and
you can't. You got to give it to him. You know, like this guy's got no resources or anything. The people still come out. Yes, the majority.
He's done the old school
people.
campaigning. You've got to give that to Winston Peters. He has gone round town hall after town hall. He hasn't used the social media or the media like the other parties.
Doesn't get any interviews on Q&A.
He's been. We let him on to the debate, Willie. I don't know if you saw it, but Winston Peters, to give him credit, he has gone and done it the old school way.
No, he has. Old-style campaigner, you got to give it to him. I'd never vote for him myself, but he deserves an opportunity.
Sounds like you're his campaign.
No, he deserves an opportunity, and you guys should hang your heads in shame, all of you.
All right, thank you very much.
We put him on the debate, Willie.
I'm glad you brought some balance to the whole thing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, all right. Okay. We're going to have to get to a news break in just a moment. Let's have a quick whip through some of the more sensitive seats. Let's have a look at Epsom. Of course, where the National Party's relying on John Banks getting in. At the moment, he is leading quite solidly with 6% of votes returned there. Don't forget, though, that it may be a Pyrrhic victory. The ACT Party is polling at 1.2%, and at the moment, projections only give it that one seat anyway. So one seat comes in for National, one lost for National, one in for ACT. When we go to Ohariu, can Peter Dunn be returned there? At the moment, he is leading by, under 200 votes. It's still relatively early with 5% counted. Charles Chauvel giving it a good push. And in Te Tai Tokerau, Honepane Tamati Waka Harawira, that's how he's registered. He's leading quite solidly. Again, early days, as they say. Let's go... No, Mark.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you who we're going to go. We're going to someone who has been out and about almost to as many local halls as Winston Peters during this campaign is Hayden Jones, who is in Kaitaia. Hayden.
Nice to see you, Mark. I'm a little weary, 2,000 Ks, Riverton to Kaitaia, and I'm a little queasy. I think I've had bad fish and chips.
Listen, what did you... As I say, you have been to practically every small town in the country during this campaign. What sort of sense did you get of the excitement out there about the election, or lack of it?
Oh, I started 2 weeks ago, so there was still a tinge of a World Cup hangover. But as I consider myself the only election researcher who does this polling face-to-face, you get to see some beautiful things in voters' eyes, like a national voter when you ask them about asset sales, and their eyes kind of dart from side to side because they love John Key, they love him so much, but I've hard to find a national voter who will back up asset sales. But it's not going to stop them voting national, though. I think this election is still over, even though National tried to push an unpopular policy on their voters.
So that's the perspective from the man on the road. The strangest thing you came across?
Oh, an enclave of Winston Peters supporters in Cambridge. They were doing a bunch of old ladies who were doing decorations for the Christmas fundraiser. And, I can't remember her name, and she said, I'm going to vote New Zealand first, and my whole family are going to be upset with me.
except for Willie Jackson, of course. Hey, thanks, Hayden. Thanks.
No problem.
OK, now, we're going to go to a news break now. Wendy Petrie with the update.
Thanks, Mark. Well, good evening and welcome to this One News election update. John Key's National Party is already well ahead in early results. There have been more than 330,000 advance votes, and with 92% counted, National's on 49%. Phil Goff's Labour is at 27%, the Greens on 9%, and at this stage, Winston Peters would be back in Parliament. His New Zealand First Party's on 6.8, above the 5% threshold. It also appears there's no appetite to alter our MMP voting system. More than 54% want it kept. Of those seeking change, nearly a third want to go back to first past the post. In some of the more interesting electorates, ACT's John Banks is leading in Epsom, just over 400 votes ahead of National's Paul Goldsmith. United Future leader Peter Dunn is clinging on to Ohariu by nearly 200 votes. And Mana Party leader Hone Harawira has a 358 vote advantage over Labour's Calvin Davis and Te Tai Tokoro. But it is still early days, just 8.9% of the votes counted overall. A man set to appear in court on Monday after an explosive stunt that appears to be politically motivated. The 40-year-old shocking shoppers in the heart of Wellington early this afternoon. Ruth Wynne-Williams has more.
It's a fiery statement in Wellington's busy Cuba Mall.
I've had enough. I'm going to make this car disappear.
A protest by Bay of Plenty dairy farmer Chris Polensky, which police say endangered people's lives. Watch as this woman is given no warning and narrowly misses the blast. Police say the man is known to them. He appeared in court earlier this week for threatening behaviour. The 40-year-old now faces a further charge of arson. It's believed a petrol-like accelerant fuelled the blaze. And while the protest made a scene,
Please post this on YouTube because this won't make it to the media.
Bystanders worked to put the fire out themselves.
Fucking idiot, man.
It seems the demonstrators' explosive action wasn't quite so quick to generate support. Ruth Wynne-Williams, One News.
New Zealanders living in Britain have been switching to the internet to exercise their democratic right. New Zealand House in London's been accepting votes for more than a fortnight, but with online voting proving popular, the turnout's been down. Some, though, still prefer the more traditional approach.
I would still regard myself as a New Zealander, so I think it's important to make a difference to the future of New Zealand.
I work in Rome and we're just taking a long weekend in London, and so may as well vote here while we're here.
Around 500,000 expats were eligible to vote in this election. Now let's meet a newlywed who voted before her vows. Megan Whitney and her 4 bridesmaids stopped off at a polling station in the Auckland electorate of Hunua on their way to the church.
We realised after we made the date that it was voting day, and so we just put it into our schedule because we knew it was important.
So is the groom doing the same thing?
He voted on his way out this morning.
The school Megan and her entourage voted at was one of 2,655 polling booths around the country. And I'll be back with another update in about an hour. Back to you, Mark.
Thanks, Wendy. Welcome back to election 2011. We're going to go to a commercial break now. We're going to be back with more results and more of your vote here on election 2011.
Whatever the weather, all day, every day, Kiwis are being rewarded by Flybuys.
Hi there, everybody. We're looking good, but Sydney is setting us a little wee rain factory. So in the south, all good for starters, but then we see some drizzle developing over the fjords and seeping up the west coast during the day. Elsewhere, fine with high cloud, a nor'easter developing out here, and here comes some late rain for the fjords, scattered falls into Southland. Dunedin, though, 22 and good. Nice over the North Island, just a bit of cumulus in the west. The southwester dies away over the top. We've got a nor'wester down here, 24 degrees in Tauranga, Auckland 22, and looking pretty darn good.
The country's taken a battering of rewards, with gusts of one reward every 46 seconds. Whatever the weather, dream a little with Flybuys.
Wattle Solar Guard's total protection technology blocks out harmful UV rays, and it resists flaking, blistering and peeling in any weather conditions. Wattle Solar Guard, designed for New Zealand conditions.
Il Divo, the new album, Wicked Game. Il Divo at their very finest. Wicked Game, out now.
Briscoe's Christmas gift vouchers make perfect gifts.
Damage, thinning, dullness, brittleness, split ends. 5 problems? I've got the solution. Elvive Total Repair 5, rich in pro-keratin and ceramide. It repairs at the heart of the hair, from root to tip. Gorgeous. 5 problems, 1 solution. Total Repair 5 from L'Oreal Paris. New Zealand's favourite LV, now mine too.
And now, in just 1 minute, transform your hair with new Elvive Instant Miracle, the total repair treatment from L'Oreal.
We're worth it.
You deserve to relax. In a home designed with you in mind. The home you deserve.
Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer for 1 day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
Hay fever? Get Zyrtec. Works so fast.
Okay, so for Christmas lunch, we've got the 5 of us, your parents, my mum and dad, and your brother, Tony.
You mean 2 dinners, Tony? We'll earn our 1-card points with this shop. Here we go! Oh. Plenty for everyone, Tony. Yeah, thanks, mate. Roast pork.
It's turkey, dear. Funny-looking bloke. Is he foreign? Hope he likes pork.
Oh, that's amazing. Oi, get off. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
This undercover boss will be shocked by what he discovers.
There's a lot of people in this company at the moment. Staging Connection have got a bad name.
If he doesn't get fired first.
The thing is, though, mate, you're not sweating. You were in the bloody truck with me, weren't you?
Correct. Undercover Boss Australia, 8:30 Tuesday, TV1.
Welcome back, and a special welcome to viewers who have just joined us on TVNZ's Pacific Service, and also to those watching down at Scott Base in Antarctica. As well as that, this broadcast is going out right around on the net, so we have a global audience. So welcome to all of you who have just joined in. You're with us here, of course, on election 2011. And we've got some results coming in now. Let's go to West Coast Tasman, which is all or nothing for Damien O'Connor. Of course, he's took himself off the list, didn't he, Guyan?
He did. He famously called the Labor list a gaggle of gays and self-serving unionists. So he's not on that list. He needs to win that seat to get back into Parliament, and he would on those numbers. OK,
4%, again, 4% counted. Let's go now to Christchurch Central. Nikki Wagner is leading there by 258 votes.
Well, you know, Christchurch Central is one where you do worry, wonder about whether there's been displacement in the population or, as Roger said earlier, perhaps it's more to do with the respective candidates.
All right, let's look at Waimakariri now. And Kate Wilkinson there is ahead of Clayton Cosgrove.
She's the incumbent there. She would be expecting to hold on to that.
No, she's not.
No, Clayton.
No, Clayton's the...
Sorry. Clayton's the incumbent, isn't he? So Kate Wilkinson, narrowly ahead, but how much counted? Well, 11% counted there.
But that is one where, the Kaiapoi residents have been disturbed and a lot of them have moved up and elsewhere.
OK, and then let's have a look at Hamilton West. Tim McIndoe, National, has got a substantial lead over Sue Moroney, and that's with 6% of the vote counted. OK, joining us now here, Matt McCartan, who's been organising things in the Mana Party, and of course Roger Sowry from National Bank, and Deborah Connington, former ACT MP. Welcome to you. Now, Matt, you think you can call the Maori seats now?
Oh, I think that anyone who can read what's going on there now. It's that I don't think it's changed. I think that with Tita Tonga is gone. I think that Labor has picked the seat up. That Hone will win North, so it'll be 3 for Labor and 3 for the Māori Party. What is interesting, because you've got to look at it in terms of the party vote, that 3 of those seats that Mana is beating the Māori Party in the party vote. So I think that's quite a realignment. We look at the electorate seats, but I think you should see the party vote as well.
Why can you make the call on with such low numbers in at this stage?
Oh, because the advance votes are in, and last time they went overwhelming sort of to the incumbents. And as it went on, the challenges sort of fell away, sort of increased. So I think when you take the advance votes, that it shows the Labor candidate in Tita Tonga is well ahead in the advance votes, and I think there's enough in there to tell me that it'd be very unusual if she got back, because the party votes are also is that the Mana vote is beating the Māori Party votes.
And do you think that the Mana Party can get another MP?
Fingers crossed. I mean, the advance votes were well down for us. When we took the advance votes for Hone in the by-election, the advance votes were lower for him, and it would seem to be as the Mana votes, but as the booths are coming in, because we've got indicator booths, it shows it higher. But, you know, I mean, 0.2 is a lot to catch up, and we were hoping that we'd get Annette Sykes in.
So it'd be knife edge, you think?
Knife edge, it'd be like acting us, isn't it? Is that if God is on the side of justice, we'll have 1 each. And if God is up to mischief, that we'll have 2 each.
All right, we're going to look at the state.
But then we deserve it and they don't. Because we did it ourselves, not through the jack of a cup of tea.
OK, we'll just see how correct Matt McCartan is as the night progresses. But let's have a look at the party vote now. Richard Arnold.
Well, I'm looking at the party vote, and you can see here how it's been unfolding since the start of the night. National started a bit high and they're slowly declining, as they usually do, but not so fast this time. So we may see them stabilising out at just under 50%, but we'll see how that goes. Labor, of course, way behind. They're only on 26.6%. So we'll see how these numbers translate into seats later when Corin comes back.
Thank you, Richard. We're going to go to National Party headquarters now, and Stephen Joyce is standing by there. You've managed the campaign, Stephen Joyce. Did you do good or not?
Oh, it's too early to say. The report card is we're only just seeing a peep at it so far, Mark. So we'll have to wait and see in the next hour or two, I think, as to whether I still got a role going ahead in this sort of game, or whether I have to sort of just go back to the back benches or somewhere lower down the cabinet rankings.
What is that peep telling you, though?
What's it telling us so far? Well, I think it is quite interesting. We're obviously happy with the number we've got, but again, very cautious about the total counted so far, and I think we all should be. It's interesting to see the Greens perhaps not going quite as well as everybody expected at this point, and NZ First a little bit higher, which suggests perhaps some of the protest vote of Labor perhaps heading over to New Zealand First. But again, it can move around quite a bit over the next 2 hours.
You would have factored in, wouldn't you, what was going to happen if New Zealand First does get up over the 5%? I mean, how worrying is that for you?
Well, it all depends on where we end up, and I know I'm stating the obvious a little bit, but also who else comes back as well, where the Māori Party is, where ACT is. We've got some early numbers that suggest Banks ahead in Epsom, so we're to watch that with interest as the evening goes on.
In fact, we can give you an update right now on that Epsom seat, and we see John Banks there. This is 6% counted, and he is leading Paul Goldsmith by about, what have we got there, 401 votes. This was 6%, but John Banks is ahead. And, of course, the rest of the party's sort of nowhere in it. A lot of tactical voting, Stephen Joyce, in that seat, both ways.
There seems to be, and I think it's been a big turnout. That's what we've been getting the feedback from our people in Epsom today. So the good people of Epsom are certainly chewing through everything there, and it'll be interesting to see the result at the end of the night. But again, we need a bit of caution. One of the seats I've been watching is Christchurch Central, which is obviously a Labor stronghold. 12% nearly counted, and we've got Nicky Wagner ahead at this point. Now, I think Nicky's a fantastic MP and doing a wonderful job, but we certainly don't necessarily expect that to hold over the course of the evening. And similarly, we've got Paula slightly behind in Waitakere at the moment, and I'm sure she's going to come back. So it all depends on which booths are counted, and bit early to say on a lot of these electorate contests where they're going to end up.
OK, thanks, Stephen. Joyce, we're going to go to Don Brash's headquarters now. Of course, a lot riding for him on the result in Epsom, and Rawdon Christie's there.
Yes, thanks very much, Mark. We're in the Barry Court Motel in Parnell. We're just a couple of hundred metres from National leader John Key's house, but of course all eyes here at the ACT Party tonight are on John Banks and how he can perform here in Epsom. The mood, it's just edging into a little bit of relief. I think the Lindau is flowing a little bit more freely as we see that lead open over Paul Goldsmith, the National candidate. Speaking to people during the day in the electorate, we were just talking with Stephen Joyce about tactical voting. That seems to be playing a huge part here. The vote for Goldsmith being a vote for Gough. That message seems to have come across to the National Party supporters. But certainly here, we haven't seen any of the major players yet. Dr. Don Brash due here probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. And then John Banks, who's also at home watching this, has said he will make his decision when to come down when he is slightly more certain of where they're going. At this stage, it does seem as though, cautiously in an early part of the evening, that John Banks, as we've seen, may well be giving the ACT Party another life, and possibly with the party voters it is that Dr. Brash may be also headed to Parliament. Very early days, but certainly a sense of relief here in Parnell tonight.
OK, let's head upstairs to Petra, who has some of those Epsom voters on hand. Petra?
Indeed, I do. This is, well, now you're in the Epsom electorate.
Yes,
who did you vote for, party and electorate candidate?
It was 2 ticks, one for National and, of course, one for Paul Goldsmith.
Did you have to think long and hard about that as a National Party voter? John Key. John Key did have a cup of tea and suggest that you vote differently. You didn't listen to that?
Unfortunately, no. I mean, I just thought at the end of the day, he should be backing his National supporters, and, Paul Goldsmith was there. He's a great guy. He's obviously getting Labor and Greens behind him as well. And I think as a tactical thing, I used to be a previous ACT supporter, but I just don't like where the party's going these days, so...
So you have voted ACT before?
Yes, I voted for Rodney Hyde.
And why did you vote for him but not for John Banks?
Well, I felt that John Banks and Don Brash have sort of taken the ACT Party in a direction that I don't agree with, and I've lost faith in them and just sort of don't really trust where they're going anymore. So.
And so what if your vote for National means that John Banks doesn't get in and therefore National can't form a coalition and they don't get the result they want?
It will have backfired on me a little bit. I should have probably been a little bit more strategic, but I still think I'm putting my vote where it counts and getting it behind National. So.
There is lots of tactical voting in Epsom, isn't there? Have you been surprised by how lots of people have got behind, like the Greens and also Labor have got behind voting for Paul Goldsmith, but he's not in the lead at the moment as he's trailing by 401 votes. How are you feeling about that?
It's a little bit surprising, although it's only 6% of the vote counted so far last time I checked, so it'll be interesting to see how it turns out, but I hope that Paul Goldsmith sort of pulls ahead. I think the ACT Party's probably had its day, unfortunately, and National has moved more to where I think the ACT Party should have been. They've sort of encompassed all those policies. So.
All right, a tactical vote from Will there. Back to you, Mark.
Thanks, Petra. OK, joining me is someone who has proved there is life after politics, Deborah Coddington, former ACT MP. You looked a bit wistful. Did you want to be down there supping on the Lindau with Don Brash, did you?
Not at all, but this is just so fascinating because, Banks might get back in and might save what was the ACT Party, but why are they voting for John Banks? They're not voting for ACT policies. They're not voting for freedom, choice and responsibility. They're voting for John Banks to get National across the line, to get National to be able to be the government, for John Key to be Prime Minister, or else they're tactically voting to keep John Key to be not Prime Minister. They're not voting for the ACT Party. So if the ACT Party in name lives again, it's not the ACT Party as we knew it.
And at this point, John Banks doesn't bring anyone in with him anyway.
At this point, no, if he does win. So it's all It's a tragedy. It's a farce.
Are
it's
you
a
saying
total
is?
farce.
Oh, you're saying is that ACT has turned into a Muldoon party?
It's turned into an adjunct, the doormat of the National Party.
Roger Sherry, was there a danger, a risk here? We heard the voters there that Petra was talking to. I mean, they didn't take the clear signal they got from John Key. They felt a bit aggrieved that they were being used like that.
Oh, no, I don't think that at all. I think, I mean, the night will tell whether the voters took the message or not. And if John Banks wins the seat, and he's ahead at the moment, then that means that people did take the message. Look, we can't get into this nonsense where everyone thinks that tactical voting, if you do it in the centre-right, is dirty. But if the Greens tactically vote in Auckland Central and in other seats, then that's fine.
Or Hario Belmont as well.
Even Mana out there campaigning in a tactical vote sense in seats like Waitakere. So let's just get realistic about it.
Isn't, Roger, there a distinction there between tactical voting and actually having, like, the mothership, the National Party, directing what is going on in the ACT wing of the National Party?
I don't think that people should let
ACT
their...
shouldn't have let it happen. My point is...
Well, I agree with you on that, but I don't think people should let their prejudices against a centre-right government colour them, because what will happen after the election, if ACT are back there, then actually, in 3 years' time, there will be new people in ACT, there will be a new party born, and people will be sitting there saying, well, actually, they've got a seat,
based on turnover, that's entirely likely.
Of course. And the same will be on these poll results. There'll be new people in several parties, including Labour.
Is the ACT, if I may just chime in here, it's the ACT started off as a party of principle, of urban sophisticates. It was a free market, ideas of principle. They're going to not get into the dirty hands of politics. Of course, and now they have John Banks.
Well, that's right.
Roger,
welcome to the change of the world.
Richard Pebble always said, we are there to keep the two old parties honest. And he always said, the end of ACT will be when it goes into coalition with one of them, which should always be
all little parties say that. All little parties say that.
It's the end of it.
Muldoon lives.
Yes.
But look, just before we go, Matt McCann, doesn't Roger Sherry have a point? All the parties would manipulate and would tactically vote, do whatever they could if it was going to come at their advantage. So you're jealous?
Oh, they have no heart. They just sort of say they just do the numbers. No. I mean, I think it was clear. Look, the people of Epsom knew exactly what they were doing. The ACT got 2 points up something, and I mean, the party vote. Everyone knows that they're finished. They're just a sham. It was a tactical decision. The people of Epsom and Haru, they all knew what they were doing. So I don't think, when I make a bit of a dig, it's not that the Epsom people misunderstand. They're putting John Banks in there to help John, but it's not a support for ACT. It's not. It's a support for John Key. And ACT is over as any party.
It's not a vote for ACT's policies, no.
And for years...
And Rodney Hyde, who was assassinated by these criminals, that they were going to get 15% of the vote and save the party. What a joke tonight.
They should have hired you, Matt McCartan. That may have helped.
Rodney, bring him back, bring him the canary suit back. At least he actually won the seat legitimately. And there's someone irony about this. When Rodney won the seat, Don Brash was the leader of National and would not do a deal.
But Matt may well.
It's quite nice how things have come around.
Matt may well go and work for them. I mean, he's worked for several parties, so I wouldn't rule it out.
I work for the left. I don't work for you.
All right, well, listen, stranger things have happened. Let's just have a look now at the nationwide vote with Corin.
Thank you, Mark. Well, all this talk about whether ACT is needed or not is interesting because looking at these numbers here, National may well just about be able to govern alone. But remember, just 9% counted, and we'll take it as if the votes have stopped counting now. Let's do an actual look. So you've got National on 50. Here are the seats in the House, 62. Now, on the basis of our models, we've got an overhang of 1 in the Parliament, so 62 would be enough for National to govern alone. Of course, they may not want to have that wafer-thin majority of just 1 or 2, so let's have a look at some of the options which are available to them. And if we look at National here, with the Māori Party included just on 3, ACT on 1 and United Future 67's plenty to get that majority. A possible centre-left bloc, even if we add in the Māori Party across here, still wouldn't be anywhere near enough. Let's have a look at that, 57. So it is looking like National very much all the way at the moment. Mark.
Well, thank you very much, Corin. I'll be Mark for a moment. But let's have a look at the bottom of the screen. You've got look at the ticker down there. You've got the share of the seats that Corin's just pointed out. What's missing when you have the share of the seats, though, is the figure of the Conservative Party. If we go back to the actual count, in terms of the percentages, There we go. You can see the Conservative Party coming in now 5th on your screen. There were 2.4% of the vote behind National Labour, the Greens and New Zealand First. Of course, not winning any electorate. Their leader, Colin Craig, is standing in the Rodney electorate where he, I think we've got those figures up for you, 8% of the vote has been counted. And Mark Mitchell leading by for National quite considerably. So Colin Craig's vote in Rodney at this very early stage, not particularly strong. And the party vote there even 67% going to National and only 9.3 to Labour, but 6.3% of the party vote in his own electorate only going to Colin Craig, leader of the Conservative Party. Despite it polling in 5th place nationwide, it doesn't look like it'll take a seat. It needs to get over the 5% threshold, currently way back. Let's take a look also at the Wigram electorate, former electorate of Jim Anderton, and that going back to the Labour Party at the moment, with 5% counted. Megan Woods leading there from Sam Collins. But interestingly enough, around 45% of the party vote going to National there, and 31%, I think it was a moment ago, in favour of Labour.
That's a remarkable result for National in a seat where it would have got nowhere near that for the last 15 or 20 years. I mean, I have to say...
In terms of the party vote indication.
In terms of party vote and in terms of Sam Collins' vote. I mean, National were 3rd, and I know when Winston Peters was very strong, we were 4th in that seat. So that is Sam Collins is an excellent young candidate down there.
Last time around, the party vote between National and Labour was very, very close indeed, and it's considerably swung in favour of National, but the Labour candidate still leading there. I think we're going to take a short break and be back shortly with more results and including an indication of what's happening in that very important seat of Ohariu. Is Peter Dunn still holding on? Back with election 2011 in a minute.
Everyone wants to hook up.
Oh, God, Patrick, you haven't got a hope in hell with Sophie.
Some find it easy.
You can't just treat me like another one-night stand, Sophie.
Some have no idea.
Let everybody see them. What are you, 12? I've just never bought them before.
And others need a little kick.
It's not like Mr. Right is just going to come walking through your door. Morning.
One's new drama.
Did you sleep with Patrick?
It was a total mistake. Huge. Not Patrick, the mistake.
Winners and losers. 8:30 Wednesday, TV1.
That's better.
Got a cheese one?
It's nice to take the weight off your feet.
Right now at Specsavers, you can get a free progressive lens upgrade. Should have gone to Specsavers.
What sort of cheese was that?
When looking for our new chef, we searched high and low. They needed a passion for flavours and a love of the best ingredients. But most importantly, they had to be able to work in really, really cold conditions. Meet our new ice block chef. That's right, an ice block chef. He's like a normal chef, only colder. And meet the delicious new range of ice blocks. Lemon, lime and bitters, old-fashioned lemonade and classic brewed ginger beer. The Ice Bar Co. We take ice blocks seriously.
Whether you're having friends or family to your place or getting away to relax this Christmas, you'll feel right at home with Briscoes. And with 60% off electrical super deals, plus at least 25% off everything else till 6 p.m. Sunday. There's 60% off all Zip kettles, all glass stemware and sets, half price. Any 2 Galaxy towels, just $10, and all Cambrook vacuum cleaners, half price. Another reason why this Christmas and every Christmas, everyone feels at home with Briscoes. 60% off super deals must end Sunday.
Santa Parade is coming.
Yes, it's coming to Auckland City on Sunday, 27th of November at 2 p.m.
There'll be heaps of cool things to see.
Like amazing floats, giant inflatables and magical costumes. And then the fun will continue at Santa's party in Aotea Square after the parade. The Farmers Santa Parade, in association with the New Zealand Herald, Sunday, November 27th at 2 p.m. in the Big Little City.
See you there!
There's nothing like the great outdoors, where wetting your pants is all part of the adventure. Plan your own adventure with these great deals from FCO. 5 packets of Snapper Snatchers, only $50 for Club FCO members. All Tatonka backpacks receive a bonus super light rucksack. And relax with an 8-piece outdoor setting, only $195 for Club FCO members. FCO, fishing, camping and outdoors. Now open in 9 locations.
playing games and looking for
Narcotics, firearms and explosives.
it's a border security dog special.
Have you been in contact with any narcotics?
No. That will have grown men shaking in their shoes.
Good boy.
Then the Aussie police force their way in and get acquainted.
Young black people were targeted by police, you know?
With the local youth.
Sinjayu, wait, hey, how do you say your name? Did you just give me the finger?
Border security dog special followed by the force from 7:30 Monday on 1.
Welcome back to election 2011. Now, we're getting very worried about Greg Boyd up there at outside Phil Goff's place. He's had no company, no phone access and nothing much happening. Has anything improved there, Greg?
He's texting, he's busy, Mark.
Hello, Greg.
He's looking for friends.
He is mesmerised by the phone. Greg Boyd? Hello, Greg Boyd.
It's cruel.
All right. We're going to go... While Greg Boyd is sorting himself out there, maybe he's stunned by a car passing by, we're going to go to Michael Parkin at Labor Party headquarters. Michael. Hello, Michael Parkin.
Hi, Mark. Look, I'm here with David Shearer and David Parker. I guess, first of all, guys, 26, you know, what do you make of that number? What do you think's gone wrong so far?
Well, it's a long way to go to the night yet, so we're hoping that it'll come right up, and it has done in the past and past years. But clearly, I mean, we could be in government tonight in a coalition, or we could be back in opposition, and we also need to go back and take a look at what worked and obviously what didn't, and what were the things that we need to do to connect to the voter, because at the end of the day, the voter's always right.
David, this has been a pretty fair reflection of the polls to date. Do you really expect this number to improve?
Oh, we're hopeful it'll rise a few percent once the bigger booths come in, perhaps some of the South Auckland booths. But the point I would make, I heard Stephen Joyce just on radio saying that he thought this was a rout. And, you know, they say they've got the most popular Prime Minister ever, and yet when in 2002 Bill English took National to 21% in the polls, and I think ACT at that time got, was it 6 or 7%? Yeah. You know, in comparison here, you've got us sort of up towards 30%, the Greens perhaps a shade under 10, New Zealand First on 6 or so. You know, that's about 30, what's that, 45% to the... you know, to the parties in opposition to the government, so it's not a rout.
New Zealand First, you've mentioned there, someone you are keen to or definitely going to have to work with if you do want to cobble together a government.
Well, you know, voters decide the outcomes of elections. If the national government wins, then we'll be in opposition, and if they get over 50%, given that National said that New Zealand First won't be in their government, well, they'll be in opposition too, so...
I guess that great question, Mr Shearer, then, do you trust Winston Peters?
Well, we've worked with them in the past. He was actually a very effective foreign minister. I mean, when you look at the comparison about the sort of stability that New Zealand First provided in the last, under the Labor government, and the ACT party in government this time, where I think it was Hyde sacked one of his people. Hyde was sacked by Brash. 5 MPs in Parliament, all of them gone now. That's not exactly stable either. So I think that you know, whoever ends up in the box seat tonight, we can find a place to work with them.
Just quickly on Epsom, do you think you did a good enough job to discouraging your supporters from voting for you? It could make all the difference out there.
Oh, look, actually, most of the Labor voters, I think, have actually voted in favour of Paul Goldsmith to try and get John Banks out. But, of course, we're only about a quarter of the electorate, because Epsom's about the bluest seat in the land, and they had a pretty clear direction from the Prime Minister. And even though a lot of them found it odious, I think most of them went into the booth and said, oh, well, we'll do what we're told, and they voted for John Banks. So I've thought for the last week that it was likely that John Banks would get in, and that appears to be what's going to happen.
Well, there you go, Mark. The two Davids, I'm told they're actually flatmates down in Wellington, but they're holding down the fort here in Mount Roskill tonight. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Probably 2 Davids with their eye on Phil Goff's job if things don't go too well for him tonight. Now, someone else, of course, who was sitting on a result or on an accommodation, hoping it's going to work for him, is Peter Dunno-Hariu, and Daniel Faitawa is there now. Daniel.
Well, that's right. I'm here at the Oharu electorate, and this is the United Future headquarters. Now, we expected the leader to arrive around 8 o'clock. That had changed to 8:30, and now we've been told because of the numbers at this stage, he's just holding off at this time. So we'll expect to bring him live to you later on in the evening. He is at home with his wife and his boys watching the results on TV. Now, this electorate is earmarked as one to watch this evening, and that's because a lot is at stake here. Peter Dunn has held the seat for 27 years, but his popularity has fallen. And you can tell by that by looking at the statistics. In 2002, he won by 12,000 votes. In 2005, he won by 7,000 votes. And in the last election, he just won by over 1,000 votes. His biggest threat is, of course, lawyer and Labour candidate Charles Chauvel. Now, of course, supporters here have quietly told me that they're relaxed, they're confident and they're thinking positive. And also, I've spent a number of days with Peter on his campaign trail. He also tells me that he is confident that the voters of Oharu will make that right choice. So we'll hopefully come back to you later in the evening, Mark.
OK, thanks, Daniel Faitawa there at United Future headquarters. Now, joining me now, John Pagani. Someone well-versed, of course, in the political machinations. A guru and self-styled. And Shane Turima from Te Karuri. First of all, Shane, just what Matt McCartney's prediction on those Māori seats. Do you agree?
With Te Taitoa, I still think it's a bit too early to call there. I don't think Rahui Katene, the incumbent, should be packing her bags just yet. I think the difference is around about just over 100 votes, and it's still pretty early.
And would you expect, Shane, that those booths that would be counted first would have been some of the South Island ones? I mean, Te Taitonga includes Wellington as well. I mean, presumably that could change the mix.
Absolutely, and remembering too that it takes in quite a bit of Wellington Central as well. We still have to wait for those booths to be counted, but I think it's pretty early.
It's pivotal, that seat too, because if that seat doesn't go to Labour, then the Māori Party gets an overhang. If it does go to Labour, then there probably won't be much of an overhang. And that means that if National falls to 48 or so, and there's an overhang, then they'll end up with over 50% of the seats. If there's no overhang, or not much of an overhang, and they end up with 48%, then they'll need partners. So it's a really pivotal seat.
And they would count the Māori Party in with their lot in the end, wouldn't they?
I think they've given every indication they want to keep going, but that'll be interesting for asset sales, won't it? Because the Labour Party's getting the party vote in those seats, so people are voting against the asset sales, you could say, because it's been the big campaign issue in those seats for them, and yet they're voting for the Māori Party on the electorate vote. So it's going to be hard for them to cross the floor, or to not cross the floor, to vote for asset sales.
Do you think in that context, then, that if National does drop into a position where it's not going to govern alone, and it's actually going to have to negotiate with partners, in that sense act as just a bargaining chip in the negotiation, the serious negotiation which is going to be conducted with the Māori Party?
Although not if ACT stays at just one MP. You know, then they're not that much of a chip. They're no more than Peter Dunn, and you know, I mean, they're a mix. But you know, when you're one MP
on 1.2, so Don is close. Just hovering.
That's right, on the edge, and again, that depends on how much of the vote is wasted and redistributed.
Sure.
Simon, where are we at with those Māori electorates?
Well, Māori Party leader, I know Peter Sharples is sitting in the wings waiting to be interviewed. Mark, let's have a look at the Māori electorates. Who's right, Matt McCartney or Shane Taurima? At the moment, they're sitting with the incumbents, apart from Te Taitonga, with 22% of the vote count in. The raw numbers themselves are quite small, though, and Te Taitonga encompassing the South Island, effectively. Labour is leading, and that would be Rahui Katene from the Māori Party being overthrown by Arino Terekatene from the Labour Party. Whether that pans out, Shane Taurima predicting that will close up. But at the moment, that's the only projected change if we go on counted figures thus far.
Well, joining us now is Māori Party co-leader Peter Sharples. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Sharples. You've seen those results coming through. Do you think, I mean, is it going to be the 3-3-1 split?
We're hoping to pick up. Rahui's a little behind at the moment, but we're expecting that to come through. We've had good vibes there, and I think just there's still a lot of vote to count.
Obviously, a lot of support around you there at your headquarters. But when you say, I mean, is it just vibes you're hoping on? Or have you looked at the booths? So can you predict in terms of what results have come in? It gives you some cause for hope.
I've looked at nothing. We've had a bit of ceremony here, and acknowledging a lot of people who've done a lot of work for me, and some of the elders that have arrived from Oraka and Waikato. So I haven't really observed anything except to notice that that my seat is in front. So that I'm pretty happy with that.
And Titai Tokara would not be a surprise.
Hello, Mark.
We're having a bit of trouble there, I think, Peter Sharples. We'll come back to you a little later in the evening. Hopefully you'll be able to hear us a bit better.
I'll just say the Greens. That's pretty close. Tamaki Makoto. Shane Jones is close.
And quite surprising, actually, because I didn't think it was going to be that close between Shane Jones and Dr Sharples. Sharples is clearly the favourite to take, to hold on to the seat. And I didn't think that Jones would, come so close.
100.
Look, one of the things I want to talk to you about, John, as well, we discussed this earlier, the Christchurch situation, looking at the party vote in Wigram. One of the things and Guy and I were talking about this the other night, one of the things that has not factored into the campaign was the earthquake. I mean, no one's mentioned it. I think it was unseemly to do so. But in some ways, has the handling paid dividends for National?
I heard someone the other day saying that there were about 1,000 people a month leaving Christchurch. Now, I don't know whether that figure's all that well grounded, but there are a lot of people have left. And you'd have to say quite a lot of them would be Labour voters. So if you look at the party vote, not just in Wigram, but in Waimakariri and Christchurch Central, Labour's been pulverised. And, that's been a Labour town in the past. And there is candidate uplift in each of those seats. The candidates are pulling some more in, but that has turned into a blue city on the party vote.
And reinforcing that, Leanne Dalziel, who's been a fantastic advocate for the good people of
She's been a model
Christchurch
of an electorate MP in this campaign.
And, she's comfortable, but not, that massive majority that she's previously had. So, that would fit your displacement there.
Yeah, Ruth Dyson is OK too, I think. But Waimakariri, if you have a look there, the party vote, I think, was something like 24% for Labour, and Clayton Cosgrove was at 44%. So he's hanging in, but he's got a mountain to climb to get even close.
OK, we're going to have a look at that seat now. Waimakariri, yes, he is...
So he's right. He's really close there. That's a lot of people, a lot of votes counted there.
It's not a big gap there, though, is there?
Yeah, but if you have a look at the party vote there, Labour's miles and miles behind.
Oh, but by a factor of 3.
Now, look, we've got to take a chance now, because I think we've got communication back through to Greg Boyd there outside Phil Goff's house. Greg, you can hear us this time?
G'day, Mark. Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry about that before. I looked gormless with a cell phone. Normally I can look gormless without the aid of a cell phone, do it all by myself. Something has actually happened here, quite interesting, about the last 15 minutes. The diplomatic limousine, this is the much talked about big silver BMWs. One of them has pulled down the driveway here to Phil Goff's place. It's his house is hidden up behind trees over there. Just reminding viewers, we're in Cleveland. It's about a 40-minute drive to the Mount Roskill office of Phil Goff. So you'd have to think, with a 40-minute drive ahead, a bit over 10%, I understand, of the vote in National on 50, Labour on about 26 or so, he is starting to think about making that journey. And of course, I will keep you updated. If anything does happen, the car does come out, and we'll let you know straight away, Mark.
Well, at least a car coming out will break the monotony for you there, Greg Boyd, in Clevedon, outside Phil Goff's house.
Now he can no longer see the cows, of course, either, so you've got very little to concentrate on. All right, let's have a look at the nationwide party vote at the moment, and we're looking at, with 20% counted, National back over that 50% mark. Following it down across there, everybody else sitting pretty solidly. Labour at around 25.5%, the Greens still around 10%, New Zealand First still comfortably over 5% and just under 7%. But the Māori Party with 1.2 projected to pick up at least 3 seats. ACT with 1.2 sitting on the cusp. Let's translate this into seats, because United Future sits on the right there, and it has 1 seat, despite the fact that the Conservative Party is the 5th highest polling at around 2.6. It's unlikely that it will get to Parliament. It needs an electorate seat if it can't get over 5%, and at the moment it doesn't have that. So nationwide seats, it disappears. United Future projected for Peter Dunn to pick up Ohariu, and National on those figures to govern alone. Let's go to Jack Tame, who's at New Zealand First headquarters with the Winston Peters mob down at West Haven, Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. Jack, they must be feeling pretty buoyant down there?
they are pretty buoyant here at the moment, Simon. There's certainly an air of confidence, and just over the last half an hour or so, as that overall party vote percentage has slowly increased in terms of votes counted, the air of confidence has really started to come through here. Winston supporters started arriving here around 7 o'clock. They've just been mingling and eating and drinking away, waiting for the man himself to turn up. We were told to expect him around 8:30 this evening. Obviously, he's running a little bit late at this stage, and we're still not 100% sure when he might turn up. But I've been going around speaking to some of his supporters, and I'll tell you what, there's a... I've already heard a few "I told you so's" from some of his most loyal constituents who say, even though he's been out of Parliament for 3 years, they've supported him all the way, and they really think this could be the resurgence of New Zealand First. And looking at those numbers at the moment, New Zealand First could have up to 8 seats in a new Parliament.
Well, as we've heard before, you know, you people in the media are always responsible, as Matt McCartan said, not giving him enough, Willie Jackson said, not giving him enough time. Matt, you've got a couple of guests with no doubt with a viewpoint on this. What, Mark?
Yes, that's right. That's right. New Zealand, Winston, who would have you got? Winston's suit on, I think, John Pagani tonight.
He's back, I think. He's in. He's in. It's interesting to see where that vote has come from. I thought at first, when National were falling down towards 48 or so, that the New Zealand First vote was coming from National. Clearly, some of it's come off Labour as well, and maybe it's gone, you know, a bit. They've taken equally from both sides. It's pretty hard to call, but he's definitely going to come back.
OK, we're also joined by David Farrer and Jacinda Ardern. OK, what's happening in Auckland Central?
I think from what I can see at the moment, it's pretty close. So
151 at the moment.
Thank you for the update. I mean, we always thought it would be close, and so we're really pleased, I think, with where we're at right now.
OK, listen, just we were talking Winston Peters. Now, David, is he back?
I think there's no doubt on these results that New Zealand First will be in the next Parliament.
I saw you pumping your fist with delight.
Yes. Oh, it's going to be great for bloggers. Winston's there, and Andrew Williams.
Aren't you mounting a legal challenge?
There was some doubts over whether they've been obeying their own rules, but I don't think that's going to feature in the post-election scenario.
David, how much do you credit the whole Epsom, you know, debacle, if you like, over tea tapes to the rise of Winston Peters?
It's certainly been a big part of it. I don't think it's been the only. He was rising anyway. Here's what's funny about what Willie said. Winston loves blaming the media. In reality, the media have given Winston far more publicity than any other minor party leader. He was polling twice Colin Craig. How many Colin Craig stories have there been? So the media and Winston almost have this adversarial but need each other relationship.
What David wants to say is that John Key has got Winston Peters back into Parliament by giving him the perfect platform and oxygen for night after night after night.
Once again, he got more publicity.
John,
is made, should Labour have ruled out Winston Peters and therefore, you know, stop that bleeding of the vote? Because as you mentioned before, there's been some bleeding from Labour.
Because asset sales particularly is also, you know, some
petulant. I mean, look, Winston said he's not going to go into government. He said he's going to sit on the backbenches and abstain and things. So you'd end up playing chess. And you look, when major parties start talking about small parties, they're in trouble invariably.
And there's going to be issues for both National and Labour. If Winston's there, which it looks like, yes, he will be a formidable opponent for if it's a key government. But he also could well overshadow Labour in opposition. He is a natural opposition politician. So I think both National and Labour are going to be sort of thinking this will be very challenging.
Well, listen, one thing's for certain, there's going to be lots more to talk about Winston Peters and whether he's back or not. And we will be back shortly after this break, and back with election 2011.
It's been a short, sharp campaign, and now the country will decide. This week, Sunday breaks down the winners and losers from election 2011. See how they came out on top, their plans to shape our country's future, and just how much influence the minor parties had.
Every small party that has gone into government or gone close to being in government has taken a hammering at the next election.
The Sunday election special, 7:30 this week, TV1.
Crime is an issue in most neighbourhoods. Exceed can fit window and door solutions to ensure your home is safe and secure. Our friendly team, a security profile for your peace of mind. Call free on 0800 Exceed or book us online. Exceed. We fix windows and doors.
Head into Noel Leeming's grand computer sale. This compact notebook just $549. Get a huge 25% off this HP notebook. Save $250 on this HP notebook. Plus 30 months interest-free store-wide, including Apple computers. Ends Tuesday.
Warmer weather means more bugs, but discover No Bug Super from KiwiCare and you'll find controlling flying and crawling insects is easy. With a new professional strength formula, just one spray protects your home for up to 6 months with no stains or smells. Perfect for use indoors and out. And once dry, all the surfaces you've sprayed are safe for people and pets, but deadly to bugs. No Bug Super from KiwiCare, protecting Kiwis' homes for over 25 years.
New Centrum Advanced now has increased levels of many essential vitamins and minerals. This one-a-day formula now has 2 new antioxidants to help support healthy eyes and a healthy heart. So try new Centrum Advanced, complete from A to Zinc.
You deserve to relax. In a home designed with you in mind. The home you deserve.
Is your anti-wrinkle cream gone, but not your wrinkles? New Neutrogena Rapid Wrinkle Repair. Its retinol formula smooths wrinkles in just 1 week. Why wait if you don't have to? Neutrogena.
Good. Whew. Well, did you pass?
Yep.
Woohoo!
Don't bail out just yet. Your teen is more likely to crash on their restricted than any other time in their life. Go to safeteendriver.co.nz. Find out how you can stay involved.
Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer for 1 day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
Right. He did invite me to our 80s party. But we'll come with you, won't we? And let's kick off.
You still love me? Then what's the point of waiting?
Do it in any room of the house.
You're actually a very good actress playing the part of the loving wife. That's what I think you are. Can you look at me and tell me that I'm wrong?
With TVNZ On Demand.
Welcome back to election 2011. Now, there is a battle royal, of course, going on in Auckland Central. Just let's have a look at where we are now with the latest count. This is after about 18%. And we see Nikki Kay is just ahead of Jacinda Ardern. And that's with 18% of the vote counted. Now, we've got you correctly mic'd up. We can hear you now. I mean, it's been an intense battle, hasn't it?
It has, and I think we always knew it would be close and intense, and despite what some of the media said, it was a battle of ideas ultimately, and it's been a good battle, a really good one.
In terms of that result, I mean, there's only a couple of hundred votes in it at the moment. Do you have any sense?
No, I mean, I think I felt like I lost my perspective on it a long time ago. We always thought it would be close, but, you know, we just won't know till the final count, obviously, on this one. Was it a battle of ideas? I mean, you two were the poster girls for the parties, weren't you? Yeah, and I think we always fought against the idea that it was a shallow contest. For us, I mean, I think we always fought hard on really in-depth issues. It was about the economy, it was about the direction of Auckland as well, and vision. So that was the grounds on which we always fought this battle. And you look in terms of the overall party vote for Labour at the moment, the latest they have is, what, 25% to Nationals, 50%. Not looking too bright. Yeah, early days though, Mark. I mean, I remember always watching election night specials, and the early part of the evening's always a little tougher for Labour with those smaller booths. But, you know, it ain't over till it's over. Well,
Jacinda, you're also getting closer there as we've been talking. And do you think the good people of Ivanhead Road have you managed to convince them all to get out and vote for you today? Yeah, I mean, we were enrolling people right up till the last moments just to make sure everyone was out. And also, I have to say, I have had the most amazing team of people working behind me. We had a couple of hundred volunteers out today getting out the vote. I think that for us has been a key part of our campaign, and I couldn't have done it without them. As John said, it is changing. Let's just have a look at what the count is now in Auckland Central. 77 votes in it. 22% counted. Yeah, you're in for a long night, aren't you? We are, but we'll keep it interesting for you. As we said before, I mean, just looking at the Labour count, the other change that's on the horizon for you, isn't it? You're looking forward to sharing Parliament with Winston.
Well, you know, I think I might reserve judgment on that one. I'm used to having watched Winston in Parliament. I think it's interesting that he's already ruled out what kind of coalition he's willing to work in, as in not one at all. So I just wonder what that means his role will then be in Parliament. To give the Speaker trouble, perhaps.
All right, Jacinda Ardern, thank you very much, and you'll be watching, as we will be right through the night, for that crucial cliffhanger there in Auckland Central. Of course, the result a bit clearer up north. Garth Bray is with Hone Harawira at his party headquarters. Garth.
That's right. Mark and I have Hone Harawira with me right now. I guess congratulations, Hone. It looks like you've taken the north again.
And welcome home, Garth. It's good to be back in Kaitaia. It's good to be occupying Bank Street as our way of supporting what's happening in Aotea Square and the whole Occupy Wall Street campaign against the 1%ers of the world dominating the poor. In terms of winning the seat, we'll wait and see how things roll out in the end. But I'm comfortable that I've worked as hard as I possibly could and that I've got the best crews in the country here in the Tai Tokerau, and I think they've done a wonderful job. This victory is down to them.
So you're not quite sure that you're there yet, because when I looked at the votes, it looked like you had a pretty significant majority.
Oh yeah, no, I don't like to sort of get overconfident about this sort of thing, and we wait until either the final vote is in or Calvin gives me a ring.
At about 1% at the moment for Mana, are you disappointed that it looks like you might be going back to Parliament alone if you do win here?
Not at the moment. I mean, I don't know that much of the vote has been counted, and I know that a lot of our votes will be coming from rural areas whose polls won't be coming until quite late in the piece. I'm also really happy that without 1 cent of any money, we've done as well as we have, almost as well at the moment as Zach, who probably has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get 1.2%.
But I guess, though, with that sort of showing, how effective will you be in the Parliament? How much can you offer the people that have put you there?
I think Mana's focus for the next 3 years was always going to be about building the movement, and I maintain that commitment, continuing to push the issues of poverty and how we as a nation address them, and if necessary, embarrassing politicians into doing something about it. I'm comfortable I can come to some arrangement with the Greens. I like to think that we together can come to some arrangement with Labour to try and push these sorts of things through.
Do you think it's hurt your showing at all that you said you wouldn't form any kind of coalition with any party?
No,
is what I mean.
No, that was Winston's line. He wouldn't go into coalition with anybody. I just made it clear that we can't actually claim to represent the poor if we're going to be hanging out with National and ACT, who've been kicking the poor around the country for the last 3 years.
Do you think it distracted at all from the campaign that you ran here, the fact that you had to be in so many places as the leader of a very small party, a fledgling party?
Well, I think you see that I'm comfortably ahead at the moment here in the Tai Tokerau. I'm comfortable that the time that I've spent in the Tai Tokerau when I was at the Māori Party, I've actually spent more time in the Tai Tokerau since I've been with Mana. So I made sure that even though my travel bill may have been a little bit higher than normal, I got back even more often this time around than I did before.
There was a lot of talk after the by-election about you trying to work more closely with the Māori Party. I think you talked about how you'd sort of extend an olive branch, if you like.
Yeah.
Is there scope for that in the term of this Parliament if you're back?
I think that that's going to be difficult, given that Peter Sharples has already declared that they were going to make their first call to National. I would have thought that Māori people generally wanted the Māori Party to be closer to where Mana's at, in terms of looking after the majority of their people and being closer to issues around the environment and to the rights of workers, which is nowhere near where National is or where ACT is. But that's their choice, and it'll make it difficult for our relationship going forward, I guess.
OK, so we have a win there, or it looks like a win there for Hone Harawira and Te Tai Tokerau. Let's have a look at the rest of the Māori seats. We'll bring those up any second now. Here we go. Now, the Māori electorate. So we see at the moment we have Labour leading in Hauraki Waikato, Labour's leading in Ikaro Rāwhiti, and we have, we see Te Tai Tokerau, there's a lead there for Hone Harawira. Joining me now to discuss these ones, Willie Jackson and, of course, Kapua Smith. You're number 2 on the Māori Party list.
Yes, that's right.
You could be heading to...
Well, it doesn't look like it at the moment with the numbers that are coming up, but that's OK. That's not what was expected. Our job really is to push our 7 candidates over the line and really get them there. So really looking at Te Tonga right now and just sort of hoping that Ahui gets over. I mean, it really is nerve-wracking to be sitting here tonight.
Willie, I mean, what do you see in this?
You know, Rahui's going to struggle. She's going to struggle. It's going to be very tough to get her over the line, but, you know, there's still a way to go, but, you know, Labour would be putting their money on Tirikatani coming through. Wairaki's very close. We were following Wairaki, and actually Tamaki, Shane Jones, we talked about it earlier, he's doing very well at the moment. So, you know, Māori seats, they still, I don't see any shocks coming, because it was always on the cards that Labour were going to come through into Tai Tonga. But it's just interesting watching the fight from Jones, because the reality with Jones, people have to look into this and realise that he's been seen as a future leader. So he has to actually perform really well.
And he said, hasn't he, roughly, Willie, that if he doesn't win that seat, he's going to, reconsider his future in Parliament in the Labour Party?
That's right, and he's been seen as a future leader. Now, look, if he gets within 5%, that's a great result. That's a great result.
He's only 165 votes behind Peter Sharples, and it's very, very hard to knock over a Māori Minister of Māori Affairs.
So Shane's doing incredibly well. If he gets real close, then he sort of validates his position. If he gets smashed, you know, Shane Jones might be gone in 6 months.
That's right, and that's why, you know, New Plymouth is an analogous seat in terms for the leadership aspirants, isn't it, with Andrew Little?
Absolutely, but I wouldn't rule out Kapua in the Māori Party still in the kingmaker role. I know everybody's sort of talking about, probably thinking it's all over, but, you know, National drop about 3%, that Māori Party 3 or 4 seats, all of a sudden they're in the kingmaker role.
And how hard would it be for the Māori Party to go with National again?
Well, we'd have to go back to our people. I mean, we've said it over and over and over again that we go and we have about 40 hui around the country, and it's really up to them. What we've got now is a scenario where we're likely to hear, you better get in there because we don't want National to govern alone. That's just what I'm guessing right now, but it really depends on those hui, and we have always said we'll listen to the people.
And what about the relationship with ACT? Because there's been some comments, you know, before the election about, you know, the Māori Party has got no real brook with that party.
Yeah, well, we're not friends with ACT, and at the end of the day, I mean, Peter Sharples has said it best, you've got to be at the table to go doof.
We're just going to pop upstairs and hear what some of the voters think. Petra, you got some of the voters here on the Māori electorate?
Indeed, I'm here with Ngāroi, Mata, Narina and Tina. They're all Māori Party voters. And you're in the electorate of Te Tai Tokoro. So how are you feeling about how that vote count is going with, obviously, Hone Harawira well in the lead?
Sure. Look, there's no surprises there. I think what's coming out is what everyone expected. However, there isn't a huge gap between Labour and between the Mana movement, but there's a significant gap between who we voted for and who's leading at the moment. So early days yet, though.
And looking at those 8 Māori seats, the Māori Party's leading in 3 of them. Are you feeling concerned about the fact that they've been hurt by the split with Hone Harawira?
Yes, because it's a disadvantage. Well, one of the positives why we voted for the Māori Party and voted for the Māori Party candidate was to have them at the seat with government. So it hurts because Hone has clearly decided to be outside of government. But even though, so we're sort of disappointed in that respect. But it's still early days. The votes are still being counted.
You were at the multi-leaders debate where Tariana Ture did a really good job of presenting the Māori Party. And when Hone was talking, you felt like they should be in the same party. Do you think that this can work, having 2 Māori parties, in effect, 2 representatives?
Yeah, look, honestly, I work in Māori radio as well, so I've been interviewing politicians, our Māori politicians, for some time now, and, you know, they're all saying the same thing. That's what's going on at the moment, so it's a little bit, like Tina says, in some respects it's disappointing that they had that split, but, you know, this is how it's going.
And what about the Labour resurgence in some of those seats? Does that surprise you, or is it to be expected?
And by that you mean?
Some of the Labour candidates in the lead.
Yeah, well, Te Tai Tonga, people were hopeful that that would be retained by the Māori incumbent there, Māori Party incumbent, but we're seeing a big shift in that at the moment, so I think that's a little bit of a surprise, but again, it's still early days.
Still early days. Back to you, Simon.
Thank you very much, Petra. At the moment, the Mana Party's vote down to 0.9 share of the vote as well, which means a second MP would not come in on those figures. In the meantime, let's go to Wendy with a news update right now. Wendy.
Thank you, Simon, and welcome back to our One News election updates. We can tell you John Key's got a taste for takeaways as he takes in early voting on election night. Several pizzas have just been delivered to his home in the Auckland suburb of Parnell, but he's keeping quiet on the topping.
What's the flavour, John?
What flavour?
The National leader is expected to head to Sky City in the next few hours to join party faithful for the final result. And we've just got pictures in of his major rival making a move. The Crown limousines arrived at Labour leader Phil Goff's home in Clevedon. It'll be taking him to the party headquarters in his Mount Roskill electorate. And Mr Goff is comfortably ahead in Mount Roskill, nearly 1,000 votes in front. But it's John Key who has something to savour. Nearly all the 300,000 advance votes have been counted. Almost half are favouring National. Phil Goff's Labour is at 26, the Greens on 10. And right now, Winston Peters would be back in Parliament. His New Zealand First Party on nearly 7, above the 5% threshold. In some of the more interesting electorates, Labour's Damien O'Connor is ahead in trying to reclaim the West Coast Tasman seat. He's 1,011 votes in front of incumbent Nationals Chris Aukenvoll. In Christchurch Central, Nationals' Nicky Wagner is leading sitting MP Labour's Brendan Burns by 595. In Palmerston North, Labour's Ian Lees-Galloway has an advantage of 612. And in a seesaw race in Mana, Labour's Chris Farfoy now searching ahead in Nationals' Hekia Parata by 902. More than a third of the vote has now been counted. It's also looking like we want to keep MMP as our voting system. Almost 54% are in favour of it in advanced voting. Of those seeking change, nearly a third would prefer a return to first past the post. A man is set to appear in court on Monday after an explosive stunt that appears to be politically motivated. The 40-year-old shocking shoppers in the heart of Wellington early this afternoon. Ruth Wynne-Williams has more.
It's a fiery statement in Wellington's busy Cuba Mall.
Yeah, I've had enough. I'm going to make this car disappear.
A protest by Bay of Plenty dairy farmer Chris Polensky, which police say endangered people's lives. Watch as this woman is given no warning and narrowly misses the blast. Police say the man is known to them. He appeared in court earlier this week for threatening behaviour. The 40-year-old now faces a further charge of arson. It's believed a petrol-like accelerant fuelled the blaze. And while the protest made a scene...
Please post this on YouTube, because this won't make it to the media.
As bystanders work to put the fire out themselves...
Fucking idiot, man.
It seems the demonstrators' explosive action wasn't quite so quick to generate support. Ruth Wynne-Williams, One News.
And I'll be back with another update in about an hour. Back to you, Simon.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Let's take a look at some of the electorates now. Let's go to that critical seat of Epsom, and John Banks still leading there, 300 votes plus ahead, with 12% of polling booths having returned. So that status is staying the same, although ACT's party vote not leading to another MP at this point. Let's go to Waitakere, where incumbent Paula Bennett is now trailing Carmel Sepuloni from Labour. 78 votes only in it, a very, very tight race.
That's really surprising to me. I did not think that that would be that close.
Sue Bradford making no run, of course.
Yeah, no impact whatsoever. But just returning to that Epsom one, I mean, basically the difference at the moment is constituted by Labour voters, because the Labour Party vote is about 300 ahead of what Parker's getting on the thing. So it seems like Epsom voters have actually followed the Prime Minister's call, and it's Labour voters that are standing between Banks and winning that seat.
All right, let's have a look.
Not in the way, but, you know, it's interesting.
Yep. And we'll come back to that one, of course, because there's plenty still riding on it. Let's have a look at the Christchurch, the wider Christchurch, what's happening down there. Go to Christchurch Central first, with 36% of polls having returned. Brendan Burns, the incumbent for Labour, trailing quite heavily Nicky Wagner from National. Any surprises?
Yeah, I mean, he'd be pretty disappointed there. I think John was talking earlier about, you know, the electoral map with Christchurch is being pretty disrupted, as the whole city has been. So I'm not quite sure how much of a factor that's.
All right, let's have a look at Christchurch East then. Leanne Dalzell, hard-working Labour MP, also not standing on the list this time and quite solidly ahead. No surprises either.
And Gilmore is at the outer limits of the national list, although as it's polling at the moment might squeak in. But
another incumbent in a similar position, Ruth Dyson in the Port Hills over David Carter, and similar margins, quite solidly ahead.
No surprises there.
Waimakariri, heavily affected by the earthquake. Surprises here. Clayton Cosgrove, quite well, you know, a significant margin for Kate Wilkinson over Clayton Cosgrove, the incumbent, and half the polling booths having returned. Are you surprised by that? Clayton Cosgrove put a lot of work in too.
Well, not really, because, like, there was, you know, Kaiapoi and the beach areas around there, you know, those people were red zoned, and, you know, it's hard to get a feel, and I know that our statistician has said that actually tonight's election is actually going to be the first sort of equivalent of a census to give us a sense of, you know, just where the Christchurch population is located.
Let's have a look at some of the rest of them then. Wigram. Jim Anderson gone, reverting back to Labour at the moment. Sam Collins putting up a good fight, but Megan Wood's reasonably ahead, 750-odd votes with 39% counted. In Ilam, we have Jerry Brownlee, massive margin. Surprised by that, there was some thought that Jerry Brownlee might be punished by his electorate.
No. I mean, this is a safe national seat. Jerry Brownlee's a very senior National Party minister. That doesn't surprise me at all. That the Wigram result does massively. The amount of party vote that National's getting there, and the proximity to Megan Woods there from the National candidate is extraordinary, because that's Jim Anderton's old seat, and I did not think they were going to do that well.
Another solidly blue seat here. Amy Adams, hard-working, of course, 50% of the vote counted, well ahead in Selwood.
And Amy Adams is someone who I think is likely to make it into cabinet next term. She's a very, very effective politician.
Mark, you've got someone from that way to talk to.
I think Jerry Brownlee is there standing by in Christchurch. Good evening, Jerry Brownlee. Well, your own seat is safe, and it looks like you've made a few inroads into Christchurch in terms of National's party vote.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by some of the analysis that suggests the earthquake movements might be responsible for those results in Christchurch Central and Waimakariri. The reality is that people could stay voting in their own electorates if they're planning to move back into those electorates. So it'll be very interesting to see the total vote cast. Both Nikki Wagner and Kate Wilkinson have worked very hard, and I think that vote at this point is certainly reflecting the work they've put in.
I was going to say, because one thing, it was never really mentioned, it wasn't played upon during the campaign, but the earthquake, very real for the people there. Do you think that's what's led to the inroads that National have made, and especially when you're looking at party vote in Wigram, for instance?
Well, we've tried to be as fair as we can and to be as responsive as we can, and for those who suffered the catastrophic loss, as generous as we can on behalf of all New Zealanders. And I think the recovery here is going at a much faster pace than our political opponents would have wanted to concede. So I think it may have something to do with it. But, you know, you look at the way Canterbury's recovering, particularly the recent 2 quarters of economic growth well ahead of the rest of the country, and largely export-driven, I might add, not all about the recovery from insurance proceeds, then I think it does indicate that Cantabrians want this province to do well. They want Christchurch, the greater Christchurch area, to recover, and I think they are responding to some extent.
In terms of Nationals, of the party vote around the country, I mean, you certainly have a commanding lead at the moment, perhaps not quite enough to govern in your own right, but that's what you were expecting?
Oh, well, I was expecting that we would do better in the party vote. I think John Key's an exceptional leader. He's been an outstanding Prime Minister, and I think the party vote that we're getting reflects that.
And also, I mean, are you keeping an eye on any of the other... For you, what seats around the country are you personally keeping an eye on?
Well, I'm interested in the West Coast Tasman seat. I think Chris Ockelbole's been a superb MP over there, done a great deal for the West Coast, and he's one of those quiet workers. You can't be in the media all the time, and I guess, you know, if you use colourful language, there are people out there who think they should vote for that, but a little surprised by that. I think there are a number of other seats around where we appear to be doing quite well, and you know, we really just have to see just the count rise a little higher at this stage to get a gauge on how well we're going to do in some of those seats. But the big thing is the party vote, and I think we can be very pleased with the level of party vote we've got. It will be, as far as MMP is concerned, if we keep on the current track, quite an outstanding vote.
OK. And we're just before we go, Jerry Brown, we're just looking at your seat. You've got a lead of over 5,000 at the moment, so not too many nerves down your way.
No, not at this point. I think I'm, you know, very humbled by that support. It looks to be quite a bit larger than it's been in past elections. So I'm obviously very grateful for the ongoing support that people give me down here.
All right, we'll let you get back to your supporters. Jerry Brownlee there in Christchurch. Simon.
No doubt quietly satisfied there, Mark. Guyon, are you surprised by the National quite heavily endorsed there? You know, a couple of MPs coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Although the West Coast Tasman, you know, there's considerable support for Damien O'Connor there. I was a bit surprised by that. I thought Chris Arkenvold might get home there, so that could be one that that drops off for them.
Still not completely in the bag, of course. But going back to Christchurch, just wrapping up the whole Christchurch scenario, Kate Wilkinson.
Yeah, well, I mean, if she can overturn...
She's come a long way since folic acid.
Absolutely. You remember the disaster over that in bread. So, you know, if she could tip out Clayton Cosgrove, then that would be quite a strong result. It was one of the ones that they were targeting that they thought was vulnerable, and looks like that's been proved right.
Mark.
Well, we can get a perspective from Christchurch, and she'll remain the MP down there. Leanne Dalzell joins us now. What's going on down there in Christchurch?
Well, we're here gathered tonight. A number of electorates have all come together to watch the results, and you can hear the team here. They've been working very, very hard. It's been very challenging down here in Christchurch, as you know.
Look, it could be costly for a couple of your MPs down there. Brendan Burns, Clayton Cosgrove possibly may lose their seats. Is it all about the earthquake, Leanne?
It's very difficult to hear you with all the noise in the background, but I think you're sort of talking about the challenges that a number of the local MPs have been facing, and I think that the reality is, and I predicted this, that the numbers will be down, the numbers of people actually voting this year will be down. There have been a lot of people. I finished my 100th street corner meeting at 8:30 last night, and I almost was apologising to people for being out there campaigning because of the challenges that are faced in particularly the eastern suburbs of Christchurch, and there's not been the same enthusiasm and interest in the election campaign this time round, and I think that Christchurch is showing that as a result.
Could it also be, say, look, we're looking at Wigram where the National Party vote is huge there, that it is a vote of approval, if you like, in some ways, for the government's handling of the earthquake?
Yes, I think that Megan Woods is going to take out the seat quite comfortably, and it's an interesting seat because Jim Anderton really stamped his personal mark on that seat, but it's actually an amalgamation of a safe Labor seat and a swinging National seat, which is the old... I'm just thinking of Margaret Austin's time, and so it's just a straight Labor seat as it was in the past. And so I think that what's really happened there is that Megan stamped her personal mark on it, and National has gone with the swing that we're seeing across the country.
OK, Leanne Dalzell, well, congratulations. You look as though you're holding certainly your own seat safely there. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So, where does all this lead us? Are we any closer to working out or being able to make a prediction to seeing where this is going to go tonight? Richard Arnold has been crunching the numbers. Richard?
Well, with about half of the votes counted, it's now time to really make a firm prediction of where we think it's all going to end up at the end of the evening. So we're going to have a look, first of all, at the two major parties, National and Labour. National started out well above 50% and, as expected, have dropped away down now to about 49.4 over here. We think they've still got about 1.3% to lose. 48.1 is where we think they're going to end up. So when we show their prediction with its margin of error, they're just sitting a bit below where they are now. Labour's going to come up by about the same amount. That'll put them on 27.2%. So National not quite able to govern alone, as you'll hear from Corin in a moment. The other party of great interest, of course, is New Zealand First. So have a look how they've been doing. Well above 5% all the way through the night. We've now got a margin of error for them, and it's tight around the final estimate of 6.8%, and we don't think that's going to change.
So definitely New Zealand First, definitely in.
New Zealand First are in Parliament.
OK, thank you, Richard. Well, Roger Sowry, 48.1. Now, I think on Richard's calculations, it still won't give you enough to govern alone.
No, it won't. I think there's a couple of things. I wouldn't be surprised if it went stayed higher than the 48.1, but that aside, in terms of the target, the campaign at the target was 48%. That's what the campaign manager, Stephen Joyce, and the party president stated about 6 months ago. So they'll be very, very pleased with that. I mean, to come from 45, that's what you got 3 years ago, to do 3 years in government, face the Christchurch earthquake, the global downturn, the sorts of challenges they've faced, and to come out of that with a result of over 48, you've got to be wrapped with that. The Prime Minister has always said that he would, even if he got over 50, he would talk to other parties and he would try and have a coalition with the same parties that he had it with this time, Māori Party, ACT and United Future. So assuming that they're back in, I suspect that that's exactly where it'll end up.
Mike Williams, of course, one of the parties he won't be talking to is Labour, and 27.2% projected. That's a bit of a disaster, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's not the disaster National had in 2002. And there is a bit of water to go under the bridge. I mean, you're seeing Clutha Southland on 80% of the count, and Roskill, when I last looked, which was about 10 minutes ago, was still on 10%. So I think that'll come up a bit. But I think you're looking at quite an interesting election here, because my guess is that the Labour candidates are actually doing better than the Labour Party. And that's what happened to National in 2002.
And is that a reflection of the way that Labour ran the campaign? I mean, when you drive around Auckland or drive around New Zealand, you'd go into an electorate and you'd see, you know, the MP being promoted and not the party. Now, that's not a smart strategy, though, is it?
No, that's a fair criticism, Guy, and I think that had there been more focus on the party, you might have got a better party vote. But that was a strategy that was adopted. It's not one I would have adopted. Indeed, it's what the National did in 2002, if you remember, Sue Wood for Mana, and no mention of Bill English. So I think there's some soul-searching to happen.
What about, Mike, on the... I just wondered about, like, you know, with the asset sales policy, whether, in fact, you know, wavering voters or soft Labour voters have actually considered Winston to be a better advocate of that.
Oh, I think that's definitely a possibility. I think that the teacup episode did damage to both John Key and to Phil Goff. It took the focus off Phil Goff when he was starting to get a bit of attraction, and it put the focus very firmly on Winston, and the oxygen that Winston drew from that has done this tonight. I'm convinced of that. The internal polling of the Labour Party had him nowhere near 5 before that.
All right, so, well, but both of you pretty much in agreement with Richard's projections. You think we're somewhere around that 48 to 27 between the two parties?
I think that's about right. I think one of the things you haven't touched on, which is worth... I mean, if National picks up 2 seats, Christchurch Central and Waimakariri, maybe West Coast Tasman doesn't look so good at the moment, but who knows how that's going to end up. I mean, it's one of those... odd situations where the government ends up picking up constituency seats. So it's not just as simple as Mike says to say, well, we actually ran a good constituency campaign and they did well, because actually they're going to wake up with less seats.
Mark, could I just make a point about Christchurch? I think the special votes in Christchurch are going to be crucial. At one stage, there were 25,000 Cantabrians here in Auckland. There's about 4,000 missing per seat. The bits of Christchurch which were worst hit by the earthquake were, in fact, Labour voting areas. So if those seats like Christchurch Central and Waimakariri are close, I'd be looking very hard at the specials.
All right, good point. Now, look, we're going to be back with more from our panel, more from our commentators and more from the party leaders after this break.
They are bad. He grew up in prison. Both of them are to blame. They must be sent away. Now he's fighting for a second chance. How do you feel? It's like I'm having a dream. TV1 Sunday.
You're never going to offer to take me out for a drink?
A drink?
Yeah.
Just because you're out.
Do you think you're rehabilitated?
Doesn't mean you're free. Sunday Theatre presents Boy A, 8:30 Sunday, TV1.
If you use your head and spend with your Westpac Hot Points credit card, you can get a huge range of fantastic rewards. Hey, there's
There's even a wine tasting tour. Why not make life more rewarding? To apply, pop into your nearest Westpac branch or visit us online. Westpac, help is what we do.
Get Christmas wrapped up with loads of extras like this extra special Xbox 360 bundle. Who does it for just $549?
Big does. Ho, ho, ho.
It really doesn't get any better than this, because Regal King Salmon is sea raised right here in the crystal clear waters of the Marlborough Sounds. And that's why Regal King Salmon has an incredible flavour, colour and texture, and double the amount of omega-3 than Atlantic salmon. Plus, it's sustainable, which is why it's the only salmon I'll serve. If you'd like to see how easy it is to prepare a wonderful dish like this using fresh Regal King Salmon, visit regalsalmon.co.nz.
At $35,990, it's the best value 2.4 litre sedan in New Zealand. But for just a little extra, we'll give you the works. Buy new Kizashi GLX this month and get over $6,000 worth of extras for only $2,000. Premium style and performance without the premium price tag. Kizashi, at your Suzuki dealer now.
Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer. For one day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Hardeman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
I don't know why they call it a tablet. You certainly couldn't swallow one.
Well, it's great to use with Telstra Clear's broadband.
Really? So what are you doing? Social networking, emailing, browsing?
Filling up the bike with petrol.
Aye?
When you use Telstra Clear at home, you can earn AA Smart Fuel petrol discounts.
So by using Telstra Clear's broadband, we save on petrol?
Yep.
Well, in that case, shall we?
Oh, you bet. Join the home of broadband. Call 0508 005588. Neil's good.
No.
This is us. You'll find more for everyone this Christmas at the Warehouse. Like this pool set, only $8.99. This outdoor table setting now $9.99. And this barbecue now $299.99. Get more Christmas for less. Only at the Warehouse.
Get a better view. When the news is breaking, One News takes you there wherever you are. It's up to the minute or whenever you get a minute. Get the big picture or take a closer look with high-quality news video. Get behind your team whenever they hit the park. Share opinions. Share the view. And when the weather's about to change, One News will be the first to let you know.
The TVNZ News app for iPad. It's free and the view just got better.
Welcome back to our live election night coverage. I'm going to cross now to Greg Boyd outside Phil Goff's house. We've seen the car arrive. Any sign of it leaving, Greg?
Mark, no, not yet. Not the diplomatic limousine. However, another vehicle, a silver SUV, which appeared to have a couple of members of Phil Goff's family in it, left about a minute ago. So you'd have to think Phil Goff wasn't too far behind. As yet, no signal that that's going to happen, but it would seem, you know, with over half the vote counted and things not looking terribly flash for Labor, that he is thinking about heading in. Remember, we're in Clevedon. It's about 35-40 minutes to his electorate office. So if he is going to do it, add 40 minutes to the journey before he's actually going to arrive there.
OK, but signs of movement there. Greg Boyd will keep in touch. We'll see when, as I say, the opposition leader does head into party headquarters. We're crossing now to Jack Tame, who's at New Zealand First headquarters. Jack.
Yes, Mark, we're expecting party leader Winston Peters to arrive here in 15 or 20 minutes. That's the latest estimate we have, but we'll wait and see on that one. There's certainly an air of confidence here. As you've just heard, the latest predictions coming in for a 6.8 party vote percentage share. And I'm joined now by Andrew Williams, third on the New Zealand First party list. You must be feeling pretty confident at this stage.
We're not confident, we're just quietly optimistic.
What do you put it down to? Because you think back a month ago and New Zealand First was barely registering on the polls.
Winston's put in a huge campaign, not just in the last month or so, over the last year or so. He's been around all of New Zealand, all of the community. He's been working so hard. And we have an incredibly good manifesto with a lot of good, sensible policies. We've been putting those policies out, even though the media haven't been widely distributing those policies. We have been putting them out, and the people in New Zealand, I think, have responded.
Can you put some of this vote down to indecision among Labor voters?
I couldn't say that, but I do think that there's a lot of concern about the asset sales, and Winston and the party have always said we will not allow asset sales, and we've just been adamant about that.
We've heard from Winston in the last week or so that New Zealand First completely rules out with working with either of the major parties. Is that something the party would reconsider in terms of a coalition?
No, that's wrongly reported. What we have said is we will support good policies in Parliament and we'll back it all the way, but we will oppose bad policy in Parliament. So we will be truly the independent party that gets in behind whatever government is formed. We will get in behind good things for New Zealanders, but if it's against the spirit of what is best for the New Zealand economy and for New Zealanders as a whole, we will oppose it.
All right, Andrew Williams, thank you very much for your time. As you've just seen on current predictions, New Zealand First looking at 8 or 9 seats in a new parliament. We're expecting Winston Peters in 15 or 20 minutes. I'd say he'll get a similar reception to this, and we'll be coming back to you very shortly when he arrives.
Thank you, Jack. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Let's have a look at the nationwide party vote. This is the first time we are projecting the final figures. And they would have National at 49.8% of the vote, Labour at 28%. If you follow that along, New Zealand First all the way to 7.1%, that would translate into 9 seats for New Zealand First. And I think we convert that into seats, as you see there. The Māori Party has 3. That would be more than its party vote entitled it to, leading to, I believe, a 1-seat overhang. 61 seats, therefore, needed for an outright majority, National falling just short. If we look at the seat changes from the last election, it means a gain for National of 1 seat, Labour losing 9. And those 9 effectively going to New Zealand First, with the Greens also increasing their share 4, taking them at the expense of the ACT Party. And we lose the overhang from United Future, just the 1 seat there.
So what does this all mean for potential coalitions, for those numbers or the shape of the House? Corin Dan.
Thank you very much, Mark. Well, let's have a look again at that nationwide party vote with 67% counted at 48.9 for National. So, is it enough? Let's have a wee look and see if we can see the seats in the House. This is a projected figure. And you'll see, very interesting here, National on 59, that will not be enough. It's 1 more than they have in the previous Parliament, but not enough to govern alone. However, we are predicting, of course, ACT to make it through thanks to Epsom, but not with Don Brash, just John Banks coming through, and then United Future as well. So if you add those 2, you will get the numbers. Let's have a look at some possible coalition options here. A total of 64. Now, the Parliament we're talking about this time could be 121 with 1 overhang. That's depending on how the Māori seats end up on the night, but we're thinking that's what it will be. And so even if you brought the Māori Party across to that centre-left block, you've still got a majority here with ACT and United Future for National to form the next government.
OK, thanks, Corin. Now, I think we're now going to go to Stephen Joyce at National Party headquarters. Well, Stephen Joyce, it's obvious you've got the lion's share of the vote tonight, but there's going to be some tricky coalition prospects, aren't there?
Well, I think, yes, obviously, I think we can safely say we'll be the largest party at this point, but in terms of how it finally ends up, we've still got some votes to get through. My pick is we've still got around 1 million votes to count, and so some of those numbers around the margin in terms of exactly how many seats for National, what happens to some of the coalition partners, it's still a little bit to be learned yet.
Obviously, you're going to need both the Māori Party and ACT have any sort of majority, aren't you?
Well, as I say, I think it's a little bit too hard to say. It depends on where we end up. We're currently projecting between 48-49%, which would be a fantastic outcome. And I think if that does happen, I think the party can be very, very proud of its work, and the Prime Minister particularly. But if it's almost like a seat either way would make a difference in terms of the combinations, as would a seat either way for some of the smaller parties. So I think a little way to run yet in terms of coalitions, but obviously we'd look first to the partners that we've had previously, being ACT, United Future, and of course the Māori Party.
OK, Stephen Joyce here at National Party headquarters. Thanks for your time. Also joining us now, Nikki Kay. Are you going to be the MP for Auckland Central come morning?
I hope so, but it's pretty close at the moment. So we're still waiting for Booth to come in, but I have had some positive reports. I think I've just won Rocky Bay, which is traditionally not a booth that we've ever won before. So I'm hearing some good things come through, but at the moment it's too close to
OK, 304 we've got you leading by at the moment. We heard from Jacinda earlier on this evening. It was a I mean, it was a friendly campaign between the two of you.
Yes, it has been. And look, I mean, I heard Jacinda speak previously and I agree with her. It was about our vision for Auckland, and I've had an amazing group of people that have been around me and campaigned. I've knocked on 10,000 doors again. I've also had all my volunteers knock on 10,000 doors, so I'm just really proud of all of those people that have helped me out, and I just look forward to getting down to them at the viaduct.
OK, I mean, it looks as though National is going to be forming a government. You've got aspirations, have you, for the new term?
Look, I would just love to be the MP for Auckland Central.
Well, of course, the person who coined that phrase first is going to be joining you, of course, Winston Peters.
And look, I think you just heard Stephen say there's over 1 million votes to come in, so I don't think we should...
Can I ask, Nikki, what was the volume of the specials last election? Is this going to come down to the specials, do you think, or...?
There is traditionally high specials in Auckland Central. It might not... We've still got to wait until some of the central city polling booths come in. I think if there is, you know, sort of over 5 or 6% for any one candidate in Auckland Central, then we may have a result. But it is possible that we might not have a result tonight.
A lot of people who live in Auckland Central currently on holiday in Hawaii, you know, and their postal votes have to arrive.
I think one of the interesting things, though, about Auckland Central is you've seen a massive result for the Greens. And I think that's quite a shift from Labour voters to the Greens in Auckland Central. Just
under the bigger picture, Michelle Bogue, I mean, you're a former party president. I mean, as I said, you've been involved in politics all your life. John Key's going to have some decisions to make tonight, isn't he, as to exactly where he jumps?
Yes, and I think the big winners out of this scenario are the Maori Party, because of his potential coalition partners. They are going to be the biggest. They are going to have the strongest voice. He can count on Peter Dunn and John Banks anyway. Even if he left them out of a formal coalition, he can count on their support.
That whole dynamic is going to make the second term a lot trickier, isn't it? Because you're going to have Winston Peters in there. You're going to have to make more concessions to the Māori Party, which is going to play that whole thing off, because Winston Peters is going to sort of attack on those lines. So it's going to be a trickier road for him, isn't it?
Particularly with the mixed ownership model.
Yes, but I think, you know, John Key has demonstrated that he has built a very good relationship with the Maori Party.
Indeed.
And as somebody who's not on our side of the fence said to me earlier, the Maori Party would have great difficulty going into coalition with all those parties on the left in terms of having no moral authority to do that, given the huge support there's been for National.
Would they have difficulty going into coalition with National if ACT were around that cabinet table? I mean, are you saying John Key might be tempted to kick ACT the touch and go Maori Party alone?
Well, the Maori Party are going to be more important to him than ACT, and he can count on ACT's support on a policy-by-policy basis, probably for most issues. And we've seen that, of course, in the last Parliament, that, in fact, ACT haven't always lined up with the government.
Do you think, Michelle, like, in looking at this, well, really since John Key took over from Don Brash, that it's actually the sea change, the 180-degree shift in terms of race relations, that is one of Key's signature achievements?
Absolutely, and I think that's very much part of his agenda. He sees his leadership as signalling that change in demographics, that permanent change in terms of bringing what was previously a group that some of whom were disenfranchised because they weren't part of the system, and he's very committed to bringing them with him.
Oh, no, he's not. Look, what he's doing is counting. You know, he wants to get to 60, and he's going, I want a couple of different options on my right and on my left. And I bet you he also reaches across and tries to do a deal on a couple of issues with the Green Party, as he did after the last election, because it gives him lots of places to go when he's in government.
Do you think there's a prospect, John, that the Green Party could, say, abstain and give Key a greater majority in return for some concessions in policy?
Well... they don't need to. The deal they did on after the last election for the healthy homes policy that got the home insulation, that was quite a good policy. That, you know, there was cross-party support and it was a good gain for them. They didn't need to abstain. They didn't need to go into coalition. They just did a one-off deal, and there were some other subsequent negotiations that stemmed from it. So, you know, that's an MMP parliament working really well, but it's working, you know, that's where I disagree with Michelle. It's not because, you know, the leader of the National Party woke up one day and thought, I quite like socialism.
John, we're just going to interrupt you for a second. I think we've got some pictures now. There he is, Winston Peters, arriving at his party headquarters there at the Royal Yacht Squadron. And We're waiting to see whether he is going to be saying anything immediately.
How did you do it?
Winston. And as I said, Winston Peters here in Auckland. That's right, John Johansson would be the earliest he's ever been to a election night party. Look, we're going to come back if Winston... Oh, no, we're just getting yes. He's about to speak. Winston Peters, as you said now, guaranteed a return to Parliament. 8 cents.
My cable. Yeah, I've got it. Excuse me.
Thanks for coming along tonight.
Jump in, boat.
Hang on then, guys. Can you get the front?
Get on the other one.
There's a good chap.
There might be a microphone there, Winston.
First of all, it's great that MMP is winning tonight. Because it's by far the fairest system that was available to us. I want to thank the New Zealand First workers at all levels who never gave up, never stopped working and never stopped believing in this party and did the difficult, hard yards over the last 3 years. Thank you very much. And I want to thank those voters around the country, New Zealand, from Kaitaha to Invercargill, even further north and south than that, who came out for New Zealand First today and have brought us back home to Parliament. My grateful thanks goes out to all of you. I want to thank the families of the candidates who stood for New Zealand First because they made an enormous sacrifice, and thank those candidates who worked so hard around New Zealand for us. To congratulate Andrew here tonight, who's in Parliament. And dare I say it, I regret that we haven't brought in more, and there were circumstances where we could have, and I'll talk about that in the next few days. But tonight it's about thanking the people who have shown that they believe in democracy still, and they believe in a fair go. It was the most extraordinary campaign, as you know, where others had huge resources. In fact, you will be astonished to know that some parties spent more than 4,000 times what New Zealand First spent in this campaign. We'll never forget this campaign. We'll never forget the nature of this campaign because for much of it, New Zealand First was, as you know, marginalised, Cinderellaised, stigmatised and even demonised in a substantial blackout from my friends in front of me tonight in the media. But nevertheless, it bespeaks an enormous character of New Zealanders in terms of New Zealand First membership, that they never, ever stopped believing that we could come back. And because we're a party in for the long haul, I want to thank all those young New Zealand First members in the universities and on the social pages who kept us out there and in front of the people. And one day, of course, you'll take over from us. But not just yet. Just one thing, you know, there are serious economic problems that we face as a country. And we will never get through them unless we're united as one people. And we do believe in that unity. We share in the pain, and we all share in the gain, and that's what New Zealand First stands for. Our aim is to be cooperative and constructive. In the last few weeks and months around New Zealand, we told people to hang on, because help's on its way, and tonight it's arrived. Thank you.
Winston Peters there, one of the greatest political comebacks we have seen. And, of course, what the issue now, of course, Winston Peters definitely back in Parliament. But who does he bring with him? Corin Dan's been looking at the New Zealand Party list.
Have indeed. Some interesting names likely to make an appearance in Parliament. Let's have a look at the list now. You'll see these are the names that are coming through. So 8 MPs for New Zealand First. Some interesting names too, of course. Andrew Williams, a former mayor of the North Shore. He will come through. We've got Richard Prosser there, former columnist for Investigate magazine. Also Barbara Stewart, where is she there? She's a former MP under New Zealand First from the 2002-2008 Parliament. She was a list MP. And of course, Brendan Horan too, familiar to viewers, a TVNZ weatherman. And also down here at number 8, a name perhaps not so familiar, Senator Taylor, a Pacific Island leader, comes in on the list at number 8. So some new names coming through, a couple of old ones there as well, but likely to be a colourful bunch of New Zealand First MPs, no doubt, Mark.
Colourful indeed. Brendan Horan, of course, former TVNZ weatherman some years back. So the forecast is a lot better for him. And, of course, we're seeing now Peter Dunn is arriving there at his headquarters in Oharu.
This has been a good campaign. And I've said to you, as I heard you say earlier,
he's just having a look,
today,
talking to reporters outside. And, of course, I think the vote in that seat is short up a bit, hasn't it, Guy? And I think he's looking at a majority now, about 1,200. Thanks, John. 1,200 over Charles Chevelle. So Peter Dunn there, arriving at his headquarters for the Oharu seat, and we will be hearing from him a little bit later, no doubt, in the program. So listen, stick around. We're going to be back soon with more on election 2011.
You okay, son?
You just tell it like it happened. No big deal.
Taking a life is a big deal to me.
He's the rookie with everything to prove.
You're a cop because you don't know how not to be one. If you feel that way, you're a cop. If you don't, you're not.
But to be the best.
Enjoy your job?
I love it.
You have to start somewhere.
You're a cop?
Yeah.
All New Southland, 9:30 Monday, TV1.
Get Christmas wrapped up with loads of extras like this extra special Xbox 360 bundle. Who does it for just $549?
Big does. Ho, ho, ho.
Sovereign Living Assurance gives you choice when you need it most. If you suffer from a critical illness covered by your policy, you'll receive a lump sum to recuperate the way you want to, with who you want to, and where you want to. Choose how you recover from a critical illness. Choose Living Assurance from Sovereign.
The Corando interest-free third payment offer is on now. Drive away with a brand new Corando for only $13,946. That's a third now, a third next year, and a third in 2013, all interest-free. Only while stocks last. Ssangyong.
Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer. For one day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
Stress is part of our demanding lifestyle. Blackmore's Executive B range helps you manage stress and sleep. Try Blackmore's Executive B Stress Formula for day and Executive B Sleep Formula for night.
Summer starts here at Mitre 10 and we've got everything you need. Clean up with this Karcher Water Blaster, $198. There'll be bugs, so grab a Raid Auto Insect Dispenser for $42.86 and get 50% back via redemption. This Icarus 3-piece outdoor setting is $1,099. Set the scene for Christmas with some red and white flowers. These planters are just $8.97. Then sit back, relax and cool down with the SodaStream Drink Maker, just $99. Get sorted for summer at Mitre 10.
Andrea Bocelli, Concerto, one night in Central Park, the musical event of a lifetime. Andrea Bocelli, Concerto, out now.
Noel Leeming brings you sparkling Christmas deals. Save $100 on this Panasonic 32-inch LCD. Get this Fujifilm value pack for just $119. And this Samsung Galaxy S smartphone comes with a bonus SIM. Sparkling Christmas deals on now. Ends Tuesday.
Yay, the Farmers Santa Parade is coming.
Yes, it's coming to Auckland City on Sunday, 27th of November at 2 p.m.
There'll be heaps of cool things to see.
Like amazing floats, giant inflatables and magical costumes. And then the fun will continue at Santa's party in Aotea Square after the parade. The Farmers Santa Parade, in association with the New Zealand Herald, Sunday, November 27th at 2 p.m. in the Big Little City.
See you there!
Welcome back to Election 2011 here on One. Let's have a look at the nationwide party vote projection. At the moment, National 49.7, still unlikely to hit that figure where it governs alone on our projections. If we translate that into seats, you have a look at National's figures coming to 60, but with a projected overhang of 1 seat, 61 seats needed for outright majority. The projected nationwide seats at the moment, not enough. If we go to the party seats, having a look at the change, there we are. Labor losing 9 party seats, National picking up those 2. But of course, it's the arrival of New Zealand First that's completely changed the landscape, and the Greens expanding their vote at the expense largely of ACT. Let's, for the first time, have a look at changing seats. What seats are likely to change, or looking as if they will change at the moment. Waimakariri, National leading there, and Te Tai Tonga, the famous Labour name of Titakatini, leading in Te Tai Tonga in the South Island. West Coast Tasman, Labour leading. Chris Oakenville behind to Damien O'Connor.
Yeah, well, West Coast, Tasman and Waitakere, to have Labour leading in those seats is a real surprise to me.
Why Wigram appears in grey, of course, is because Jim Anderton's Progressive Party no longer in the race. Labour taking that seat back. Te Tai Tokoro, the Mana Party, leading there. That's an affirmation of the by-election in June. And National leading in Christchurch Central. Probably the closest seat at the moment, though, is Waitakere, with Carmel Sepuloni leading there over incumbent Paula Bennett.
And Sepuloni is going to need to hold that to get into Parliament.
She'd miss out on the list, wouldn't she?
She's not high enough on the list.
She's just not high enough. Labour's party vote not high enough. She would miss out.
What's the reasoning for this, Waitakere?
I'm surprised at that. She must have fought a pretty hard campaign. We were speaking earlier in the program about, and this is what happens when parties see their party vote dropping. They get out there in their electorate and they fight it really hard. And often that's to the detriment of the party vote. And I think you've seen that from a number of Labour MPs. They put all their effort into holding on to their electorates because they knew this would happen. Labour would drop into the 20s and they'd be gone.
The margin I emphasise is only 179 votes at this point, with 81% counted.
But it's the same point with the West Coast Tasman, where Damien O'Connor would be out, and he's fought the electorate race really hard.
But I think it's fair to say too that it's probably taken everybody surprised what New Zealand First has achieved tonight, and particularly how much of the chunk that New Zealand First has taken off Labour. I mean, 28, if the projection is 28 plus the Greens 11, well, then the centre-left bloc is still viable for 2014. So I wouldn't write off the Labour Party on the basis of tonight's result, that's for sure.
OK, now, I think we are going to get a result now coming up for Oharu. No, we're not. A projection. This is a projection for Oharu. And Corin?
No, I don't have the projection for Oharu at the moment. What I have got here is a projected seats in the House upon the basis of our modelling. It's very interesting too. You've got National here on 60, not enough to govern alone, as you've just discussed. Labour back on 34. The Māori Party on 3. Of course, that Te Tai Tonga race is very crucial because were the Māori Party to win that, it would make the overhang 2. At the moment, the overhang is only 1, and that is very crucial for coalition negotiations. Let's have a look at potential coalition options at the moment. National on the centre-right block over here, 60 plus ACT United Future and the Māori Party gives you 65. Take the Māori Party away though. Let's say they go back over to the centre-left block. You've still got enough for National, ACT and United Future to do it, but only just, not much in it really when you look at that, 59-62. But at this stage, on our projected numbers, these are projections, we've got National, ACT and United Future just scraping across the line.
OK, Corin. Now, look, back to, I guess, John Pagani, the big problem, and we haven't talked about them hardly tonight, is, of course, the Labour Party. This has been a bit of a rout for them. What are they going to have to do? We heard David Shearer early on talking about we have to look at the message we sent to voters.
Yeah, they've been pulverised, you know, compared to the last election, let alone compared to the National Party. And that means they have to commit to change. The big mistake that they would make would be to say that it's all Phil Goff's fault, change the leader, and it would be fixed. That's nonsense. And in fact, if you look at Goff's results alone, they've gone, his preferred Prime Minister ratings have gone up to 20%. He's gone strongly positive in the approve-disapprove track. He's a long way behind John Key, but that doesn't explain a party support level that's declined across the campaign.
Would you expect him to be standing down pretty shortly on those sort of numbers, or do you think he'll hold on?
Not at 61, 59, I wouldn't. But look, the worst thing to do would be for him to open that can of worms tonight, because I think the worst thing that happened to his leadership was that he was basically, there was a coronation the day after the last election. No one got to be introduced to him.
And John, can I also ask this? I mean, if you look amongst that leader aspirant group, Shane Jones is doing surprisingly well in that electorate. Andrew Little has been smashed in New Plymouth. He's over 4,000 votes with virtually all of it counted.
What was the closest electorate in the country?
Yep. And Cunliffe is only 2,000 up in his electorate. So, you know, amongst that aspirant group, wouldn't Labor serve itself by giving itself some time here to think through this very carefully?
The options. Absolutely,
Okay,
but they need to do more than that. They've got to look at organisational reform as well.
Well, this is why I want to bring
you've
Michelle
missed a few
Bogan
people
here.
out on that list of the potential.
Yeah, you've done this for National, didn't you? I mean, you had to pick up after National had a similar route, if not worse. How do you look at them? I mean, how do you turn a party around after something like this? Is it organisational?
Yes, some of it is. And the big lesson, I think, for any party is that you have to be united as you move forward. Now, I think what Labor hasn't done in this term is they haven't been ruthless enough about getting rid of the people who really weren't going to be part of the future. And there's a big job to do there.
Bit of ruthless is coming up. Now, look, we're just going to check now on the Oharu result. Now, Richard Arnold has got a projection. Richard?
Well, we've been watching the Oharu vote unfold as it's gone through the night. It was a three-way race, of course, but National Katrina Shank's way behind. Really two-way here between United Future and Labor. It's been a bit too close to call for much of the night, but now if we put on the margin of error, we can see that Peter Dunn has it. He's going to take this seat.
Well, Peter Dunn is with us now live from his party headquarters in Oharu. Well, congratulations, Peter Dunn. It looks like you are back. You'll be getting into the 30s as an MP.
Oh, thanks, Mark. I presume it's you I'm talking to. I can only see a camera, but it sounds like your voice, so thanks very much. Yeah, thank you.
OK, we also...
It's been a good night. It's,
In terms of the numbers, when looking at the coalition there, I mean, John Key is going to need you and the Māori Party, or some combination thereof. I mean, he knows he's got your vote in any case. So what are you going to bring to the party?
Well, that's something we'll talk about over the next few days. I'm certainly not going to discuss that right now, but I think it's a matter of just seeing how the final results pan out and what the combinations are, and then I imagine people will start talking over the next 24, 48 hours about just what might be.
One of the things that's been discussed tonight as to whether, in fact, when John Key is weighing this up, in terms of ACT, whether he actually does need them. Do you have any views on that? Well,
that's his call, and I think that will be dependent on how many numbers ACT eventually comes through with, and I don't know because I haven't seen updated figures from that, but he's got to make that call, and he's shown himself to date to be a pretty inclusive leader, so I imagine he'll weigh up all the possibilities and see how he puts together a government that's not just durable, but one that's got some compatibilities as well.
In terms of your own seat, it must have been a bit nail-biting at the beginning of the evening, but how confident were you were going to come through?
I've always been very confident. I wouldn't have entered the race if I wasn't confident. And certainly the feedback over recent days had bolstered that confidence. But, yeah, there were one or two moments during the course of the evening where the computer screen looked a bit stark, and I was starting to think maybe this wasn't to be, but they quickly vanished. And it looks like, although we haven't got the full results in yet, it does look like we've come away with a good win, and I'm delighted about that, and really delighted with all the work my team's done, because they've just worked like sort of absolute Trojans for the last few months, and they're probably as tired as I am, if not more so.
Look, and finally, the surprise, certainly to some, of course, is the return of Winston.
Yes, that's a huge surprise, and I think really it's a surprise that's born out of the cup of tea, because it really wasn't a goer, I think, until that point. The question now is, of course, what role he plays, and I don't think the early signs are going to be very encouraging in that respect, but this is a democracy, it takes all sorts, and I guess he's just proved that.
Peter Dunn, we're just looking at the graphic now for the party vote in your seat, of course. It was 50% to National, 26 Labor. That's after 76% counted. But anyway, congratulations, Peter Dunn, on holding your seat. And you're going to have some interesting bedfellows in the next parliamentary term.
Yes, you could say that. Thank you, Mark. Thanks very much.
It'll be a fascinating bedroom. All right, we've got the first of our finals coming up very, very shortly. Right now, though, we're going to have a news update. Wendy.
Well, thank you, Simon, and welcome back to our One News election update. Winston Peters is the comeback king tonight. With more than 3/4 of the vote counted, New Zealand First has nearly 7% of the vote, which would give it 9 seats in Parliament. A short time ago, Mr Peters was the first party leader to speak tonight.
Our aim is to be cooperative and constructive. In the last few weeks and months around New Zealand, we told people to hang on because help's on its way, and tonight it's arrived. Thank you.
Well, among those Mr Peters would bring with him is controversial former North Shore Mayor Andrew Williams.
Winston's put in a huge campaign, not just in the last month or so, over the last year or so. He's been around all of New Zealand, all of the community. He's been working so hard, and we have an incredibly good manifesto with a lot of good, sensible policies. We've been putting those policies out, even though the media haven't been widely distributing those policies. We have been putting them out, and the people in New Zealand, I think, have responded.
Well, Winston Peters says MMPs are winning the night, and it certainly looks like it's here to stay. Right now, it's almost 54% that are in favour of it in advanced voting. Of those seeking change, nearly a third would prefer a return to first past the post. Another who's familiar with the beehive is on target to return. John Banks is 2,283 votes ahead of Nationals' Paul Goldsmith, with 3/4 of the vote counted. And some fascinating battles are developing elsewhere in Auckland. Labour's Carmel Sepuloni is 468 votes ahead of sitting MP Nationals' Paula Bennett in Waitakere. And in central Auckland, Nationals' Nikki Kay is 601 ahead of Labour's Jacinda Ardern. Another close contest is Waimakariri. Nationals' Kate Wilkinson is in front of incumbent Labour's Clayton Cosgrove by 462. United Future leader Peter Dunn is tipped to stay in Parliament. He's got a lead of 1,139 in Oharu. Here's what he had to say a short time ago.
Can I just say to all of our candidates around the country that I really appreciate your effort. We haven't got the result tonight in the party vote that we were seeking, but I think we've kept the flame burning. We've made a whole lot of new contacts and opened up new constituencies, and I think there are opportunities there for us in the years that lie ahead.
A blast in central Wellington this afternoon appears to have been politically motivated. This man makes comments about the banking system before going to a car in Cuba Mall. Then there's an explosion. Nobody was hurt and bystanders quickly had to fire out. Wellington police say the man has been arrested and charged with arson. He'll appear in court on Monday. And I'll be back with another update in about an hour.
Well, there's movement at the Green Party headquarters on Karanga Happy Road. Let's see the Green co-leaders are arriving now. We've got live pictures coming to you now. That's Russell Norman and Materia Ture. Of course, 13 seats the Greens would bring in on the current polling, and 10% share of the vote. Diane Espin, they'd be disappointed with that, 10, or was that...
Oh, well, that's about where our last Colmar Brunton poll had them. We had them at 10%, and often, you know, they haven't scored as well as the polls have shown. So, you know, 13 MPs, that's a record for them, and that's by far and away the third largest party in Parliament. So, you know, I don't think they'll be too disappointed with that.
Not only that, Mark, but they will come up on the specials. They always do. And they set the goal for themselves of 10%. Can't be unhappy with that, and remember that they have transitioned. They're the only party that has managed, a minor party, to manage a leadership transition. Not to be underestimated.
There we are, enthusiastic welcome for the Green co-leaders. Is that soda water in the hand there? Organic soda water. So the Green co-leaders there toasting their supporters. And that's down in Auckland's Karanga Happy Road. So there we are. You're seeing live pictures there from the Green Party headquarters in Karanga Happy Road. Looking at 13 at this stage MPs coming into Parliament, but as John Johansson says, they normally do well out of the specials. They could increase.
Well, clearly they're enjoying the moment. I think Russell Norman's about to speak, though, is he? Or not? Well, all right, let's take a quick look at it. Some of the first finals have come in. Let's go to Napier first of all, where two... No, we're going back to... No, let's have the first finals. Chris Tremaine heading out Stuart Nash there with a large majority, two of the great names of New Zealand politics and sport. I think we're going back to Russell Norman, are we?
No.
And Materia Tudor.
We're doing a one-on-one with the Greens.
It's Phil Goff. He's got the video on in the back of the car. That's he's leaving his home, heading for the Auckland Labor Party headquarters, being seen off by Greg Boyd.
He's not texting.
Yeah. And of course, we've been having a few sound issues, I think, or the Greens having a few sound issues down there, which is the reason why that the speech from them has been sort of held up. What's going to be going through Phil Goff's mind right now?
Probably what to say to John Key when you have to make that phone call, I guess. You know, I mean, he's going to have to make it sometime pretty soon, isn't he?
How? I mean, when did they decide? I mean, it used to be so clear-cut in the past.
Well, that's right. And, I mean, you know, you've seen when we look at some of those projections how just little changes can make it a lot trickier. So, you know, but there just is not enough support. There's just not enough support for Labor for him to put something together, so
John, he couldn't even pretend that there's going to be... Oh, look, we're back with the Greens. Hopefully they've found their voice.
We went into this campaign with a target of getting 10% of the party vote, and we have exceeded our target. We have increased our party vote by more than 50%, and for the first time since the 1996 MMP election, the first MMP election, third party has got over 10% of the party vote.
OK, and look, we're just going to briefly cut away to Epsom. There is John Banks arriving at ACT's party headquarters.
We're back, and I'm indebted to the people of Epsom. I'm very grateful that they've given me the confidence to go back to Parliament and represent their values. So tonight is about thanking people.
They're chanting for you. How excited are you?
OK, there's the Epsom result. John Banks leading by nearly 2,500.
Morning, afternoon and night. And I give credit to ACT on campus, the future of this country, the young doctors, lawyers, engineers that work with me in the rain, in the wind, at night, in the mornings, all the time. I'm very indebted to the young people, ACT on campus, and the rest of the team.
John, any doubts during the evening? It got a bit close at times.
Any
doubts as to you winning tonight during the evening?
Oh, not really. Paul Holmes rang me at 7:30 and said, "Congratulations, Banksy, you've got it won." We had 4% of the vote. Paul Holmes is the great optimist of the Fourth Estate, and the whole news media, of course, had us written off last week, but we knew our internal polling was showing that we're on a roll. The tide was coming in, and Holmesy obviously smelt the breeze, and he rang me, so I'm grateful for that.
OK, John Banks obviously happy that he's won. Let's go back to Russell Norman.
10.5% or 11%, depending on the specials. We intend to use those 13 or 14 MPs in order to make our country a better place, because that's what people voted for. We will keep governments accountable. We will push for progressive change, for good green change. I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who contributed to this campaign, especially...
There are a lot of thank yous due from the Greens. Obviously, happy 10%. As we said, 13 MPs at least I'll be taking back to Parliament. But let's cross now to Greg Boyd. Greg, we just saw just a few minutes ago Phil Goff heading off, obviously heading for Labour Party headquarters. How long before he'll be making an appearance there?
That's right, Mike. It was about 3 or 4 minutes ago, Phil Goff, a fairly subdued-looking Phil Goff in the back of a ministerial BMW, pulled out here along with about 3 or 4 other cars. Bear in mind, we are in Clevedon. It's a good 40-minute drive to the centre of town, so it'll be getting towards 11:15 before he does make it to Labour Party HQ.
He didn't say anything as he left, Greg?
Nope, he had the windows wound up. He had a video screen on in the back of the car, and he was looking at something. I couldn't quite catch it, but he looked subdued. He looked miserable, but no, he was gone pretty quickly, as were all the cars in the entourage heading out there with him. I mean, it was the old story, wasn't it? There was a flurry of activity when we first saw the car came, the ministerial car arrived, but it would be a good, I guess, hour and 3/4 before it did eventually pull out with Phil Goff in it. But as I say, it's a fair old trek to Mount Roskill from here, so it'll be at least 11:45, 10 to 11 before he does arrive there.
Well, the good news is, Greg, you can come home now.
Excellent. The moths are getting a bit much, Mark. We'll see you shortly.
All right. But over at National Party headquarters, Jessica Much joins us. Jessica Much joins us live. Jess.
Well, that's right. There's no confusion of where we are at the moment. It's definitely a sea of blue. We understand that buses are being shipped in at the moment for people to come here to the headquarters. 1,100 people are due here at the peak, but they are waiting, and we are still waiting for John Key to turn up. Now, we understand that he is waiting to see more of the shape-up of the Parliament and how it will work before he comes here tonight. Now, the big question, I guess, next is whether he will get that majority and be able to govern alone. If he does, it will be the first time under MMP. And a little bit of trivia for you, National hasn't done that since 1951.
Cheers, Jess. Well, of course, that's right. They're doing the calculations, aren't they, Karpur Smith and David Farrar? Now, one of the things it does look like is the Maori Party are now in the position of kingmakers.
Yeah, well, that'll be an interesting position for us, because I think our people have quite clearly communicated with us that they're not happy with the national-led government. So now that we have this in front of us, we have to go back to our people and actually see what this means for them. What do they want us to do in this position? What is it, if we do have the balance of power, that we need to ask for in order to move our people forward? And the other thing I want to say about the Māori Party is we do have quite a lot of social policies, and I think now it's not just about Māori. We're actually hanging the whole hopes of the left side of the spectrum on what we can deliver.
David Farrar, there was Michelle Bogue floated before the possibility that John Key could do the calculation, say, right, I can just go with the Maori Party alone, don't need ACT.
Yeah, but I don't think he will, because he said he will make the same offers at least to ACT United, Maori Party and the Greens. What's really interesting is that Labour may have ironically helped John Key get to a majority just with ACT and United Future, because on the projections, there'll be 61 seats between them. If the Maori Party kept on to Te Tai Tonga, there'd be an overhang and you need 62 seats to govern. Because Labour won Te Tai Tonga off the Maori Party, it actually means that makes John Key's job easier. He'll still do the deals with them all, but he doesn't have to have them all agree to pass a law or pass a budget. He can go with either ACT United or with the Maori Party.
OK, so he's got some options. And Simon, I believe we've got some finals.
We certainly do, Mark. Let's have a look firstly at Napier. We had a brief look a moment ago. Chris Tremaine, though, clearly ahead of Stuart Nash, and on the Labour Party list, if we extrapolate into that, Stuart Nash sitting at number 27 will not make it back into Parliament. Let's go down south to Invercargill, and in Invercargill, Eric Roy. Eric Roy won the seat back from Labour in 2005. He has a very safe majority down there, and over Leslie Soper, who was previously on the list, is not on the list this time, so she too is gone. And alongside in Clutha Southland, Bill English back with a almost 20,000, a massive majority down there. Not quite as much as he had last time.
Don Nicholson, no impact.
No impact is now Federated Farmers, none whatsoever. And so, yes, so the ACT vote not translating around the country.
The big one for me there was Stuart Nash going. I mean, he'd be a big loss to Labor in my view. He really brings
symbolic
a voice
name.
Yeah, big name, and he just brings something to Labor that they needed.
Well, it was
and
new
to see
generation.
him,
and along with Kelvin Davis, there's a real loss of talent.
Michelle Bogue mentioned the lack of ruthlessness in cleaning out old ranks.
Yeah, and perhaps just being a bit too angst-ridden about the different factions in that list, and actually not doing the meritocracy thing enough and saying, look, these are good MPs, they should be higher up the list. That was what, you know, as exaggerative as it may have been from Damien O'Connor, that was what he was getting at, that you've put too much store in the factions, and some of those good MPs like Kelvin Davis and Stuart Nash may miss out. Big loss for Labor.
And we'll have some more results coming up very, very shortly. More finals and a nationwide party vote projection just around the corner. Back in a moment.
It's been a short, sharp campaign, and now the country will decide. This week, Sunday breaks down the winners and losers from election 2011. See how they came out on top, their plans to shape our country's future, and just how much influence the minor parties had.
Every small party that has gone into government or gone close to being in government has taken a hammering at the next election.
The Sunday election special, 7:30 this week, TV1.
You'll find more to get you into the festive spirit at the Warehouse. Like 20% off all chocolate advent calendars, 30% off selected Christmas accessories, and 50% off these trees. Get more Christmas for less. Only at the Warehouse.
Don't miss Countdown's big Wineback Week with Whittaker's king-size chocolate block, 250 grams, only $3.25 each. And Griffin's Wine, arrowroot, malt or ginger nut biscuits, 250 grams, 3 for $5. Wineback and save until midnight Sunday, only at Countdown.
Head into Noel Leeming's grand computer sale. This compact notebook just $549. Get a huge 25% off this HP notebook. Save $250 on this HP notebook. Plus 30 months interest-free store-wide, including Apple computers. Ends Tuesday.
It's the bite of vintage cheddar with chives that makes Shape Sensations. Taste the sensation. Try the Shape Sensations range today.
Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer. For one day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
Spot a bargain at the massive Postie Hotspot sale with huge savings store-wide. Tank tops and singlets 2 for $20, sweathearties and jeggings 2 for $30, men's jeans and polos 2 for $50, girls' leggings 2 for $15. Thousands of items must go at Postie. Now that's smart.
Get Christmas wrapped up with loads of extras like this extra special Xbox 360 bundle. Who does it for just $549?
Dick does. Ho, ho, ho.
What's going on? Broccoli can cost $3 a head. Concert tickets, $300 a head. And house prices seem to be front page news. We buy the latest gadget and immediately we've got our eye on an even later one. We'd like our kids to become doctors without it costing an arm and a leg. And how did a tank of gas come to cost more than our granddads got paid in a year? Plus, we're all trying to save for retirement and squeeze in a little holiday at the same time, especially now the dollar is up. Oh, no, it's down again. Meanwhile, everything seems to be on sale. Tempting, eh? And here comes Christmas. Crikey, managing our money sure has its challenges, but there's a heap of opportunity too, and we're here to help. Westpac.
Help. It's what we do.
Nicely said, actual Westpac banker guy.
Everyone wants to hook up.
Oh, God, Patrick, you haven't got a hope in hell with Sophie.
Some find it easy.
You can't just treat me like another one-night stand, Sophie.
Some have no idea.
Don't let everybody see them. What are you, 12? I've just never bought them before.
And others need a little kick.
It's not like Mr. Right is just going to come walking through your door. Morning.
One's new drama.
Did you sleep with Patrick?
It was a total mistake. Huge. Not Patrick, the mistake.
Winners and losers. 8:30 Wednesday, TV1.
Welcome back to Election 2011 with us all. Actually, at the moment, at Labor Party headquarters, David Cunliffe has just arrived. Let's hear from him.
Well, clearly from the numbers, some of it's bled to the Greens and some of it's gone to New Zealand First. And as I say, we're going to have a lot to reflect upon.
Is it that voters just weren't listening to your messages?
Look, that's a matter for a bit of reflection by the caucus. I think it's too soon for us to know the exact answers to those things, but I'm sure that we will want to carefully reflect on the numbers and the analysis over the next few days.
Have you had any sort of heads up on where leadership goes to from here?
Oh, look, it's just not the time to be speculating about that. This is a night for being there with our colleagues who've lost their seats and to celebrate those who are back, and I'm not going to be addressing those issues tonight at all.
Okay, thanks, David.
Thank you very much.
Senior Labour MP David Cunliffe looks like he's safely back in his seat of New Lynn over National's Tim Grosser. Let's have a look now at the nationwide party vote projection. And just to clear things up, the projected final figures, 48% of the vote to National, 27.1 for Labour. New Zealand First stayed strongly right throughout the day on 6.8. The Greens on 10.6, eagerly awaiting specials to see if they can fit a 14th MP in on those numbers. How does that translate into seats? There we go, 60 seats for National, still not enough with the projected overhang of 1 to govern alone. But the Greens on 13, New Zealand First on 8, Labour at 34. New Zealand First, of course, the great renaissance. The nationwide party seats change, there we go. Labour down the 9 seats, National having picked up those 2, but New Zealand First changing the landscape on the 8. And as we've seen since our projections began on the changes, the Greens picking up 4, ACT dropping those 4 along the way.
So a lot of celebrating, a lot of commiserating around the country.
Just before we do, Mark, let's just have a look at the changing seats very briefly. Te Tai Tonga, Labour lead there for Rino Tirekatini, the famous name from the south. That looks like a definite change now. Rahui Katini is out. Wigram, of course, Jim Anderton's Progressives no longer in there. Labour leading there with 97% of the vote counted. These look to be done deals. West Coast Tasman, Labour leading on 97%. And Te Tai Tokerau, of course, Hone Harawira confirming the by-election in June. And in Waimakariri, National picking up the seat there from Clayton Cosgrove.
Well, anyway, I was just saying the excitement took over for a while because there's a lot of excitement up on the roof here at the TV centre. Petra's up there with some very excited voters.
Some excited voters and very well-behaved ones, I'll vouch for that. Who here voted Labour? Do we have anybody here voting Labour tonight? One, a lone Labour voter, which I think is a little bit indicative when you've looked at the results. They haven't fared so well. Some strong National supporters. You voted National tonight. Are you happy with how the results are coming out?
Well, it could have been better. I mean, I would have been happy with John Key leading a majority National government, but leading a coalition government is probably going to be good enough. We just have to make sure that Winston Peters and New Zealand First don't have too much of an influence. We can just put them over to the sidelines and ignore them for the next 3 years.
There is a little bit of shock, I think, at Winston Peters. Who here expected Winston Peters to get over the 5% threshold? Okay, some good support, including, I think, a relative of Winston, so it's always good to have your rallies backing you. And we've got a significant Green bloc here. Who is a Green voter? Yay! Hey, so you can see that they are quite young, my friends, and I think this is a future party that has obviously led a really good campaign, and watch this space. Are you happy with how many seats they're getting and what their proportion of the vote is?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yep. Did you expect more, or is this like satisfied?
I'm very satisfied.
There you go, a satisfied customer. And a couple of surprising Mana voters. What made you for Mana?
I just think that they're the party that's the most in touch with what everyday New Zealanders are going through, which is an increase in the cost of living and a decrease comparatively in wages. You know, they're fighting poverty, and I really appreciate that, and I want them to keep fighting those inequalities.
They are, though, about the 1%. You're also Mana Party voters. Would you like to have seen them get more? Do you think there's a good future for Mana?
I'd like to think so. I think that it's great that Hone's got his seat back again, and I'd like to see them do better in the future.
So all in all, I think plenty of happy people up here on the roof. Everybody happy with election night? Well, some happy with the party and some happier than others with the results. Back to you guys.
Petra, they seem a little bit quiet for people having a party.
Quiet? Oh, hang on a minute. Mark's accusing you of being quiet. Are you? Is it not so celebratory? No. You see, as soon as they think they're finished, they're all loud. No, they're a good, healthy bunch of voters up here.
All right, thanks, Petra. Of course, what some of those voters are talking about, of course, is the rise or the significance of the Green Party this election. 13 MPs coming into the House. Corin, Dan's having a look at the list and tell us who they're likely to be.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, a number of new MPs for the Green Party tonight. Let's have a look at some of the names, and we add in that percentage of the vote. There they are, the numbers, the names in yellow. It's interesting to see that 14th one, Mojo Mathers. Now, she would have been New Zealand's first deaf MP. She could still come through, perhaps, on specials. We'll have to wait and see. But some new names coming through here. Stephanie Browning. We've also got Denise Roach, of course, as well, who fought in central Auckland as well. So she will come through. Jan Logie as well, and Eugene Sage as well. So some interesting new names for the Green Party, and obviously a pretty celebratory night for them. Let's, on the other hand, have a look at that Labour Party list, because there's going to be some a rough night for a number of MPs currently sitting in the House. Here we go. Here is the Labour Party list. Let's take out the ones who have won their seats. We will take them away from the list and see what we've got left. So that is the cut-off point there at the moment. They have made it into Parliament, but some big names. Carol Beaumont, Calvin Davis, Carmel Sepuloni, Rick Barker, an MP who's been in Parliament for many years. We've also got Stuart Nash, one of the up-and-comers of the party, missing out as well, of course. So some big names there for Labour missing out on the list. It will be a pretty tough night.
OK, thanks, Corin. Well, joining us... we are going to be joined now by Russell Norman, co-leader of the Greens. He is live from their party headquarters.
It's an historic result for the Greens. We've never got over 10% before. That was our target in this election, and we've gone well over that. It's more than a 50% improvement on our party vote last time. So, it means we get 13 MPs in Parliament, or 14 depending on the special. So, fantastic result for the Greens. Well,
could be close to, it'll be over 0.5%, I would have thought, and so we'd expect to get to at least 11 on the specials. Specials have been generally very good for the Greens and almost always have brought us an extra MP.
Look, with the numbers you're going to get, you'll have as many inexperienced MPs as you have incumbent MPs. Are you worried about inexperience in your caucus?
No, not at all. At least two of our MPs are very experienced local body politicians. We have those who've been working in advisory roles in Parliament in the past, so they know what the job is and they know what it involves. So I think that our new MPs are absolutely experienced, they're very passionate and they're ready to hit the ground running.
What's going to happen in terms of your relationship with National? It looks very likely that they're going to lead the next government. Does this mean just another memorandum of understanding for you guys?
Well, we'll be talking about that with the party tomorrow. So there's meetings with the party, there's a national executive meeting and all the rest of it. We'll have to look at how the numbers firm up overnight and then have a discussion in the party tomorrow. As we've said from the beginning, our preference was to go with Labor, but, at the moment, obviously, it looks like National are going to lead the government. We'll have to talk about what kind of relationship we want to have with them tomorrow.
What's your assessment of the way the votes have fallen for the Labor Party? A really bad night for them by the looks of it.
Yeah, obviously Labor's had a pretty tough night in terms of their overall party vote, which is a key thing. Obviously the Greens have done extremely well. Labor's had a bit of trouble. Nationals improved slightly on the last election. And New Zealand First appear to be back. It's hard to see how it's going to work out with New Zealand First back in Parliament. It's a very, in terms of inexperience, in terms of central, Parliament, it's pretty inexperienced crew, but we'll see.
Russell, it's been said it's not a bad result for a bunch of hippies. Are you still a bunch of hippies?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear a word you're saying.
What's the plans for the rest of the night? You're going to be here with a wee small.
Well, we've got work all day tomorrow. It hasn't stopped just because the election night is done. So we'll be here for a bit and then back to sort out the results and get ready for tomorrow. We've got a new caucus to bed in. We've got discussions to have with our party. The working day rolls on. Yep.
Well, there, the Greens obviously happy with the result tonight. But crossing now to Peter Williams, who is outside John Key's house. Now, any sign of John Key heading into the national headquarters, Peter?
At this stage, no, Mark, but there's a good number of neighbours from some parties in the locality have begun to assemble out on the streets. I think they know that John Key's departure to Sky City is imminent. A Mercedes Ben's people mover has backed into his property in the last 5 minutes or so. We understand that is for John Key's son Max and his sister to go over to Sky City. But at this stage, no sign of the PM himself leaving his residence here in Parnell. But we think it's maybe a matter of 5 to 10 minutes away.
Obviously a Warriors stronghold in Parnell, Peter, judging by the banners behind you.
Yes, there's been some very enthusiastic youngsters who have been doing their best to get in the back of the various television shots from this address in the leafy suburb of Parnell tonight, Mark. But it's been a happy atmosphere here, a bit chilly outside, but a couple of fairly sizable parties being held by Mr Key's neighbours not too far from his house. Those parties perhaps coming to an end, and the residents now coming out on the street to bid farewell and good wishes to their neighbour as he goes off to Sky City to join his party colleagues there.
Thanks, Peter. We're pleased to know the warmest toast here in the studio. And Andrew Campbell from the Greens. We heard Russell Norman there before, basically leaving the door open, wasn't he, to doing a deal with National?
Well, we've got an arrangement with National at the moment in terms of, you know, working on project by project.
Sure.
And I think that will continue. I mean, John Key's already said he wants to work on equal pay with Catherine Delahunty. We've got toxic sites in Thames that need cleaned up. We've got an MOU around that. We want to grow that. We think that that MOU needs to be around our key priorities, which are rivers, jobs and kids. And I think if you look at this national government, it's actually very weak. It's on the back of two parties that are essentially individuals who are there purely by the grace of John Key allowing them to be there. And if I was John Key looking at the future saying, well, where do I want to pitch? How do I make this government more acceptable? Then those good green projects that we're putting up would be a way for him to do that.
So is there any chance at all that the Greens would not vote against the government? In other words, possibly abstain? Do you think that that's
well, we haven't had to do that under the MOU at the moment, and obviously that's a point for negotiations. But if you're looking at the winner of tonight's election in some ways, or the party that's been on the rise, it's the Greens. We increased our vote by more than 50%.
So just to clarify
Winston Peters is irrelevant, though, in this.
Sure, but just to clarify this, because it's a pretty important point, you do think there is some prospect that the Green Party could abstain to give the National-led government a greater majority? You think there's some prospect of that?
I don't think there's... I think it's highly unlikely that we would abstain in order to give the national government a greater majority, because I don't think we would need to, but in order to do an MOU. But I think the point is, if you look at the numbers, I mean, it's not even the ACT Party anymore. It's the former National Party. United Future. I mean, this is surely Peter Dunn's last legs here. I think it's a very, very weak coalition, with the exception of maybe bringing the Māori Party in, and it's interesting to see where they'll be. But I think working with the Greens on our good projects would be a wise move.
Well, Mike Williams, because just talking there about ACT, of course, because Richard Arnold is projecting that they will only have John Banks. Yeah. They don't have enough to get Don Brash back in, which solves any problems about leadership coups, I guess. But looking at that...
Well, does it?
Well, that's right. But looking at that...
Do you need to be in Parliament to be the ACT leader? That's right. That's sure.
I was looking at Labour's list. I mean, Labour is going to lose some significant names. I mean, Guyan was talking, of course, about Stuart Nash. I mean, a very famous political name. But a lot of experienced MPs gone. Or does that in some ways help rejuvenate the party? In a very...
Well, I'm just trying to find the silver lining, and maybe you just found it. No,
there is none.
There is none. It's an unmitigated disaster. The Labor Party, despite losing the last election, actually turned over a third of its caucus, and that was a strategy of renewal. A large number of those people have now been lost. I'm particularly sad about Kelvin Davis, Stuart Nash, Carol Beaumont, former CTU secretary. These were good people. Now, they'll come back, but they won't be there for the next 3 years. No, it is not a good night for Labor.
And Carmel, if she doesn't win Waitaki.
Oh, Carmel, well, I'm beginning to think Carmel will win Waitaki, because the specials, I think, will put her over the top there.
I have to say, Mike, she's just fallen well behind, actually. Paula Bennett's just taken a strong lead, almost 1,000 votes ahead now with 90% of the vote.
That's out of range then. But, I mean, the only two bright spots are Damien O'Connor's back, and a lot of people in the party will be very pleased about that.
How do you think, Mike...
Not the people who do the list.
How do you think the Winston Peters dynamic is going to play for Labor? Because I think, I can't remember, it might have been Simon or John was raising that prospect that, OK, he's going to make life difficult for John Key, but is he going to make life difficult for the new Labor leader or for Phil Goff?
I wouldn't have thought so. I think Winston's target will be the National Party. They hounded him out of government last time. He's not a man who forgives and forgets. I think he will create some difficulty for National as much as he can. It's quite an amazing revival here.
It is, yeah.
Did you pick it?
Yeah, I'm the only one who did. I think
Everyone says that. It's like being at Woodstock.
No, I went public on Q&A.
Indeed you did. I was just going to say, I mean, I think this is a disaster for the Labour Party tonight. I mean, the good, as Mike was saying, the good renewal work that was done in 2008 has almost entirely been reversed. And actually what you're left with is the rump of the Clark-Cullen government from 2008.
Yeah, well, hang on, no, that's
period.
not altogether true. I mean,
Well,
there's people
a lot
like Chris Hipkins have stayed there, Phil
handful.
Twyfell's there, Megan Woods is in.
And Mike, sorry to interrupt, we just got pictures here. Don Brash, the man who won't be going back to Parliament on tonight's results, arriving there at ACT Party headquarters. As we said, our projections are that the ACT Party vote is not enough to get a second MP besides John Banks back into Parliament.
Never hit that 15%.
Okay, now if he, we'll come back to Don Brash if and when he decides to, which of course he's likely to do right now, having said that. No? Sorry, yes, he is. Okay, there was some ongoing audio problems around with a number of the party headquarters tonight. As soon as we can see and hear the current leader of the ACT Party, we'll get you back to him straight away.
Despite all the commentators, all the polls, all the media, we did it. You did it. John Banks did it. The people at Epsom did it. And I want to thank John. Is he still here? Where is he? Ah, no? I can't see him. Is he around?
Yes, he's around.
Okay.
No, this is
okay.
good.
I want to thank John Banks. He did a fantastic job. I want to thank Amanda for giving him fantastic support. And I want to thank all of the people who worked with John to get that fantastic result. John's already thanked the ACT on Campus people, and they did a fantastic job. Some of them came from Auckland, some from Wellington, some from around the country. They did a superb job. But let me also thank the other people in the party.
Okay, Don Brash there at the ACT Party headquarters. Wasn't that fascinating? He didn't even know, I mean, where John Banks was.
It's just symbolic of the disaster that they've had. I mean, this is just ACT, absolute demolished. They've been in Parliament 15 years to be left with just one MP, and that was completely by the grace of the National Party.
They will now be moving into their fifth wave or phase of their party's life.
While I have no idea what was on the teapot conversation, you know, how long is he there as leader now of this diminishing party?
Well, it just simply doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, it really doesn't matter. But, you know, the other torment for Don tonight is seeing his nemesis returned in triumph. And so it's a double blow. His parliamentarian has shot the building. Poor old Don can't find him.
Although I was talking to John Banks, it was during the week, he rang up and he thought he was talking to someone else, actually, which made it quite interesting, the start of the conversation. But he said that that he was picking Winston Peters and he was picking 6%, that New Zealand First was going to be back. Now,
well, he's an old populist
I suspected he might have been doing that because he was trying to whip up any fear of Winston coming back might help ACT. But it's gone the complete reverse, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the big standout tonight, isn't it? New Zealand First back, against most of the predictions, against the polls, and that really does change the landscape. It's quite extraordinary to see a party get, 48% of the vote for National, yet it's a pretty wafer-thin majority.
Yep. Look, Deborah Coddington's just joined us. We're just discussing, I mean, can ACT in any shape or form survive this, Deborah?
Well, on the one hand, you've got to say it's a miracle that they're that John Banks is there after every single poll wrote them off, and it does happen in every election, I must say. But you've got to also say, where's the 15%, Don? You know, he said he rolled Rodney and said he was going to get 15%, and one MP, as you said, it's appalling. I don't know. I mean, he's going to go. I've heard tonight that he's going to get a cabinet post. If he takes a cabinet post, that's absolutely the end for ACT.
Because, I mean, where is the support going to come from? I mean, both financial and also just the people willing to go into bat for the party.
I think the only hope for ACT is if he stays outside cabinet and concentrates on rebuilding the party, because you can't do both.
John,
that's what happened with Rodney.
But he's not going to do that, is he, Deborah?
Well, no, he's not going to do that because, you know, egos and all those sorts of things get in the way. I mean, that's what happened with Rodney. He went in and he himself admitted that he got absorbed with the super city and he neglected the party, and the party suffered as a result, and that was the beginning of the end of the ACT party.
Michelle Bogue floated the scenario that John Key could just go with the Māori party, leave ACT off to leave their one MP off to the side.
He could, but I don't think he would do that.
Local government minister, perhaps, Deborah.
Yeah, which portfolio would John Banks want?
Life goes round and round in
Back as a police
for
minister.
John Banks. But, you know, the interesting thing with the Māori party is they are in a very, very powerful position now, because the thing that nobody's touched on tonight, of course, is the asset sales. And I don't think they will block the asset sales. I think they will now be looking at something like an iwi share, maybe. Peter Sharples has always said that he's not against them, but he would like to encourage Māori corporates to invest. I think they could probably go further than that now, and they could look to an iwi share or something like that. And they're in a very, very good position.
How long is Don Brash going to remain on the political scene, do you think?
When's lunchtime?
All right.
One of the interesting facets, of course, is there are very, very few close seats. There are very few marginal. Specials may change that, but the only one that really stands out at this moment is Christchurch Central, where Brendan Burns is back in the lead by 4 votes. So this will be going down to the specials, and how do we think that will go?
Well, that'll be fascinating, because I think it might have been, was it Mike Williams or one of the other guys we've had in tonight has been talking about the amount of people who actually wouldn't have been in that seat at that time. So, yeah, the specials are going to be very, very significant in that seat.
All right, we'll take a short break now and be back with the election 2011. More results coming right up.
The clues to a ruthless killer, just like the other two.
So, we're working with a copycat here?
Lie inside a very dark mind.
This is Agent Emily Prentice. I know all about you.
But even the darkest of minds...
Yours was one of the first cases I studied.
...have a charm...
I've been fascinated ever since.
...that can suck you all the way in. Criminal Minds. 8:30 Monday. Only on One.
We know where to go for Dad's perfect Christmas gift, his favourite shop, Repco!
Uniden portable GPS with both New Zealand and Australian maps, only $99. Personal breathalyzer, just $149.
Repco, what an auto store ought to be.
She's gonna love this.
Yeah, she's gonna like that, eh? More sausage?
Yeah.
You'll come out with more than just great Christmas deals at the warehouse. Get Bayliss and Harding gift sets now from $6. This box of Cadbury Roses for only $9.99. The Vodafone Samsung Galaxy Mini is only $179. The Little People Animal Farm Super Set is only $100. And the Lego City Powerboat Transporter is only $39. Get more Christmas for less. Only at the warehouse, where everyone gets a bargain.
Okay, guys, here's a question. What's the difference between this little blue diamond pill, which is Viagra, and this one, which is Avigra? The answer is price. That's all. You see, Avigra is the more affordable version of Viagra. It's made by the same people who developed Viagra. It even has the exact same active ingredient. It's just that Avigra costs a lot less. Ask your doctor and pharmacist for Avigra by name. If it's right for you, a sample may be available from your doctor.
Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer. For one day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
You deserve more space. in a home cleverly designed to ensure you get plenty of house for your money. The home you deserve.
A website's not successful in our books unless it's actually generating results for that business. What I mean by that, it's generating sales, it's generating leads, and the business is seeing real return on investment. At Zeald here, we're focused on websites that generate results.
Now, welcome back. We're just going to cross now to John Key's house in Parnell. We've got live pictures there. One car with some family or supporters has left already, but we are expecting that the Prime Minister, and he looks like he'll still remain Prime Minister tonight, will be making his way to National Party headquarters. We're seeing some... there's Peter Williams, who's going to block the way for us.
It's a bit of a false alarm there, Mark. We saw John Key's son, Max, and I think his auntie John Key's sister drove away in the first of the cars, which were loaded up here tonight. So it appears as if just a slight false alarm, but a huge crowd, I have to say now, gathered on the street here in Parnell.
Okay.
We've got people who have maybe come from various parties, but they're waiting for John Key to leave, but as yet no sign of the man himself.
All right, Peter, we're just going to cut away now to Phil Goff, is just arriving at the Labor Party headquarters. There he is, inside the car. Phil Goff has not been a good night for his party tonight. Although many would say he fought a good campaign. Labor decimated.
Mr Goff. Thank you very much. Mr Goff, a big defeat tonight. What do you put that down to? I'll talk to my people first and then we'll come back to you and have a stand-up afterwards, okay? What do you think went wrong tonight? Well done, Phil. Hey, thanks, Jeremy. Well fought.
Labor leader Phil Goff there entering Labor Party headquarters, and he said to Michael Park, and he wants to talk to his own people first, then he's happy to do media interviews. But as I said, a disappointing night for the Labor Party. Many consider that Phil Goff actually fought a reasonable campaign, especially in the last couple of weeks, but it was always going to be an uphill battle. And this, surely, Guy Nespina signals the end of his tenure.
It'll be fascinating to see just how quickly he does that, or whether he gives the other contenders to the throne, if you like, some time to work it out, because that seemed to be the mistake last time, actually just passing the baton on from Clark to Goff didn't really allow sort of for that struggle for the soul of the party, which maybe they need.
See, John Johansson, I think you'd always argued this, hadn't you, that what he had done, he'd bought them some time.
Yeah, and, you know, if under MMP, one of the things I was always looking for after what happened to National in 2002 is it seems that when the tide goes out, it sucks out further and you know, much deeper. And at 28%, according to our projection, not all hope is lost, you know. OK,
look, we're just going to cut across now. There is John Key. No, it's an empty car that's doing this to trick us.
So you know, there is some...
Mark, it's been backed in for John Key.
All right, OK. That's what Peter Williams said. They're backing the car in for John Key. Sorry, John Johansson.
In that sense, you know, it's not like a 20.93, which is you know, so cathartic. So there is a launch pad to be competitive in 2014. But, you know, the real issue for Labor tonight is losing the younger talent, and as Andrew really pointed out, you know, having still the remnants of the Clark Cullen administration as the core.
If timing-wise, Guy, I mean, they're in no hurry to move, are they?
No, I don't think they are, and I think you will see a slower, proper contest this time, and there's no really obvious successor, so they're going to have a battle this time, and they need that. They need some blood on the floor this time to actually have someone get a proper mandate to lead the party, in my view.
In terms of successor, Andrew Little probably hasn't done himself any favours in terms of performance in New Plymouth.
The standout, I think, really, in terms of electoral appeal, has been Shearer.
Now, hang on, here's Phil Goff at Labor Party headquarters.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make this very, very quick. The first thing I want to say is that this hall should congratulate Phil Goff on once again being elected the MP for Mount Roskill with a higher majority on the night and a higher party vote on the night than the 2008 general election. Congratulations, Phil. The second thing I want to say is that there has been a huge campaign here in Mount Roskill by many people to support Phil, to ensure that he's elected and to ensure that there is a strong Labour vote in this Labour community. And can I thank everyone who has helped Phil with that? And most of all, can we have a special thank you to the person standing beside Phil Goff, our friend Mary Goff. Please give Mary some thanks. And here is the final thing, ladies and gentlemen. Before Phil comes on, I think this hall owes it to Phil Goff to lift the roof for running the gutsiest, bravest and most determined Labour campaign I think I've ever seen. Let's hear it for Phil Goff.
Thank you very much, Michael. And my first thank you is to the New Zealanders across the country that kept the faith and voted Labour. A big thank you for all those New Zealanders. My second thank you, of course, has to be to Mary. I think you got it right, beside and behind me, supporting me all the way. Thank you so much, love. And my next thank you is to all of you. You've been in a long and a hard battle. You've fought for the things that you believe in and I believe in and that we will continue to fight for. There are a few things to celebrate tonight. Let's start with those. And that is a group of new members of Parliament that will be joining our caucus. Reno Turakatni, we've won back Te Tai Tonga. Andrew Little, who'll be joining our caucus as a really strong caucus member and an experienced politician. Megan Woods in Wigram, and a special thanks to the outgoing member, Jim Anderton, who has worked with us and for us during the campaign. Thank you, Jim, for that. And there's the person that I've nicknamed the new Arnold Nordmeyer of the Labour Party, David Clark from Dunedin North. He's going to be a great Member of Parliament. Presbyterian Minister, former Treasury analyst, but not a wowser. So, yeah, really good to have him there. And another congratulations tonight with an overwhelming majority. Damien O'Connor has won back the West Coast, where Labour began. We celebrate those new members coming into our caucus, but I want to express my sadness and my regret that we have also lost some very good caucus colleagues. I want to thank those members of Parliament who were outstanding and who didn't win their seats back this time. But I want to say this, that there are people, young members of Parliament, like Stuart Nash and like Calvin Davis, that we will have back in our caucus because they've been brilliant members of Parliament. That's what the fight for the future is about. You know, in a democracy, it's the people who decide who represents them in Parliament. And the people have made their decision, and we treat their decision with humility and with respect. That's what democracy is about. But I want to say this. It wasn't our time this time, but we are members of a great political party. For 95 years, Labour has taken this country forward and helped shape the country that we are proud of as New Zealanders. It might not have been our time this time, but our time will come again and we will be ready to take New Zealand forward at that time. We're a bit bloodied, but we're not defeated. And we're not defeated because the things that we believe in are things worth fighting for. A fairer New Zealand. A A New Zealand that's a prosperous country, but one where that prosperity is shared by everyone and not just a few at the top. And a New Zealand where we have a future that we as New Zealanders own. I rang John Key tonight and I wished him well for the next 3 years, because we are all New Zealanders and we want to see our country do well. Where a national-led government makes a decision that is consistent with our beliefs, we will support it. But where it goes against what are our fundamental beliefs and where they have no mandate for change, such as in the sale of our assets, we will fight and fight and fight again to stop that happening. The decision tonight was not a decision that we wanted, but I believe that we can leave here with our heads high. We can be confident in our beliefs. We can be proud of the fact that we took some of the tough decisions that others have shied away from, in the knowledge that they might not be immediately popular, but in the knowledge that those are the right decisions for New Zealand, for our future and for our children, and we will stand by those things. Politics is about leadership. It's about fighting for the things that are right for our country, and I'm proud we had the guts to take those decisions. So let's go from here tonight, determined to rebuild our strength in Parliament, determined to make our party stronger, determined to go out and fight for a better New Zealand for all New Zealanders, and knowing that we in the Labour Party have made a difference for our country and will make that difference again. Thank you very much for being along here tonight. Thank you for your support.
Well, there, of course, no talk of...
No talk of standing down. He did obviously make the concession there and made the call to John Key, but no word on his future.
He said, John Johansson, that they could walk out with their heads held high. Can you do that with a result like that?
Well, given that for most of the year, and in fact the entire term, Labor has just been out of the frame. And most thought they were heading towards a 2002 scenario. Like I say, and I've said before, 28% in our projection is not a lost cause.
Yeah, but they spent a lot of the term at 34 in the polls, mid-30s, and...
Yeah, I know, but the vote didn't collapse on the night. I mean, the Winston thing is a shocker, and as bad for... Well, not quite as bad for them as it is for National, but nonetheless... bleeding those votes in that direction is what prevented them.
How far would you have to go back, though? Probably 93 or 90 to see a vote that low? They got 28% of the vote in the 96 election.
Clark in 96.
Yeah.
Very low turnout. Has that hurt them?
Yes, absolutely. Low turnouts do hurt the left. And I think we have had a low turnout.
I mean, the last 3 elections have been around 80% turnout. We're looking at something under 70.
That would be woeful. You'd have to go way back. If it's that low, it's usually 80. And it was 79 point something last time. 80's roughly where it usually is. If it's as low as that, and I haven't seen absolute confirmation of that, that is a woeful turnout.
I think now we are going to cross to Don Brash at ACT headquarters. Dr. Brash, Mark Sainsbury. You came in, you promised 15%. Looks like the party only got 1. Can you remain as leader?
Well, I've already suggested that I would be tendering my resignation to the board tomorrow, Mark. Clearly, it's not tenable for me to stay as leader. But let me say, we're absolutely delighted that we won the seat of Epsom. Everyone said we could not do that. Every poll suggested we couldn't do it. Every commentator said we couldn't do it. We did it. We held on. And we're going to rebuild the ACT Party from now on.
But it's a bit hard to take credit for, or any credit in winning the seat of Epsom. I mean, you needed the endorsement of the Prime Minister, which nearly backfired. This whole, can I suggest to you, Dr. Brash, the whole campaign, the whole ACT performance has just been a disaster.
Well, sorry, that was a balloon.
They're not out for you yet.
No, that's right. No, I don't accept that at all. I think, frankly, the people who supported the ACT Party around the country, seeing those polls about Epsom, saying you will not hold Epsom, you will not hold Epsom, you will not hold Epsom, said, look, we better not waste our party vote. So the party vote was undoubtedly depressed by the fact that the commentators said we could not hold Epsom. We did hold Epsom. We held it with a good majority. And we are ready to build for the next election.
OK, disappointing night for you, Dr. Bresch. Who would you suggest will be the next leader of the party?
Well, it looks as of course it'll be John Banks, but it's up to the board to make that decision. The constitution of the party provides that if there's only one member of the party in Parliament, the board makes the decision.
OK, Dr. Bresch, appreciate your time. We're now going to cross over to the Labor Party headquarters and Phil Goff.
Reconnect with voters.
Oh no, I think you've seen with the new members of Parliament that I've mentioned, that is further renewal of the Labor Party. But we'll be rebuilding, we'll be reshaping the party, we'll go forward. We're confident in what we believe in. We're confident that we will be back to make a difference for New Zealand.
You've also lost a large number of MPs tonight. Surely this is a time to restructure.
Look, it's really disappointing that some of the MPs that we have lost, they are people of outstanding calibre, and we'll be doing everything we can to bring those members of Parliament back for the future.
Is it your wish to stay on as leader?
Look, I've made my own decision about that, but I'm not talking to the media about that. I'm talking first to my caucus about it. They have that right.
When do you expect to be able to make that announcement on your future?
We'll see. You'll just have to wait on that.
Is it a matter of days?
You'll just have to wait. I need to talk to my caucus first, but as I say, I've made a clear decision.
What do your family want you to do?
I think that's obvious. What any family wants, a wife that would like to see more of her husband and kids that would like to see more of their father.
And the way to do that then is to stand out.
They probably would have given me that advice, a decade or more ago, but they've been very supportive, and I'm grateful for the support of my family. They've been fantastic. Okay? Thank you very much for that. Cheers. Right.
Phil Goff there, at least remaining resolutely chipper despite what's happened. John Pagani, look, he's not talking about quitting yet, but it is inevitable. Who in the caucus can take his place? Or who's going to have the best shot?
There are three people in there that are obviously qualified to be Prime Minister, and that's what you've got to look at. You know, I think the UK Labour Party tried to make a decision for 5 years in the future, and they've ended up with a dud leader that everyone's embarrassed about. They can't do that in the Labour Party now. The three people who are there are David Cunliffe, David Parker and David Shearer. Any of those people have the backstory. Shane hasn't won a seat tonight. And I don't think he's got a way through there particularly. I mean, I'm not bagging him. He's a mate. I think he's a great guy. But we're talking about someone who is capable...
Talking about caucus votes.
Yeah. Well, no, we're also talking about who's qualified on the basis, I think, of three basic things. You've got to have the management skills in the first place. You have to have the understanding of the Labor values of family and community and have that as part of your story, and you have to have a vision for the rejuvenation of the party. And that's really what we're all going to start talking about very soon. You know, someone has to talk about how they're going to rebuild from this, and that's got to be root and branch reform. You know, the organisation, as we've seen tonight, is in trouble. In 2002, this time of night, your electoral map was blue across the North Island. It was red, I'm sorry. Tonight it's blue. They've been wiped out in provincial North Island. When you look down that list, where have been the efforts to promote people outside of the main centres? You know, the party's been built around the idea of promoting a professional political class, and what we're seeing tonight is the consequences of that. They have to change that stuff. There has to be more accountability in the party, you know, those sorts of things. So the next leader is going to be the person who talks about that.
OK, Dave and Dave. Which Dave would you put your money on?
I don't know. I think if one of them has the numbers, we could see a change as early as Tuesday. I think that'd be a bad mistake because, you know, Phil Goff got the leadership when everyone was thinking, well, let's talk about John Key. So he never had that honeymoon, that opportunity to describe himself and explain why he was there. It looked like the baton had been passed to him. But, so if they do it this Tuesday, I think someone will inherit the same set of problems. So personally, I'd like to wait till at least February before anyone started to talk about it. But, you know, if I was doing the numbers for someone and I had them, I'd say go now, because you only get the numbers for a short time. I'm not sure who does, because that what's happened in the list there is a little interesting. You know, there was a gaggle of interesting votes with widely different views in that sort of 27 to 34 range, and yeah, I'm not sure how it stacks up in there.
All right, the three Davids. Look, we're going to come back and discuss more of the implications of tonight's results shortly, but we're going to Wendy for a news break.
Thank you, Mark, and welcome back to our One News election updates. There's been a shock move tonight from the ACT party leader just moments after it was confirmed his party was staying in Parliament. Don Brash has tendered his resignation, with John Banks now the only ACT MP in Parliament.
Clearly it's not tenable for me to stay as leader, but let me say we're absolutely delighted that we won the seat of Epsom. Everyone said we could not do that. Every poll suggested we couldn't do it. Every commentator said we couldn't do it. We did it. We held on, and we're going to rebuild the ACT party from now on.
Mr Banks claimed the Epsom seat nearly 2,500 votes ahead of Nationals' Paul Goldsmith.
Oh, not really. Paul Holmes rang me at 7:30 and said, "Congratulations, Banksy, you've got it won." We had 4% of the vote. Paul Holmes is the great optimist of the Fourth Estate, and the whole news media, of course, had us written off last week, but we knew our internal polling was showing that we're on a roll. The tide was coming in, and Holmesy obviously smelt the breeze, and he rang me, so I'm grateful for that.
Another making a comeback is New Zealand First Leader Winston Peters. His party has nearly 7% of the vote, which would give it 9 seats in Parliament. Mr Peters was the first of the party leaders to speak to the media tonight.
Our aim is to be cooperative and constructive. In the last few weeks and months around New Zealand, we told people to hang on because help's on its way, and tonight it's arrived. Thank you.
Among those Mr Peters would bring with him is controversial former North Shore Mayor Andrew Williams.
Winston's put in a huge campaign, not just in the last month or so, over the last year or so. He's been around all of New Zealand, all of the community. He's been working so hard, and we have an incredibly good manifesto with a lot of good, sensible policies. We've been putting those policies out, even though the media haven't been widely distributing those policies. We have been putting them out, and the people in New Zealand, I think, have responded.
Winston Peters says MMP's winning the night, and it certainly looks like it's here to stay right now. Almost 54% are in favour of it in advanced voting. Of those seeking change, nearly a third would prefer to return to first past the post. There have been jubilant scenes at the Greens headquarters tonight as they got more than 10% of the vote for the first time ever. Co-leaders Russell Norman and Materia Ture celebrated as they arrived at their headquarters on Auckland's Karangahape Road.
We went into this campaign with a target of getting 10% of the party vote, and we have exceeded our target. We have increased our party vote by more than 50%, and for the first time since the 1996 MMP election, the first MMP election, third party has got over 10% of the party vote.
The Greens are set to have 13 MPs in Parliament. And we've got a dead heat on election night in Christchurch Central, so special votes are set to split Labour's sitting MP Brendan Burns and Nationals' Nicky Wagner. Both have 10,493 votes. Another Canterbury seat's been tight. Nationals' Kate Wilkinson is 395 ahead of Labour's Clayton Cosgrove and Waimakariri. On polling, 2 of Labour's up-and-comers would miss out on list seats, Kelvin Davis and Stuart Nash. On another note, the voter turnout is just 65%. The lowest since the 1880s. Now back to Mark and our election team.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. And, of course, the results still coming in pretty thick and fast right now. Have you got more results there, Simon? Or
well, we've got a wowzer going on in Christchurch Central.
As Wendy just mentioned, there's a dead heat in Christchurch Central. It's going to come down to specials. There are very few, by my calculations, there are 6 seats in the country with less than 1,000 vote margin, so very few determined by that. But Waimakariri, as Wendy mentioned, Kate Wilkinson in the lead there over Clayton Cosgrove by under 400. A dead heat in Christchurch Central.
Have we ever had a dead heat?
Not to my knowledge on the night. But I know what they do in New Mexico. They have a game of poker, one hand of poker, and whoever wins that takes the win.
You're serious?
I'm absolutely serious. It's New Mexico. land of the cowboy, mate.
So, but under the, do we know, under the Electoral Act, if this was the final result on the night, how do they resolve it?
I'm not sure how they will...
Is it coin toss?
Will they really?
Toss a coin.
A coin toss, Roger Sarri.
It's the final determinant, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't do it. I remember about very, very close Wairarapa petition after the Wyatt Creech, Reg Borman. And there was a lot of discussion at the time, and the people they did the work, and they said if it came down to it after all of the challenges and everything else, all the court challenges, it'd be a toss of a coin.
Now, look, also joining us Afiso Collins, who's a Pacific commentator, and Phil O'Reilly, CEO of Business New Zealand. OK, from a Pacifica point of view, looking at this result tonight, I mean, anything stand out for you? I mean...
nothing major stands out, Mark. I think there's some optimism within the Pacifica community that maybe Besita Sam Lutu-i-inga might be offered a ministerial post. Alfred Ngaro comes into the fray. He's number 37 on the National Party list. And interesting, Asenati Lole Taylor is in with New Zealand First if they stay about the same, and she's at number 8 for their list. So I guess this is a result we expected. I think one of the challenges for the Pacifica community is having more Pacifica candidates involved in these parties, and I think there's a number who are in Labour. Carmel Sipuloni, though, is in danger, or some have said that she's lost the seat. She's down by 1,000 already, so we've lost her. There was hope that Jerome Mika might get in. He's number 36 on the Labour Party list. So, yeah, probably disappointment within the community that we probably haven't seen more Pacifica candidates come through.
How keen are the Pacific people on getting involved in politics?
I think now that we've been here about 40, 50 years, there's a lot more understanding about politics. We're keen to be involved. Our history suggests that we've been very politically active for many years. We go back to the Mole movement in the 1920s, and our people now are quite educated. And so, you know, they enjoy MMP. There's a number of our older people who are saying, oh, you know, I can split my vote. The number of people who voted New Zealand First because they're grateful for the gold card is interesting amongst our community. But we've been traditional Labour voters for a long time. And slowly, as more and more of our community become educated, become semi-professional, we're going to see some crossover, say, to New Zealand First or to National. Besita has huge support. He's in Onehanga, the Maunga-Kia seat. And there were some that were hoping that Carol Beaumont might win, but I think it's been a good result for Besita because he's been a strong candidate in Maunga-Kia.
Phil O'Reilly, I mean, it's business as usual, is it, for you guys?
Well, what you always wanted out of tonight's result was certainty, didn't you? I mean, the rainbow coalition stuff was always going to cause a problem on the right or the left. So the fact that you've got some relative certainty, you know John Key's going to lead the government. What you're likely to see, I think, is more of an influence from the Maori Party now. They've got the biggest single block of votes outside those two onces in terms of United Future and ACT. So what you're going to see, I suspect, is the Nats looking much more towards the Maori Party to say, you know, what's the long-term game here? And that's going to be very interesting.
Roger Sarri, just in terms of that, and this was brought up before, does this put asset sales is going to affect that, isn't it? I mean, the Maori Party may want some concessions or some structure.
Well, they may want some structure and concessions around ownership. The iwi corporations, you know, may want to have some shares put aside for them, or there may be something on that area. And I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing. And I mean, so I think that you will see those sorts of things get traded. But look, largely, I think you will see a government as going on pretty stable. The Maori Party will focus, I think, a lot on their social issues, whānau ora, which Tariana Turia has put a lot of effort into, a huge amount of work to get it up and running. She'll want to see that through now because it really is. It's only just starting. And so they can see, I think, some big gains. Maori Party are going to have, they've already indicated, leadership changes during the term. So you'll see some changes in the parliament there. So she's going to be an interesting 3 years from that perspective.
But if they're not in the mix, if the Māori Party's not in the mix, if they say, look, this is too hard, I don't want to do another term with National, you've got, what, 62 seats? And that is not a stable position. You only need, you know, a by-election, some scandal, someone steps down, and you've got a real problem.
Right. But governments have governed with minorities or with one-seat majorities in the past, so I don't think that's such a big deal either. But just look at it from the Maori Party point of view. Why would you stay out of the room? Why would you go to all of the effort and saying, I can deliver something for my people, and they have done? One thing you've got to say about Peter Sharples and Tariana Turia is they have delivered. And so I think that they will say, no, we want to be back in the room. I think you get caned if you went back to the Marae and said, we're not there.
I agree with that. But what about saying, well, I want to come back into the room, actually, but I want to be a bit closer to the front?
Oh, I agree.
That's their strategic position.
I want to
now,
be right in the room. I don't want to be the minister outside of cabinet. I want to be a minister inside of cabinet.
And so how's that going to play amongst the Nationals' base, basically?
Well, look, I don't think that would play too badly at all. Look, we've moved a long way as a nation since the treaty settlement started in the early 90s. So, I mean, this kind of trying to paint National as being anti-Māori all the time is just nonsense. National's got a good number of Māori members of Parliament, a new Pacific Island member coming in this time round.
Who's doing the painting there, Roger?
Well, no, I just think it's kind of a perception that the centre-left always try and paint. And I'm just saying it's not realistic when you look at what they did in the National in the 90s around the treaty settlement process, and and particularly if you look at what John Key's done. I mean, John reached out as Prime Minister last time and brought the Māori Party in. It was a surprise to a lot of people, but it's worked incredibly well, and I think you'd find that a lot of core National Party supporters have a lot of affinity with both Tariana and Peter Sharples.
More than they'd have with John Banks, because what's he going to do about that scenario, given the Māori Party's antipathy towards ACT?
That's right, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know where that goes. I mean, I think that's the harder question, and with Brash standing down, will Banks take over, or will, I mean, to be honest, the smart thing would be to have Catherine run it from outside outside of the Parliament. I mean, I think someone said on the panel earlier on, if John Banks becomes leader of ACT and a minister, even outside of cabinet in the government, that's where his focus will be, and that'll be a disaster for ACT.
Phil O'Reilly, I mean, ACT was always painted, wasn't it, as in fact the business party. In some ways, where's business going to, their voice is solely going to be through National now?
Well, it's over to ACT to reinvent themselves, isn't it? I mean, they are where they are now, and one of the criticisms, of course, was the old men, and so what ACT can have to do is to say, OK, we're renewing, we're young, and I also think that we've surveyed our members many times, and just recently during the election campaign, and really business is not hard right or hard left. Business is about business. Business wants the economy to be successful and competitive. So you saw during the campaign, in fact, business supporting Phil Goff and raising the superannuation age, for example. So it's wrong-headed to say business is just about one political party. We just want to make sure that we're successful in government, we're through the government.
Look, one of the things that floated tonight, we're still trying to get some confirmation on this, is the suggestion of a relatively low turnout. Mm. Now, particularly, I mean, often there's a problem of low turnout in what we used to see as the traditional Labor voters, but also amongst the Pacific community.
Yeah, what Labor needed tonight was the voter turnout that Len Brown got in the Auckland mayoralty election, and we've had a low voter turnout, and often that's going to be the South Auckland seats. I think one of the difficulties, especially for Pasifika communities who are voting Labor, the traditional Labor vote, is that there's still the remnant of those who were unhappy with the social engineering mandate that Helen Clark was pushing through. And so you've seen that split. You've seen some of them turn to voting for National. You've seen some of them go to New Zealand First. We're still a very churched community, and a lot of this, the civil union stuff, there's still people still feeling just that slight aftertaste, and perhaps that may be why they didn't turn out. The other thing is, Labor's got to ask themselves if they've managed to get their policies to hit home. Our people in South Auckland, or right throughout Auckland, Pacific people are thinking, how does it affect me today? Can I still get food on the table? That kind of thing. And I think that's the real issue for Labor. Did they get it so close to people that they would be strong enough to go out and vote?
I would have thought the referendum might have also been an incentive for Pacifica voters to really hit the polls.
What's interesting about the referendum, John, is that there were many after church today, we were talking around the church, coming back to us saying, oh yeah, we voted MMP, but we didn't understand the second question, so we're not sure.
If I'll just interrupt you there. We're just seeing Prime Minister, and looks like remaining Prime Minister, of course, John Key, leaving his Parnell home there. Number of well-wishers, Warriors supporters, neighbourhood party goers. There's quite an eclectic collection. As we see the Crown car leaving. Yeah, smile on that face tonight. Thumbs up from John Key with wife Brona. Obviously a bit of work ahead for him in terms of putting together his government, but he's got to be happy with tonight's result. And Roger Sarri was saying earlier on 48% was their target, bang on the money. Except for the curveball of Winston Peters coming back in, which has thrown everything up in the air again, hasn't it, Guy?
Yeah, that's right. But, I mean, I suppose if you look back, what did they get? 45% in 08. So to improve on that in some pretty tough circumstances, you know, it's a pretty good result. And one of the highest you see for a single party in many elections. I mean, that's 48% is pretty remarkable.
That's National Party headquarters where John Key is on his way. They'll be getting very excited. I think they can, looking at our picture up on the wall there. Guy, look, tell us, why would he leave so late? I mean, we're all pretty sure
yeah, I guess you know, a party leader and especially a Prime Minister wants to walk into that room with an ironclad guarantee that he's going to knows what his future is and can actually make a victory speech. And you don't want to end up with egg on your face, so you wait till the last minute.
So we had Don Brash offer a resignation before John Key even left his home. Well, there's still plenty more to come. We're going to hear live from John Key shortly. He's on his way down there. Come back. We'll be joining you back here after the break.
It's spring sale time at Palmer's. Save 40% off our berry fruit collection. Save $7 on these fabulous flower carpet roses. And this premium garden mulch is now just $8.99. Dig into the store-wide savings in our spring clearance sale. Time to go to Palmer's.
Things getting crowded at your place? Let Storage King give you back some space. It's our birthday, so we'll give you your first month free. Give us a call, 0800 220 210. Storage King for simple storage solutions.
Get Christmas wrapped up with loads of extras like this extra special Xbox 360 bundle. Who does it for just $549?
Vic does. Ho, ho, ho.
Hay fever? Get Zyrtec. Works so fast.
In an open world, knowledge doesn't stand still. So our range of courses is always evolving. Like us students. Because everything's open.
No.
This is us. You'll find more for everyone this Christmas at the Warehouse. Like this pool set, only $8.99. This outdoor table setting now $9.99. And this barbecue now $299.99. Get more Christmas for less. Only at the Warehouse.
Hi, I'm Hartley Atkinson, inventor of Maxigesic. Maxigesic reduces pain better than individual painkillers like paracetamol or ibuprofen. Because it's New Zealand's first combination of these two painkillers, you'll feel better, faster with Maxigesic.
Sliding door won't slide? You need Exceed. We fix windows and doors. Call 0800 Exceed. Our friendly team are security profiled for your peace of mind. Call free on 0800 Exceed or book us online. Exceed. We fix windows and doors.
Harvey Norman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer. For one day only. Get no repayments for 18 months plus a further 18 months interest-free. That's a total of 36 months interest-free store-wide. Harman's Sensational Sunday. Sensational finance offer.
There is only one superfish oil. Bioglan superfish oil contains a higher percentage of omega-3 than ordinary fish oil. It's absorbed in the intestine, so there's no fishy aftertaste. All this in half the size. Bioglan superfish oil, if you're serious about health.
Briscoe's Christmas gift vouchers make perfect gifts.
This Thursday to Sunday, don't miss Countdown's big weekend wine back with New Zealand Telegraph cucumber or iceberg lettuce, any two for $3.50, and New Zealand loose or truss tomatoes, just $3.47 a kilo. Wine back and save until midnight Sunday, only at Countdown.
Head into Noel Leeming's grand computer sale. This compact notebook just $549. Get a huge 25% off this HP notebook. Save $250 on this HP notebook. Plus 30 months interest-free store-wide, including Apple computers. Ends Tuesday.
Get a better view. When the news is breaking, One News takes you there wherever you are. It's up to the minute or whenever you get a minute. Get the big picture or take a closer look with high-quality news video. Get behind your team whenever they hit the park. Share opinions. Share the view. And when the weather's about to change, One News will be the first to let you know.
The TVNZ News app for iPad. It's free and the view just got better.
Welcome back to Election 2011. As we've seen over the course of the night, the numbers have not changed greatly. convergence has not been as great as we've seen in the past. Richard Arnold's there with the figures. Richard.
Yes, now we'll just have a look at how the party vote is unwound over the course of the evening. National, as we said it would, started off higher and dropped down to a lower result of 48%. But if we look at our prediction, flat across at 48%. Labour making up just a few percent now to finish at 27%. If we look at the minor parties, not a lot of variation there as the night went on. 10.6% for the Greens and 6.8% for New Zealand First. So we now have a stable final result and a good picture of Parliament, which Corin will go through and look at the coalition options shortly.
OK, now I think we are going to be crossing shortly to Māori Party leader Peter Sharples. Very, very shortly. Of course, a lot at stake for them. The Māori Party well in the position of being the kingmakers. But back here on the panel, Matt McCartan, you've been out there toasting Winston Peters' return?
Well, some people are, that's for sure. It's certainly going to be exciting the next 3 years, isn't it?
Look, let's face it, this has been the political surprise of the night, hasn't it?
It's been surprising. You can see with the early votes is that Winston, they started off low because that's the advanced votes. So this is a late run momentum, and all of us who have ever run campaigns know. When it opened up, the media got nothing to report in the last week, and cup of tea time, and he's in. And it is the story. It was the Greens were the story, and I think the Greens have done exceedingly well on record. But what's happened is New Zealand First has changed everything. Hey, and I think they took the vote away from Labour, you know, the extra couple of points, and I think it actually hurt potentially the Greens, certainly hurt Mana, I think, and some of those minor things could be, because Winston, I don't think, was ever with the national vote, and I think it's had a big impact.
Roger Serra, you were talking about this before about whether in some ways Labour's asset sales, a no asset sales campaign, delivered votes into Winston Peters' hands.
Oh, I think it probably did. I think the weaker Labour look during the campaign, the more likely, particularly older Labour voters, would have felt that they could go and get effectively double bangs for their bucks, and by voting for maybe the Labour candidate and they're giving their party vote to New Zealand First. So, I mean, that'll come out in a deeper analysis, but I'm sure that went on. I mean, the Greens did really well today, and it's not. But remember, the Greens have been polling at between 13, 14% for a long time in the lead up to this. So they didn't have the best. They haven't had the greatest result. I mean, well,
you guys were at 55% too.
Yeah,
so,
that's right. All right. Listen. We're just going to cross over. We've got Peter Sharples is now available live from the Māori Party headquarters. Dr. Sharples, can you hear me?
Yes, kia ora.
Kia ora. Now listen.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Well, some mixed blessings for the Māori Party tonight, but you still will find yourselves in the position of kingmaker.
Well, that may be so. I'm not too sure if that's exactly so. I've been following my results and everything, but if that's the case, then I guess we'll have to deliberate on that. Tomorrow morning we have a caucus meeting, so I guess that's when we'll look at those things.
Have you heard from John Key tonight?
Oh, no, we haven't heard from John. We've had the House of Shem here, so we've been busy dancing tonight.
Well, it's good to see you got your priorities right. Tell me, Dr. Sharples, what are the things you at least want to see on the table that would be the main bargaining chips, if you like, for the Māori Party?
Look, we're looking at a different presentation this time. We're looking at things that will help transform the way our people are, rather than just producing projects and incremental changes. We're looking for transformations. So that's what we'll be working out tomorrow in particular. We're lucky we've got some good reviews still to come. The Reo Māori review hasn't got underway yet. The constitutional review, that will be good for people and be good for the Ratana Church as well.
One of the key issues in this campaign, of course, has been the one of asset sales. Where would you stand on that now that you may be very much needed by John Key's government, or to remain in government?
We've made a statement that we're against the asset sales, and that's how we feel, and we've made that very clear. My reference to iwi is that if that comes to pass, that government can actually dispose of some of their assets, then we would support iwi if they're still interested in investing. It's a form of saving for New Zealand, and it's a way of keeping those assets in New Zealand. But again, we're opposed to the sale.
Opposed to the point that it would be a deal breaker?
I don't know what deal breakers are anymore, to be honest, especially after the result of what's happened on the poll. Some very good Māori candidates that we had in the various regions have suffered from the backlash of Hone separation and being with National. So I guess it's hard for me to say that that's a deal breaker or not.
Okay, well, listen, I'll let you get back to the dancing, Dr. Sharples. You've got a lot of talking to do tomorrow. Māori Party co-leader, Dr. Peter Sharples. We're crossing now live to National Headquarters. We see there the familiar faces of the DPS escorting Prime Minister John Key, wife Brenda.
The New Zealand public, they've given you more votes than last time. Well, I'm delighted. It was a great night for us, and yeah, great night for the people who believed in the future we have for the country. And you'll be able to sort of stick together a pretty decent majority with the help of ACT and United, but there are some problems out there on the right with your mates not performing as strongly. Well, look, it was always going to be tough, and we knew that. And you know, campaigns are always hard for us, as I've said the whole way through. So. And the big surprise, Winston is back. Winston Peters is back with 6.8%. Yeah, I'm not entirely surprised. I mean, at the end of the day, he's taking votes off Labour, and you know, Labour's votes had to go somewhere. Some went to us, and some went to him.
There we are, the National Party leader and Prime Minister John Key arriving at the party headquarters, where he will be addressing some very happy supporters in just a few minutes. He's got a bit of work ahead of him, hasn't he, Guy?
He does, and the Māori Party are going to be critical. Your interview with Peter Sharples is pretty interesting because he's edging his bets pretty carefully there about just what their price of support would be, and I think he's in that curious position, the Māori Party, of having fewer MPs but perhaps more purchase, more influence.
That's actually right. They actually had a strategy meeting on Thursday to actually discuss if this happened tonight. And that all of us around here all know that only one of those seats tonight just has to change in the specials, and they need that the Māori Party to anything. So in one sense, the Māori Party in a stronger position it's ever been.
OK, mate, we'll come back to that in a second. We've just got, there's John Key. He's out of the lift.
No, I mean, it's just, I always expected a tight night, and, you know, 48% is great. We've lifted our vote in very difficult conditions, but MMP's difficult, you know, it's a lot of votes, you know.
Are you disappointed with that 48%?
Oh, no, not in the slightest. I'm thrilled that we've got there with the biggest number since the 1951 waterfront strike. We've got to be happy.
How are you feeling tonight? Very, very happy.
Prime Minister John Key there, but celebrating their biggest numbers since the 1951 waterfront strike. It's,
and who would have thought with the MMP that was supposed to stop our majority government? Well, look at it tonight. And all the parties of which all the deals were done with, they only won their electorate seats and got no party vote to bring it along.
Can I ask you, Matt, do you think that, like, even though it's hard to criticise a government that's increased its share of vote and hit, you know, 48, sitting on 48, but there are longer-term strategic failures here associated with the national campaign?
Oh, I think their campaign, it fell apart in the last week. I think that the cup of tea, I think that they want to stay right away from ACT because every time they go near them, it doesn't damage, and it helped Winston. I think it changed the nature. I think that they heard on Sunday when they got the tape, this is a game changer, it has been.
Of course, he may well have to surgically remove John Banks from his side once he does get back to Parliament next week, because he's a very enthusiastic John Banks. And there is John Key, actually just clearing the streamers off his off his bodyguards as they head up towards the stage there at the National Party headquarters. And obviously a campaign that was literally built around John Key, wasn't it? It was very much it was a presidential campaign.
His face was on every single billboard, at the absolute opposite of Phil Goff. You couldn't see Phil Goff's face on any of the Labour billboards. I mean, there's a guy who has been one of the more popular Prime Ministers in recent times, so obviously he was their strongest asset. And I go back to it, you know, to increase your share of the vote, you know, it's pretty hard to argue with that. 48%, anything can happen on campaigns. You saw in 02, Labour dropped 10 points over the course of a campaign. So to have him sitting on 48% at the end of the night, he'll be pretty happy with that.
Now, here we are. He is about to talk to the very, as I said, very excited National Party supporters up here in Auckland. John Key and family on stage. John Key about to address supporters, and we'll be talking to him directly shortly after this as well.
What an awesome night. And what a fabulous night to be supporting the New Zealand National Party. Can I tell you, it's a fabulous night to be the leader of the National Party. Ladies and gentlemen, I always said it would be tight, and I was right. But what I can tell you is that for another 3 years, there will be a national-led government in New Zealand. More people voted national today than 3 years ago, and I want to thank each and every one of you. Together, your votes are a powerful endorsement of our party and our policies. Tonight, New Zealanders voted for a brighter future, and there will be a brighter future. Over the past 15 months, New Zealand has experienced more than its fair share of challenges. But as a country, we have risen to them. We have shown that in the worst of times, you see the very best of New Zealanders, and I'm proud to be Prime Minister of this great country. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been given a tremendous gift tonight, the trust and goodwill of New Zealanders. And I do not take that trust for granted, and I never will. So let me say this. I will continue to lead a government, as I have done for the last 3 years, that serves the interests of all New Zealanders. Earlier this evening, I spoke to ACT leader Don Brash and United Future leader Peter Dunn. We'll be working on formal agreements with these parties over the coming days. But I can confirm this: their willingness to be part of a strong, stable, national-led government over the next 3 years. And I also spoke to Maori Party leader Tariana Turia, and we're keen that both the Maori Party and the National Party are part of a government over the next 3 years as well. So that's something we'll be talking to them about over the next few days. But I can tell you this, that the government will be focused on building a more competitive economy with less debt, with more jobs and with higher incomes. Tonight, I spoke to Phil Goff, and he was very generous. I wished him well. We have different views, but he's a hard-working parliamentarian, and he's always had New Zealand's best interests at heart. So just some thank yous. Can I start by thanking the National Party President, Peter Goodfellow, and all of the members and supporters who worked so tirelessly on our campaign. You've done a great job for us. Can I thank all the national candidates who poured their heart and soul into campaigning for weeks and months on end. Some of them were up against it, but they never gave up. I want to thank my man in the South Island, Bill English. What a great Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance and wingman. And I want to thank the person who has the most thankless job when it comes to campaigning. That's the campaign manager, Stephen Joyce. And can I thank the team around him, my Chief of Staff, Wayne Eagleson, the media team led by Kevin Taylor with Paula Oliver, Grant Johnson, who cranked out the numbers and knew exactly when they were and what they were and how they should add up, to Danielle Coe, to Emma Holmes, and to those in my electorate who've helped me so much, Janelle Bailey, Mel McDonald and Stephen McElroy, my campaign chairman. We couldn't have done it without you. I do want to take a moment to thank the people of Helensville for making me your MP one more time. Thank you very much. But most of all, I want to thank the people who are the most important to me, and that's my family. Brona and Max and Steffi, who's in Europe at the moment. I couldn't do it without you. I wouldn't do it without you, and thank you for all the support. It's pretty tough having your dad as Prime Minister. So thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be with you tonight. It's been a great night, I think, for the National Party. It's been a hard campaign, but it's been a road that we've travelled with so many New Zealanders backing us, with the support of nearly half of the country, in very difficult times for New Zealand, with lots of challenges in front of us, but with the goodwill of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of New Zealanders. So I just want you now to go off and enjoy the rest of the evening. I am, and I can tell you this, I'm about to head off for something just a little bit stronger than a cup of tea. Have a great night. Thanks very much.
Well, a very chipper John Key there, talking to some pretty chipper National Party supporters. As he said, they've increased their party's vote. Still a few... OK, John Key there. Well, he's pretty excited, so he should be. I mean, he's won fair and square in the night, Matt McCarthy.
He has indeed. And, but the vote is down all over the country. It seems to be like a record low of turnout. So I'd kind of want to look and say, did more people vote for National than last? Certainly in percentage-wise. So I'm not sure of that. But anyway, apart from all...
total number, no.
No, well, that's right. So actually, less Nats actually voted for them, you know, but the Labor people just stayed at home. That's true. So, I mean...
There's a cloud behind that silver lining.
There's always a cloud we look for when the other side wins. But... here's the thing I made a point about the Māori Party, that Tari Araturia has clearly made that they're in, right? So that's that. This government will not be as popular 3 years from now than they are. Peter and Tariana have noticed, they've said they're going to step down. It's a whole new ballgame. So tonight they're up. In 3 years' time, they may get dragged down by their relationship with National.
OK.
And so they're strong tonight, but it could be the seeds of them being wiped out. Now, Mana has come from nowhere. That Honeys won a seat, but they come second in 3 of the seats. And they beat Mana. I mean, that Mana beat the Māori Party in the party vote in half of the electorate seats.
OK. Hey, Roger Sowry, you heard John Key there say he'd already rung both Don Brash and Peter Dunn.
And Tariana Turia.
And Tariana Turia.
Yeah.
And, in fact, we have the Prime Minister live. He is joining us now. Prime Minister John Key, congratulations.
Thanks very much, Mark.
Look, you said earlier on, you've all been in touch with your potential coalition partners. You want all involved, or are you happy to take a mix?
Well, no, we want them all involved. I mean, we've got the support of ACT and United Future, so that's enough to secure a majority. But I want to work with the Māori Party as I have over the last 3 years. That'll give us, on our numbers tonight, 65. And that's a good, healthy working majority. Can provide that stability that we campaigned on and talked so much about. So, look, I think they're good numbers.
In terms of working with the Māori Party, we talked to Dr Sharples a short time ago. The asset sales issue is still a problem for them. You flexible on that?
No, look, I mean, we've got the numbers to put that program through. I mean, we don't need the support of the Maori Party, as we didn't in 2008 to 2011. But what we found with working with them was that we could make real gains for all New Zealanders and for their constituency, which, you know, we all understand there's a lot of work to be done. So, I mean, look, I'm confident we can carry on with our program. I think, you know, I'm absolutely committed to that program, but I'm also committed to making sure that we deliver on the terms we promised New Zealanders. Majority control, Kiwi mums and dads first, 85 to 90% of the shares going to New Zealanders, and I think that's going to be critically important that we honour all those commitments.
It still could be, despite the fact you've increased your vote, it still could be very tight, the margins in keeping a coalition together. It's going to make for a nervous 3 years, isn't it?
Well, it is tight, and that's what we worked out those numbers ourselves, that if we grew the vote as we did, that it was always going to be tough, and I think that was why we were arguing get the vote out. I mean, I haven't crunched the numbers that much, but it looks to me like the vote is down in terms of overall numbers from 2008. I might be wrong, but that was just what I saw on the computer when I came out. My sense is it's slightly lower. Yeah, I mean, you know, you've got to work hard. I mean, we didn't have a huge majority last time either, but look, we'll be fine. I mean, we'll just work our way through it. We've got good partners there, and it'll be day by day, issue by issue, but you've got a parliamentary working majority, and hey, I mean, on our numbers, I think we've delivered the best result that National has seen since the 1951 waterfront strike, or any New Zealand party has seen since the 51 waterfront strike, so you've got to be very happy with that.
Are you going to talk to the Greens?
Yeah, I will. I mean, I sort of had a couple of text messages back and forth with Russell Norman earlier this evening, but yeah, I'll sit down and talk to them. We had a memorandum of understanding with them last time. I'm hopeful we can put something together for the next 3 years as well, but look, we'll need to sit there and have a chat to them.
Look, in terms of that low turnout, we've been having this discussion here, and a lot of thought seems to be the cup of tea put a lot of New Zealand voters off. Was that a mistake at the end of the day?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, we grew our vote. Labor shed a lot of vote, so they were always going to shed some of that vote to New Zealand First. I suspect that some of the people who didn't like the mixed ownership model, instead of going to Labor, actually went to New Zealand First. We effectively did the same thing in 2002. I mean, our party vote went down. It didn't go to Labor. It went to United, ACT and New Zealand First back then, and that's really what's happened tonight. I mean, only this time, some of Labor's votes come to us, some's gone to the Greens, a bit to New Zealand First.
Your first priority for the new term?
Well, we need to stitch up all of the agreements, obviously, but the first priority is to get working on the welfare reform program. It's very important, as I've said. It'll obviously be to start that work on the mixed ownership model. It'll be to get the books back in order. I mean, we're very committed to that surplus target of 2014-50 if we can't even do it earlier. I mean, I think if you look out, I mean, last Thursday, the Germans had a bond issue. They couldn't actually fulfill that bond issue. They only got 60% of subscriptions. It's virtually unheard of, and what that shows you is it's still very tumultuous times in Europe. So look, we're going to need to be very fiscally conservative, to work very hard on making sure we get our books in order, because I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk over the next 3 years.
Yeah, tumultuous times in the ACT party as well. John Banks will get a seat in a key cabinet.
We'll have to have those discussions. I mean, you know, that's something that might interest him and something that might work. It might be something he's not interested in. I don't really know. I had a very brief discussion with Don Brash. He said that they'd had some discussions back at sort of HQ last week, but it's really too early to tell. But, you know, there are the things that we'll have to work through sort of Sunday come Monday of next week.
Look, just finally, John Key, this was, of course, a National Party campaign built around you. The if you call it, the cult of personality, if you like. How are you going to keep your feet on the ground?
Oh, they're very firmly on the ground. Don't worry about that. I mean, we're here to do a job, and that's to deliver good opportunities for New Zealanders. I'm absolutely acutely aware of that. I mean, I think, you know, a lot's put on this idea that there's a presidential sort of campaign in New Zealand now, but if you go back and look at the campaigns of the other parties, in case of Labor, we really only heard from Phil Goff. We didn't hear from his other lieutenants. We didn't hear from Annette King or David Cunliffe, David Parker very much. It's true with the Greens. in the end, I think it's the nature of the fact that we live in this 24/7 news cycle, which is incredibly fast now, with social media, Twitters, Facebook, all this sort of stuff. And with the travelling press pack that you have, it's inevitable all this stuff comes around you. And as Prime Minister, you attract a fair bit of attention. But one of the strengths of the 2008 to 2011 government has been that team: Bill English, Jerry Brownlee, Simon Power, Judith Collins, Tony Ryle, Nick Smith, you name them, we've had them. They've done a great job for us, and that's going to be the way it's going to be the next 3 years. In the end, that's my style of management. I give people a lot of delegated responsibility, and I trust my people, and I'm going to keep trusting them for the next 3 years.
How are you going to celebrate tonight?
Well, not with a cup of tea, as I said. I'm going to have a couple of beers, I think. It's been a long year. If you go all the way back to the earthquakes, and then, the issues around, obviously, the World Cup even was huge. We've had the arena, we've had the Maui gas line, we've had the campaign. There's been an awful lot this year, and, I'm pleased with through it. Obviously, I'm delighted we've grown our vote, but tonight's the night for a couple of beers, and tomorrow's the day to get back to work.
Prime Minister John Key, congratulations again. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mark. All the very best.
So there we have it, Prime Minister John Key. So what, business as usual, Roger Sarri?
Very much so. Well, that's certainly the way they're portraying it. Although, interesting that he picked out the welfare reform as being the first area that they want to move on. I thought that was interesting, because I think that will work. They will have to work closely with the Maori Party on that, and I think that'll be good. I think that'll be good for New Zealand.
The Maori Party are, in some ways, quite conservative on welfare reform, aren't they?
They are, and they've got very strong views on child abuse and children, young persons and their families, and so there's a whole range of issues there that I think will benefit the whole of New Zealand society by having them work with the government on it.
All right, well, as we said, we know pretty much where things are going. We've still got some final seats to come up. We'll be back with all of that in just a few minutes.
He's in the business of show.
It's a part of me.
But this undercover boss will discover...
There's a lot of f***ed people in this company at the moment. Asian Connection have got a bad name.
The shocking behind-the-scenes truth.
The guy right behind me sits on the advisory committee with me.
If he doesn't get fired first...
Being tidy as you work is something I don't expect to have to tell somebody.
Hello?
Douglas?
You were in the bloody truck with me, weren't you?
Correct.
Undercover Boss Australia, 8:30 Tuesday, TV1.
Oh, sorry. We're still working on our accuracy.
How's the house hunting going?
How did you... clever.
Let me guess. You're thinking that between work and family, you never really get the time to sort through your finances, figure out what you can afford. And you're thinking it shouldn't have to be this hard.
ANZ's thinking the same way. That's why we're taking on more home loan specialists to help you get the home loan that's right for you.
Now you're thinking definitely something with a big yard.
She's going to love this.
Yeah, she's going to like that, eh? Want a sausage?
Yeah.
You'll come out with more than just great Christmas deals at the warehouse. Get Bayliss & Harding gift sets now from $6. This box of Cadbury Roses for only $9.99. The Vodafone Samsung Galaxy Mini is only $179. The Little People Animal Farm Super Set is only $100. And the Lego City Powerboat Transporter is only $39. Get more Christmas for less. Only at the warehouse, where everyone gets a bargain.
Have I really got enough to buy these trainers? I bought the groceries, I paid the power, I filled the car, I went out for lunch, and I saw a movie last night. Imagine if your bank did a little thing like send you a free text alert when your account reaches an amount you set. That'd be helpful. Westpac, help is what we do.
If you're a good driver and haven't had an accident in the last 5 years, at AA Insurance, we'll give you a maximum no-claims bonus now. And what's more, guarantee it for life. Phone us on 0800 AA Insure. Go to aainsurance.co.nz or visit your local AA centre. Do it now, before you miss out. Guaranteed no-claims bonus for life from AA Insurance.
Bonds is serving up some sweet treats with a huge 48 months interest-free store-wide. Save $200 on the Sony 40-inch Full HD LED. Or get this Toshiba notebook bundle for just $1199. Hurry, 48 months interest-free ends Tuesday. Bond and Bond, you want it, we've got it, let's talk.
He is about to say no split bills. Now they're thinking, yes, how are we going to work this one out? Now they're really thinking, to sap some money to Andy using his mobile number and he can take care of it. Simple.
ANZ's thinking the same way. ANZ Go Money puts your bank in your hand, in your pocket, anywhere.
Now they're thinking, wow, that was easy. So, same time next week.
It's been a short, sharp campaign, and now the country will decide. This week, Sunday breaks down the winners and losers from election 2011. See how they came out on top, their plans to shape our country's future, and just how much influence the minor parties had.
Every small party that has gone into government or gone close to being in government has taken a hammering at the next election.
The Sunday election special, 7:30 this week, TV1.
Welcome back. You're with Election 2011 as we wrap up some of the critical seats, some of the marginals, some of the bellwethers, some of the ones that have just been purely controversial. Let's go firstly to Hamilton West, a real bellwether, where Tim McIndoe has held on with a majority of 4,059. Clear win over there over Sue Moroney. In Christchurch Central, Brendan Burns, Nicky Wagner, don't worry about the order that they're in. Brendan Burns has got the incumbent asterisk by his name. It's a dead heat. Down to the specials. That'll be fascinating to watch over days to come. When we go on to Wellington Central, up-and-coming leader, a potential leader of the Labour Party, Grant Robertson, not mentioned in the short term by our pundits. He has held on with a significant majority, over 5,000, over Paul Foster-Bell. And coming to Auckland Central, this was always going to be a careful one. These three women at the top of the screen, all are going to be back in Parliament on the figures that we have so far in the party list for Jacinda Ardern and Denise Roche. Jacinda Ardern, 535 votes behind Nikki Kaye, who's been re-elected unless the special votes have a massive swing to them. When we go to Epsom, John Banks, the arrangement, the teapot, the tea controversy, it didn't quite prevent him from getting in, and some heavy campaigning put him in with a majority of 2,500. Paul Goldsmith goes in anyway on the list, and David Parker is there as well. And let's go to Ohariu. Peter Dunn going into the end of his third decade representing the electorate. Majority of 1,500 and more over Charles Chauvel. He too back in Parliament, of course. And down to Te Tai Tokoro. There he is. Hone Pane Tamati Waka Harawera with a majority of 874 over Kelvin Davis. A disappointing performance by Waihorai Shortland, Wasi Shortland. But Hone Harawera, despite looking earlier in the day like he might bring a party vote in that would also drag in Annette Sykes, it looks like the Mana Party will have just Hone Harawera in Parliament.
So what does all this mean in terms of the seats, with the makeup of the Parliament and the potential for coalitions? Political editor Guy Espiner has got that.
Thanks, Mark. Well, if you look at the number of seats that each party have got, the National Party with 60 seats, you can see Labour there with 34 seats, 13 for the Greens. New Zealand First, the big standout tonight with 8 seats, 3 for the Māori Party and just 1 each for ACT, the Mana Party and United Future. If we look at the sort of coalitions that are going to get put together and the options that either side could have, you can see National with those 60 seats, they can add in 5 from those support parties. Critically, ACT and United Future, that's 62, that would be a majority, but 3 seats as a buffer for National. 65 obviously would be a clear majority and make things a bit more comfortable for John Key bringing in the Māori Party. On the other side of the coin, just not enough in it. If you add those all up on the left, you only get to 56. It's just not enough. Even if you drag the Māori Party across, you couldn't actually get there on those numbers.
Well, there was going with the numbers, Woody Jackson, and of course, at the beginning, what a night it has been, though, isn't it?
Well,
it's just been
fascinating night to, you know, I mean, I think we're all a bit stunned with Winston coming back, you know. I notice everyone's reckon they predicted he was coming back now.
Even you're claiming that.
Hey, I made $1,000 off Matthew Hooton, thank you very much. But it's a fascinating night, and good on Winston. I think whether you like him or not, I think, you know, you've got to give him credit, he's a warrior. It's interesting, this Māori Party position looked like they were going to be the kingmaker. They're not, but Key knows he's got to invest into his future, doesn't he? You know, and they're part of the future, and he'll offer them a couple of portfolios. So good on him.
Because people used to wonder why, you know, that investment in the Māori Party is now paid off for him, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, well, there is a buffer for him. Any nonsense that you'll get, and I had this debate on Māori radio, they were saying, oh, if they go with the National Party, they're finished. Well, that's not, you know, they'd be finished if the Labour Party was an option. But Labor's not an option now.
So they've got to do what's right. Tariana Turi has got the whānau order programs going, and there's a lot of work that they want to continue with. So good on the Māori Party for being there, but the reality, as Matt McCartan said, is the mana Māori Party sort of division has left the Māori Party with only 3 seats.
If Hone had not broken away,
yeah,
how much better would have they done, or do you think it was
well,
a bit
they were on target.
anyway?
They were on target for 7 seats at the last election. That's what they were talking about, and it's just sad where they're at the moment. I really hope that they can get it together with Hone and somehow work out a strategy going forward.
Now, also watching proceedings on radar. Now, look, we used to say in the press, Gary, that if Winston Peters didn't exist, you'd have to invent him.
I feel as if we have witnessed a man cast out into the wilderness and messianic like he has returned. And I don't think there will be a smugger person in the Southern Hemisphere this evening.
And in some ways, you can't... You can't blame him, though, can you?
It's absolutely Shakespearean, don't you think? Because you look at the, you know, his lowest ebb in 08, the way he was, you know, ditched out last time.
And who else would want to? I mean, the guy first came to Parliament in 1978. I mean, that is a long, long time ago. To have the energy after being booted out to come back and do it again, it's absolutely phenomenal.
He's just coming back so he can save you, Guy and Espinal.
Guy, is he on with you tomorrow? That's all I want to know.
Well, we'd love to have him. If you're watching now, Mr. Peters, we'd love to have you on.
I love watching the battles between you two.
Oh, love to have him.
You're terrible, too.
Love to have him.
And barely give him a chance.
We put him on the Minor Party Leaders Debate, probably helped his cause.
And he won it too, him and Hone, apparently.
And in many ways, you know, as far as TVNZ goes, a wonderful ratings winner.
Yeah.
Having Winston back in.
Well, we do have him tomorrow on Q&A.
Oh, he is definitely on. Oh, well, that's great.
Oh, right, we just said...
Oh, we've got confirmation.
Now, Mariana Heard, our producer, just the thumbs up, he is on, so...
Well, don't forget Mariah Investigate, eh? Don't remember the Maoris too, you guys, you know. So straight up.
Do you think Winston will come in with a sign tomorrow saying yes?
Yes. No, apologise, Guy and Espinal. No, it should be fascinating tomorrow because...
I think you're crediting me with too much power.
He brings something to Parliament, though, doesn't he, Guy?
Well,
like he's magic
extends
in the house.
question time by about double the length that it normally is.
Do you reckon he'll answer a question tomorrow?
Well, he might take a sign in, do the whole thing in science.
And a lot of new MPs coming in, Guy, as well, which, you know...
Well, the New Zealand first ones will be interesting too, won't they? Because there's going to be some characters in
there. Weatherman?
Barbara Stewart is back. She's got experience, but none of those other ones have been in Parliament before. They'll be interesting to see how they go.
But not the wily old Doug Willetons and Brian...
No, Dougie was great. Brian Donnelly was great. If you look at some of the losses
tonight...
They've
had some good MPs.
Calvin Davis is a huge loss. You know, I really am disappointed Calvin's gone because he was great for Māori in the north. It's just a shame that Labour Party fell away. And Rahui Kātane has been a tremendous MP for the Māori Party. They'll really miss it.
Just one thing, John, what do you think this result tonight is going to do? Because we've seen the way the referendum's going, but there was still going to be a review, isn't there? Did tonight's results throw up anything that would automatically need to be part of that review?
Absolutely. The one-seat rule will remain, and in fact it will only be accentuated now because it is so palpably obvious that ACT is an artefact of John Key's whim, as is Peter Dunn. And I think the public is going to very much want that situation dealt to.
Interestingly, though, they didn't actually manage to sort of capitalise on that one-seat rule, did they? They're effectively independent MPs.
I know. Just looking at that graphic there, I mean, there's that huge vote for, you know, keep the system changed, but look at the informals on the alternatives.
The most popular thing to do was to destroy the ballot paper when it came to looking at an alternative system. That beats FPP, doesn't it?
If you voted to keep MMP, you just said, hey, not going to bother.
That was it.
And that means that, you know, in terms of a representative democracy and in terms of the way our demographics are changing, that we've got a system that can actually embrace that and the New Zealand we're becoming. So I think it's actually, if that holds up, that is a real victory for the New Zealand people.
Well, the MMP ensures anyone can get into Parliament. You know, you can actually, whether they're hippies or Rastafarians or activists,
or you,
even people like me.
And maybe now is a good time as well. We've talked about the winners and the big losers tonight, but all of those other people out there who ran, whose family members may not even have voted for them, and here I would include Andrew Little, but, you know, the people who got 20 or 30 votes, those wonderful characters, and for week after week they've gone out there and they've campaigned, and good for them.
And on that score, I should report at the end here, the Aotearoa Legalised Cannabis Party went up 0.07 from last election.
It's only another 4,000 years.
Hey, did the cup of tea help at all? It didn't, did it?
It's a strategic
It helped
disaster.
Winston, and that was
It's
it.
an absolute strategic disaster.
I agree. For what?
For
exactly
national.
what we were saying. It was not worth the risk. He got one MP.
Yeah.
It wasn't worth
You
it.
got the most effective opposition MP of his generation
That's right.
back in Parliament.
Well, he was on the rise anyway.
And you didn't get
He didn't
any
need. I don't think he needed the
maximisation.
cup of tea guy.
No.
There we go.
Right,
Let's have a quick spin around some of the other electorates, and let's start up north in Northland. Lowest medium family income in the country, and one of the highest rates of unemployment. Mike Sabin, the anti-P campaigner. Now, 16,500 votes, or 17,000 votes, way ahead there, of course. Strong Northland seat.
It's Winston's sister, Lynette Stewart. Just thought I'd drop it. Yeah, just thought I'd drop it.
These are new national MPs we are looking at here, of course. Scott Simpson went in Coromandel. Also stood for the Epsom electorate, didn't he, as a candidate to try and take the...
It's not so long ago that the Greens held that seat, so it can...
And Catherine Delahunty, Sandra Gowdy.
Jeanette Fitzsimons had the seat.
Yep. Coromandel, anyway. Maggie Barry, one of the biggest majorities in the country in the national stronghold of North Shore, going in there.
Look at Don Brash.
Don Brash, 1,129 votes.
And
right,
Andrew
let's go on
Williams,
to...
who's now in with only 828.
Now in Parliament.
Now in Parliament.
Yeah, not getting a refund, I think, of the 5% of their deposit.
He'll be all right.
Rangatike, Ian McKelvey, in there in 8,000. Let's bring on to Rodney.
So Colin Craig's polls.
Here we go.
Then.
Colin Craig, 7,500, 6.7% of the party vote in his electorate. That's all they can manage. 2.8%. Those guys, of course, wasted vote. They make up the majority of the wasted vote this time around.
It was over 2.5, wasn't it?
What did Colin Craig spend on the campaign? That's what I like.
I think it had a 1 in front of it.
Yeah, that's seven digits in total. And in Tamaki, Rob Muldoon's old electorate, Simon O'Connor. He completed his seminary studies and was almost a Catholic priest at one time.
But like you, Simon.
Tamaki is...
OK, we share the same name, Willie, but thank you. I think a kind of similarity ends about there. Yes. You're bringing a bit of religious fervour to this campaign.
You need a bit of that.
The Rutland Church will welcome you back.
Clicked over into Sunday, so why not?
That's right. But I mean, the interesting thing with the MMP elections, you get a clear idea of what's going to happen. I mean, the number of times, remember, we'd have election campaigns, we're going to be sitting here at this time of the night.
The thing for me, which is fascinating, is that, you can have one party so far out in front that they nearly got there to govern alone. You go and look at the majority, it's stitched together, it's still wafer thin. So it really does, and that's partly why people like MMP. It really pulls back power. It really gives a handbrake factor. You add a guy like Winston Peters in there, suddenly the numbers are a lot tougher, and we thought that may happen. And it has.
And the reason why I don't think the left should feel too despondent tonight is if you actually look at the centre-left bloc versus the centre-right bloc, it's not actually that different from the last election, and with this very low turnout, we sort of know who's stayed at home.
Well, if Goffey had just got up towards that 31, 32%, would have been a totally different ballgame.
And he's welcoming a couple of new MPs in. Let's have a look at them. We have a look at the new national MPs, new Labour MPs. David Clark in Dunedin North. He's inheriting Pete Hodgson's electorate, of course. Listed at 49, but he didn't need that. He's 3,000 votes clear in that Labour stronghold. And also in Wigram, there is no Jim Anderson Progressive Party anymore, and therefore Labour recovers Wigram back. OK, well, we're just about wrapping things up here tonight, but before we go... Now, Ray Darwin, have you fallen in love with politics all over again?
Oh, look, I was a little bit despondent for a while. I think the thing that really did it for me this time was the immediacy of it, with the Twitter feeds and things like that. No matter where you were, as stories broke through the day, there was this sort of sense of unfolding drama, and I think without that, I would have probably not followed it quite as much, but with all the little bits feeding in, you had this wonderful picture. And I think also this year, the other thing that really did it for me was the aggregation websites. The Listener had a fantastic one, Toby Manhire, the Herald was doing one, I think, and you could go there at the end of the day, and everything that had come up in the campaign that day, you could follow it through, and you could, you didn't have to sort of watch it on the news.
Well, well, of course you have to watch it.
Oh, yeah, of course you have to.
Terrible thing to say.
Of course you do.
And there's going to be plenty more news. Look, that's what
Simon Dallow.
Look, on behalf of Simon Dallow, John Johansson, Guy Nespiter and myself, and of course, thanks to all our guests, thanks to all the hard-working crew, to our reporters and producers around the country who have kept this whole thing going tonight. We thank you all very much, and thank more than anyone else, thank you to you for watching. Now, don't forget, Guy will be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with
Winston Peters.
With Winston Peters.
You give it to
on
Winston.
Q&A.
Winston, give it to that guy.
Not to be missed, and there'll also be an election special on the Sunday programme tomorrow night. We're going to leave you, though, with a highlights package of election 2011.
We went into this campaign with a target of getting 10% of the party vote, and we have exceeded our target.
It's about thanking the people who have shown that they believe in democracy still and they believe in a fair go.
I've always been very confident. I wouldn't have entered the race if I wasn't confident.
It might not have been our time this time, but our time will come again and we will be ready to take New Zealand forward.
Heads up on where leadership goes to from here.
Oh, look, it's just not the time to be speculating about that.
When I meet the board, probably tomorrow, I will be tendering my resignation as leader.
But what I can tell you is that for another 3 years, there will be a national-led government in New Zealand.